because obviously it's got to be a certain size, and you're gonna have to figure out the math. And then once you do that, you're gonna have to submit it to these people in academia, and they're gonna have to say, "Oh, let me look at what you got," and then agree with that, and then make that mainstream because it's not mainstream. It's not what's being taught in schools. What's being taught is the claim, or at least adherence to that claim. But this is all they got from this point. Like from, I guess I could say for about a year and a half already, or 2 years already. This is it. That's why it's quiet in here. Every now and again, we'll get a straggler that comes in here that wants to challenge the notion, but it's really not that big of a deal anymore. Not like it used to be. We used to have actually, Chocolate. I saw Kosho yesterday. He popped in there, but he was on mute. I don't know if he's waiting for all of us to leave the room, and whenever the other newer flat earthers are in here, he's gonna open up his mic because he's one of those guys, man. Like he'll wait, dude. He'll
The
wait to pounce.
return of Coco.
Yeah, he knows. Like if he sees like Solar, me, you, or some of the guys who've been here for a long time, he won't start his conversation because his sandbagging approach doesn't work anymore. It used to in the back in the day when we'd entertain him, but not anymore. So it is what it is, man. Because ultimately, we want for people to be free from this idea that they feel like they have to conform to what the world's telling them and how to think and how to perceive the earth. And it's really not that, man. It's self evident. What is self evident out when you experience reality? How can we weigh that? How can we measure it? And that is not just perception, but it's also something you can measure. So it becomes objective at that point because everybody's personal.
Imagine that being your mission, right? You wake up every day with your mission to be, I'm going to just reiterate to people the same shit that we've been taught all our lives. Going to encourage people not to think for yourselves. Don't think for yourself. Trust us. We have the answers. Look, I have an equation and a book, and I have a picture of a curved earth. And look, you should just trust us because science and because, yeah, right? Reasons, right?
Reasons. Yeah.
Reasons. Don't think for yourself. We don't want that. It's insane, man. It's got to stop.
Yeah, may it never be, man. Like I think all of us who like these pioneers that are in here, man, like we were chosen. I feel like it's like a calling on our life, man, to be these forerunners for uh the for truth, for advocating truth, man. And I've been saying this, man. Like that ground is so sacred, man. If we let up any part of that to indulge some kind of like speculation on what they believe the Earth is, then we start to lose ground, man. Like we start to feel like it's the thing that we're defending or the thing that we uphold every day. The core mission, right, is to always let people know that they can see life in a different way that they've been shown because it has to be something that's self-evident to them and the rest of humanity. Like it's a very noble cause, and I don't care what anybody says because that's what it is. It's noble because you're actually standing up for the person's, like you're fighting for their understanding, even though they don't even know that they're in the fight. They're probably like, I don't care either way if the Earth is a globe or it's flat. Yeah, you do. You know why I know you care? Because you're in here. Curiosity brought you in here. Curiosity is keeping you talking to me. And deep down inside, you do want to know something that actually gives you an indication that you might have it all wrong is bringing you in here and keeping you in here. Maybe keeping you lurking so that you might hear a spark of something that you're like, "Ooh, I didn't think of that before." That's a good point. But that's why every single day, maybe you're just lurking, hoping to waiting to find that one thing that's gonna, turn your heart and your mind into the right way of thinking. And it's not gonna be because these guys come in here, like that one character. Well, all we need to do is go to Antarctica, man. If we just go to Antarctica, that's good enough. And he was saying like, uh, Dude, I've heard this many times before. Well, why are we in here just talking? We're just talking. We're not doing. We need to go do something. That if we do something that changes people's mind, that's what works. I'm like, bro, we've heard people in here that start thinking differently because they thought about the question and they come back and they're like, yeah, I checked it out and I can't find this curvature. Can't see how the earth is a globe. It does, it's effective. It is effective. It's been effective.
People like that, just tell them, yeah, yeah, start that up. Call me, call me when you're ready. I mean, what else the fuck do you want me to do, man? People got shit to do. I got work.
Yeah,
I
no,
got time to go to Antarctica. Unless you starting it up and you could hook me up for the whole ride.
yeah.
Let me know when you got that. What the hell?
I always it sounds silly because it is kind of silly. Like they're gonna grab a boat, they're gonna get a backpack full of bologna sandwiches and a couple of sleeping bags, and they're gonna head down there
Listen,
because it's
I have
that
no
easy.
problem with exploring. I'm all for exploring, especially places that we've never been before. I'm all for that. But if it's in context of, oh, we need to go there to prove globe, no. Is the globe only the globe in Antarctica? No.
Yeah, but
So why do I have to go there to prove it? Are you out of
but
your mind?
yeah, even doing such a thing, nobody's weighed out the cost factor. So even if it was just for the exploration side of it, like the cost factor was not even weighed out. Like they haven't talked about like what it costs to actually organize such a campaign. So if I was to say, oh yeah, let's explore the earth just on the pure merit of exploration, like nothing much but that. Not because we have an agenda, but just because we want to go explore. Because it's curious. We don't know the full extent of the lands of the earth. So let's just say, just for sake of exploration, that we're going to Antarctica and beyond. I sound like Buzz Lightyear. But if I was to do that and just pure on that pure merit, then I would need to know what it costs. What is it going to cost for me to actually organize such a thing? Am I going to go in the wintertime, the summertime, when it's in the sun is closest to the tropic, and we're going to be able to have like better seas. Is there going to be a boat that I need to get? What kind of supplies am I going to need? What kind of materials is it going to take to actually be on that particular continent? Everything. Like I need to weigh out this cost factor. What regulations am I going to need to step forward and sign? Petitions, or I don't know what you might need for all that to take place, but because it's not as easy as somebody thinks it is to just say, "Hey, let's jump in a boat and head south." Like it's if there were that easy, then people everywhere can do it. And not only that, but you have to think about what's already been done to keep that a protected place, so that it's not just as easy as like, oh, we can go to that place from here to there on the basis of just exploring. It's actually a bit more rules and regulations that you have, because obviously the people remember the guy who was a plumber down in Antarctica. Like he was a guy who was stationed there. He said that they would monitor you like anywhere that you would go. Like if you were going to go to another building, they would need to know like you have to do like a check-in. But they were saying something like because they had to do it because they want to make sure that they keep all their staff, that they're not going to get lost or not accounted for. He made some other thing. Because he was a plumber there and he was talking about his experience. It wasn't one that it sounded like he could go freely anywhere he wanted to. Like every place that he went to was very restricted. Like they knew where he was at all times. So I don't know. Like I think because of the fact that people just say things without weighing out the cost factor is a huge issue for those who want to propose that idea, as in if it's something to be considered. And it's a lot. I think it takes a lot, man. To be honest, like it would take a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of time, and if somebody was to organize it, But is it possible?
Yeah, there's a certain extent though. If that's all you're talking about, and that's like literally all you're focusing on, and you're not talking about like the things that you just said, like cost factor and all that, well then you're just saying it. You're just saying words, right? And you might just be saying it based on how unrealistic that reality is. for you to get there. Maybe you just want us to focus on that all day long. Let's go to Antarctica. The one place we can't go, you want to say, let's go all day, right? Like, to me, that's like a distraction.
Yeah, these guys are known as provocateurs. They're known as rabble rousers, which they insert this idea to stir up a group, and this tactic has been known to be done when there's a group of people, or they consider an organized group, to throw in a wrench into that group and make them turn, because it happens that like people are marching for a noble cause, anywhere on the earth, and all of a sudden here comes this guy that got a brick and he throws it through the mom and pop store because they just want to destroy things. And so because they're in a group setting, you know how greed takes over, and then there's a mob mentality that ensues, and people start rioting, looting, and then all of a sudden you got that mob mentality where you're like, dude, there's Nike shoes in here, I'm gonna go run and get some of these things, and and so it doesn't become what it was supposed to be meant to be used for, because a provocateur was inserted, or provocateurs. Like, it could have been a couple of guys that came in and acted like they were a part of the group, and once they start rioting and looting, then everybody else starts doing that too, because they see that guy doing monkey see monkey do kind of thing. And then so you're fighting against this whole idea, like, well, this noble cause just turned into garbage because now it's all about destruction, right? And that sort of thing. So that's what these guys come in here to do. They want that same. They want to insert set rebel rouse arguments, and why aren't we not all taking up action, and let's go do the damn thing. Let's go, guys. I got this. I can organize. I got a petition. Let's go sign it. No, man, it's not happening. These are the tactics, guys. These are the tactics. These are the things they use. Other than coming in here with the truth, they'll start coming in here with those things. Or they'll pretend to be a flat earther and talk about evolution. Oh my goodness. I think back to all the times that the discussions that we've had, but I'm grateful we're at here at this point now. But we need all the ones that are new to this topic to now take the lead. We need Flatty to be coming in here and just, now he's well. We're gonna have to next Glow Birther comes in there, Flatty. You're on point.
Yeah, I'm learning, man. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm training.
Nah, it's all good, bro. I'm just saying. But yeah, they got nothing for us, so. They don't come into Nathan's anymore, huh, Chocolate? Those guys?
Nah. Nah, they don't. Every once in a blue moon, you'll get like somebody, maybe like virus, Akumu virus or somebody, but yeah, these long-term knuckleheads, they don't come in anymore. Nowadays, we're fighting more with other flat earthers who want to talk about ether and shit like that. Like,
yeah,
okay, like, yeah. That's been all the rage lately again. So I don't know why.
Well, I mean, yeah, the conversation has shifted too.
I mean, sometimes I'll be on the show and I'll be like, "Hey, the Glovers just want to come in with like boats go over the curve. Like, let's go over that one, just like real quick." But they don't do that anymore. Apparently, that story is not aging very well.
I haven't heard the core of the Earth, the molten iron core. Like, I haven't heard that argument come up.
No, nobody argues that. Nobody's argued that in like 4 years. I don't remember the last time somebody argued that crap. Could be longer.
Maybe.
what, in 22? I think I started going on Nathan's in
2016? No.
16. Yeah, I
Wow.
think
It
16.
has been longer than 4 years. They
Yeah,
don't.
man.
I think it was mainly the young people that were in here, the younger ones that would talk about like the like how do earthquakes happen then? If we don't have a like a molten iron core, because that does get taught like in what? I'd say either middle school or elementary or not. Oh, what age group is it? Maybe it's been a while, but I think it's like middle school that gets taught like the crust of the earth because it's shifting, plate tectonics, and the reason why earthquakes happen. And because we have a molten iron core, we can know that earthquakes and the plate shifting, and there's explanations, reasons, right?
Yeah, there's always reasons.
All right, we got somebody just jumped in our chat. It looks like with the what are those characters? Is that Russian? See, he's at the bottom of the chat next to you, Chocolate. Looks like. He's got a picture of a little kid looking through like.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Does he have the ability to speak? Let me see. No. Okay, let me unmute you. Hey, welcome to the group, man. I just unmuted you. You have control of your mic. You can join in the conversation, by the way, if you want to. Hello. Bye-bye. Hanging out with Daj. What's up, Daj?
Hey, buddy. Listening to you guys. It's always, well, it's not always been my contention, but it is my contention that, you guys did so much fighting and scrapping over the debate itself, right? But we really are kind of in a post-flat Earth debate world, in a sense. I mean, it's not over. We're really, the next battlefield is almost philosophy, like, what do you really believe in? I think, one of the beauties of flat Earth realization, or at least realizing the world around you kind of works completely different than what you've been told, is that now you got to do a little introspection, a little self-analysis, self-assessment, and figure like, well, okay, I'm on my own now. What do I really believe? I think that's the instinct, is to protect that.
Yeah, there can be other sidebar conversations that can be
For some people, that's too much work to actually have to now think
Sure.
about what the world is. They need to be told. I've been told that. Like, I've been told, like, I don't want to think about what it is. I was already told what it is. I'm cool with that. All the scientists, everybody, all the smart people. I guess smart people don't exist anymore, right? All the smart people have done the
Right.
math and they did the measurements and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow. I just sit there like, wow, bro. Like, you're just giving up your authority just like that. Because they taught you when you was a little baby. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy. I'm sorry, man. But at some point, like, if you're just a normie who just never heard of this going on, and, it's weird to you that people are having this conversation, that's one thing. But if you've been in this for years, and you still believe because people gave you something to believe, then that's insane.
Yeah. Well,
It's sad, actually.
Well, yeah, I kind of agree. It's also like, why almost like you can't hurt a flat earther's feelings, right? Because we're pretty confident in what we understand, and frankly, I think most of us see it as kind of a privilege, right, to have this insight. And so it's kind of sad for him, and that's where I think the philosophy comes into play, because it's like a lot of these guys that are on these forums, coming in and trying to pick on newbies and whatever they do, all they're really trying to do is just defend their worldview, right? Like they don't believe in anything, and so the globe gives them some objectiveness, in an otherwise subjective world.
I like when they get emotional and ask, why are you mad? Why are you upset? I don't understand.
Right.
Who are you mad at? Or maybe you should go outside and kick the ground because you're mad at the earth. You're not mad at me. You're mad at the earth because it's not what some other guy told you it is.
Yeah.
So now the earth is a problem. Nah, earth's not a problem. Earth is just earth.
Yeah.
You were just telling a story about it.
You gotta give them a globe and say, point to where they touched you, like what hurt you,
I walk into work sometimes like, hey, anybody found the curvature yet? Nah.
Yeah, man.
They just look at me like, oh god, it's bad.
It's funny, man. When I hear you, obviously you're at work you're on the show, and I hear about it. I'm always contemplating, man, like, yeah, what? Because people mention from time to time that they're having that conversation with coworkers, but I mean. Your coworkers are like at work with a heavy, what I'm saying? They're at work with like a heavy flat earther, So it's like, of course we all get along, and I think flat earthers are generally people who see the world as it is, tend to be pretty easygoing people, right? Because we're seeking truth. But and you're so far past the point of like having to force it on them. But these people in the room with the with the true flat earther,
Yeah, they don't like it sometimes. even with just basic shit, they're like, even when we get handed out shit at work to read, and if I find something, I spot something wrong with it. This happened a couple years ago with the whole fucking Corona crap.
Oh yeah, forget about it, man.
They were passing shit out, and I'm reading it. I'm like, you got problems here, here, and here. They're like, yo, you don't ever stop with the asking questions and shit. And I'm like, bro, you're not gonna just bullshit me, bro. What do you think? It's just about the earth? No, it's about fucking reality. Like, you're just not gonna just pass me a paper and say that says something and it doesn't say that, but you're gonna make me think it says that? What? That doesn't work, bro. Sorry. Yep. I'm gonna be that pain in the ass every day, all day. I don't care. Sorry if you got emotions about it.
Yeah,
man. That time of passing y'all little teddy bears to replace your model. I'm not doing that with anything anymore.
Yeah, you get like that with people. I think about that with family, where they're just like, stop, man. Would you stop just like, breaking things down? Stop.
Nope, won't be stopping anytime soon.
No doubt. Anyways, I got to drop off, guys. Thanks, Megs and everybody. Thank you for your time, and have a wonderful day.
Yeah, check you later, Dej.
Yeah, you too, bro. Good to meet you, man. Yeah, bro. Snacks in the back with this shit already. It's a wrap.
DJ spinning requests.
All day, man.
I don't know, man. Just like Dash was saying, it's kind of like a post argument kind of thing that we live in a post argument world.
Yeah, I know exactly how that feels. Yep.
But you know what I got my mind focused on, man. So I'm all about that at the moment, and then I come in here, every now and again because I see the remnants of like those days, you know. Remember when we used to have those conversations? I'd be in here talking to people about like, because it's cool that we don't have to have that same opposition that we used to. Now it's more of just training the rest of the people that come in here to be well equipped, you know, showing them like we can't just be handing people arguments, you know. All right, I'll give you the globe. Let's say the globe is what it is. Now let's talk about gravity. Newtonian or Einsteinian? I ain't gonna give you the globe. You gotta tell me how that thing exists first if you want me to do something. Like that's the new thing. It's like show them that you can't just give them things just because they want it to be the case. All right, I'll give you Middle Earth. Now just tell me how these orcs actually exist. You know, how could an orc exist on what the hell?
Nah, we won't be doing. We won't be doing that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm really just it's microwave flat Earth time. You're gonna have to demonstrate to me. I always say that now. How the curvature of the Earth was measured and when this was measured a long time ago, because you didn't sure come up with this idea that the point that you think that the Earth is a globe, you don't experience a globe. So who put that in your mind? The teacher? Where did they get that information from? Where was its origins? And after you figure that out, when you tell me that you found out the origin, now you're gonna have to tell me how they figured out what's a globe. And you know, like the thing I like about that is that when they actually start to think about that, they can't really figure out how it's been known to be a globe. Which is funny because if you didn't know how it was established, how in the hell are you defending it now? And why is it so important that you're defending it if it was never established? Wouldn't it have to be established somewhere? And at least that way you can be like assured that it's quote unquote settled, you know? But you know, and that's about it. I ain't going over to the ring laser gyro or talking about how that is or is not providing evidence of the Earth motion, axis rotation. That's we're already far into like the whole these derivative topics, or too far into the discussion. All of that is old and busted.
That's just
All of that is old and busted, bro.
I mean, we can
Swear.
tear that down. That's not the issue. I think the issue here is now we're not going to have to go through the dog and pony show anymore. You're going to come forward in front of the council and tell us, because we're all listening, how you're going to provide evidence. None of this, I'm going to back and forth and nope. None of that. Let's get right down to it. And that's the part I like.
I'm at work, so sometimes I'll just get quiet for a bit.
Nah, it's cool, man. Same here. I'm just chilling out with you guys in the morning. I had to take care of a few things before I head off to my my job.
I just want to say good morning, Mike. Check to everybody. How's everybody doing?
It's Dave Hinkle, everybody. What's up, Dave?
What's going on,
What
man?
up, Dave?
Hey, Chocolate.
Good morning to you, Dave. How you doing?
I'm getting by. Everything's going along. Daily struggle, you know how it goes. You were just kind of inspiring me to think when you were talking there how the irony of this whole thing, this debate is over, but the vast majority of the people don't even realize it went on, or they thought it was over to start with the other way.
Mm-hmm.
that's what we're fighting now. Is just the ignorance of people, like you were saying, just establishing first principles. You know, if you've got a spear, then how do they figure out it was a spear? And seems like such a simple thing, but that gets right to the root of it.
It
I
does.
mean, that's where all the information comes from. You know, somebody had to have figured out this sphericity at some point, but
Yep.
seems kind of elusive, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it's essential, right? First principle is essential because if I'm going to be speaking to you about a topic, and if I don't know how it originated, then I can't just call it a foregone conclusion. It needs to be established or at least settled in a way that it can be established that somebody figured it out. That's why we're having the conversation today. Or if I have some demonstration to show, then what gave me the idea that I know what I'm talking about? Where did that come from? Like, so a lot of the times in these discussions, it doesn't get back to that. It only talks about like what they can provide as evidence. And I think that's all good and well. But the thought about what they're thinking, they're perceiving the earth to be, wouldn't even be in their minds in the first place if it wasn't taught to them. So you always go back a bit of regression, right? Okay, so your teacher taught you, fine. Or you read it in a book, that's fine. Where did that information come from? Okay, so you go back to maybe you follow the trail, right? And it goes back to like the publishing company. Where did the publishing company get that information from? Okay, so now they got that information from this source. Where did that source get its information from? Follow it all back to its logical origin, and then really start to talk about how they established that the earth was what they say it is. You know, once you're at that point, then you can say, okay, I know now how they established the earth was a globe. So it gives me validation to speak of the thing that I'm saying now. So at least I can say this is what they've done to settle that understanding. They took this measurement, and then we can now say, okay, it was established, it was taught. Now you know. Now you can provide the evidence. So it's like a chain. This chain that it follows of like how you understand this to be true. It's never been really looked at. It's only just been, okay, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Really? Show me. And then it was like they don't know how to provide evidence, of course, but we're not. It still goes far back than that. It goes all the way back to its origin. So the claim has a foundation, so to speak, and they don't know where it came from.
Yeah, that's the key. Just getting people back to that point of origin, like Chocolate says in his song. It's just not logical to postulate you live on a sphere with no sphericity, right, Chocolate?
Yes, sir. I love it when you spit that.
That's the point of origin. I mean, it's a ball. We have to establish it's a ball to start with. That sounds so simplistic to a lot of people, and it goes right above, just whizzes right past them. But they need to stop and say, wait a minute, how did they actually establish it is a ball? And if they actually think about that, then they're on their way, It's just get them to that point.
Yeah, we don't have to think that far though, because we can rely on Google or Siri or Alexa nowadays. So it used to be that people would go and learn knowledge by being taught at school or going to the library. But that has changed now. Everything's changed. The way we attain information is a lot faster. It's a lot more easily attainable. But now, because of the fact that we have these other tools of obtaining information, they can be it's the information there is a bit more malleable in that it can be changed, like Wikipedia. Like if you're looking for source of information there, anybody can change stuff. Like it's really now just whatever somebody claims they can perceive the earth to be, they're just going to insert that into like those types of medias. So when you go there and you research, you're going to be looking up somebody's thoughts and feelings versus like where the original information came from. And so that doesn't help you, because I think Eratosthenes was even talked about. I've heard it being said like 2 sticks, 2 wells, 1 well and 1 stick, and I've different things. And like I don't correct it because it's like, who cares, right? That's not proof of anything. But at the same time, they're not even. What is the story? Is it what they're saying? Do they know the story? And where did they even hear about the story? You know, like what? That's even if he was a real guy. You know, like
Yeah, you're making a good point though. Like information has been so muddied and generalized and opinionated, and people don't want to take the time to actually dig for real information anymore. You know what I mean? They
yeah,
just they just look whatever Google says. Oh, go with it. Wikipedia, okay. But that's a valid point. It's people have let things get so generalized that they really don't care about specifics anymore. Generally speaking,
yep, yeah. That's all I'm saying, Dave. Is that we need to get them at least talking about how they know, because if they haven't thought about it, then they're just going based upon trying to show you what they think. And it's like, I don't want to know what you think. I want to know why you think it. Who told you? Who's the teacher? Okay, where did you teach it? And you just keep going all the way back to where they can say, validate the information as to like how they know. And once you figure that out, then you're like, okay, so the origin of this leads us all the way back here, and now we can establish that they know. But if we can't establish that, then what story are you actually listening to? Is it something where somebody just thought of an idea and then passed it forward, and now you believe it wholeheartedly without investigating the point? Because that's not useful to anyone. Just a nice story.
if those are valid points, Mickey. It's at some point in our past, who knows when, but these astronomers or whoever it was started making up stories and writing it in books and teaching it in schools, and everybody just went along to get along, right? And nobody
Yep.
went back. Nobody went back to pull up the roots and said, "Wait a second, we're on this ball. Somebody show me a measurement of this ball." Or those voices got drowned out too much, I guess.
Yep.
There was voices, but the consensus took over, I guess, is the easiest way to put it, right? But
It's so
here we
essential.
are in our little group to stand up for truth, and I'm proud to be part of it. So you guys go ahead.
No, I appreciate you, sir. You've been a stalwart sentinel here in the group, and always bringing us back to that. So as far as I know, you, Dave, you've always been that guy. So I'm thankful you're a part of the group, man. Like that's
And right back at you, Maggie. I'm just here trying to do my little part for truth. I want to see my grandchildren have a chance to grow up and actually experience life the way it's meant to be, whatever that means, without being told a bunch of bullshit and believing it. But we're all here most of us are here for good reasons. And all the guys on here right now are. But anyway, we got a VC verified in here. Have you tried to talk to him yet? Be
uh,
remote.
I haven't. No.
Hello, be remote. Would you like to speak with us?
Do you have the ability to do that, Dave?
He's VC verified.
Oh, he's VC.
I do have the ability, but it looks like he
Sorry, my English very bad because I don't talking about.
Well, I understood that sentence, but if you don't want to talk, I understand. Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
What language do you speak? Can you say that?
Turkish.
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 I think we need Turkish people on here, Miggy. I don't know if or not.
Any guys from Turkish in here?
I want to say we have someone in here from Turkey. Sasha in here? I don't think Sasha can speak that language.
Wow. Sasha know Turkish language?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's another language he speaks.
Okay.
Did you know the Quran says the earth is flat, dude?
I believe the flat earth. Okay.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think dome firmament and the water above is real. I believe that.
Nice.
Dang, Witsit, you don't even have to do anything anymore. You speak and it's already.
It's a wrap automatically.
we were talking about it, man. We're like, dude, we're so post like the argument anymore. It's like now Witsit says, "Hey, what do you think?" And they're like, "I know, man. I get you." You're like, "I haven't said anything yet." What the hell? It's you're that effective nowadays.
If everyone was just as cool as this guy. This guy said the water's above too. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're Gucci now, man.
I've
We
been
got it.
posting this picture to Glover, so just like, so you see it's like showing water level in different containers, and then that bottom one is the sea level. So it's like you see it's pointing out that the water level is at the same height, you know. And so at the bottom, that bottom picture is impossible on a globe, you know, right? Because the water on the right would actually be beneath, like lower than the one on the left.
I like this image, dude. I'm stealing it.
Yeah, dude, it just like short circuits their brain, bro.
I'm actually saving it.
You would think it wouldn't have to be any more simpler than that, right? Like you would think it would just be, oh, okay, and I get it, great. Let's move on. Snack to the back. Nope. Somehow they're gonna try to convince you this is happening around
Hey.
the ball.
I can already tell you how they would spin it, man. Because you know the second image where it shows the U shape, they're gonna see the meniscus happening in the tube. They're gonna be like, "Yeah, but it's curving in there. What do you got to say about that?" Like, you know what I mean? Because we've heard the sophist arguments, man. We know what they're like. The idiotic arguments are gonna be like. But I mean, this is really a knockdown proof, to be honest, man. Like, this is if they argue this, then there's absolutely something short circuiting in them.
Yeah, I haven't even really got them to argue it, to be honest. They just kind of change the subject.
Because this is literally reality, man. Like, what? You can't. How are you going to argue this? How can you argue this?
Exactly.
Yeah. You'd be like, I'm just gonna leave this right here, guys. Have a nice day.
Well, like what they'll do is they'll act like they don't understand it. They'll act like they don't understand what it's saying or how it pertains to flat Earth. You know, so that's their first step, is to just plead ignorance. Well,
Yeah.
obviously, right on the globe over here on the right side of this third picture is going to be lower. It's not water level is not the same on a globe, right? It's not equal height. So seems very, very simple. So basically, you could never use this.
Something so simple, they make it so complicated. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, you're good. It's just like as simple as this dotted line could not be used as a horizontal reference for any measurements if the Earth was a globe. All right, like that's how we get the depths of the ocean measurements. That's how we get elevation above it.
Yeah, like that's the funny part, right? Like they couldn't get any angles if they weren't working on a flat Earth. So literally, your whole sphere model came from flat Earth elevation angles. That's the funny thing. So when Biggie's asking her, where'd your glow come from? Here's where it came from. A flat Earth.
Literally.
Literally.
That's why I could respect a Glober if they could like honestly admit that, you know, everything comes from like a flat Earth assumption, and they just can't really do that.
Yeah, not even if it's in the flight manuals will they admit that. Even if you show them things that's already in the manual itself, they're flying over a flat stationary Earth.
Yeah, I showed them a video of me talking to these pilots a couple weeks ago. Kai and I were talking to these pilots, and I showed like a 10-second clip where I'm saying, so basically what you're saying is the Earth spins and curves, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. He's like, yeah, pretty much. I'm like, so it could be flat and stationary.
No, that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
They were getting so mad. They're like, you're over here bombarding pilots, taping them without their permission, and then misrepresenting them and cutting out a piece of it. I'm like, dude, we told them that we were going to record them, and they agreed to talk to us. We talked for like 5 minutes while we were both sitting down eating. No one was bombarding anyone. You know what I'm saying?
That's literally probably the only argument they thought they could have a foothold on, that you were documenting them without their knowledge.
Yeah. And like, dude, because I had to fly a lot for like a week or two. And every time, dude, I got off the plane, I asked the pilot. So, pretty flat up there, huh? That's all I would ask them. And all of them were like, oh, yeah, of course. Like, they don't even think about it. It's so obvious, you know.
No, I like it, man.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, if they paid attention during their training, they were trained to fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? So there you go.
After you deal with this issue, with it, maybe you and Kai can do like you guys should have like a show where you invite like Globers, who, you know, like a truth show or something.
That's not a bad idea. I think that like we have such losers that stalk my channel, you know. Like I think that the really malicious comments like get to her more than me, you know. Like I don't know that it's like the best place for females. That's why we don't really have many public females that are publicly flat earthers. Right? Like we don't have many females that make flat earth content because the loser gamma males that love their balls, they're like so malicious, you know, to the females. Now they don't have, because they don't ever actually talk to females in real life, but they're just so mean. Like they say the meanest things they can think of to the females, and I think it kind of gets the females more, you know.
Yeah, because they can. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're just more emotionally driven, you know. Like,
And it's not fair because I mean they use those tactics to. It that's sucks.
well, they get really mad when if they see like a pretty girl talking about flat Earth, like they hate that because they're so thirsty as individuals that they like kind of short circuit. Like, dude, they've said some of the meanest stuff about my wife, bro. And like, okay, it's probably one of the few things that will kind of upset me at one point, you know, like talking about my family or like my girl or something. But overall, I just know they're losers. I can like detach from all of it. But females don't seem to be the same way. Like Jaren's wife, same thing. That's why she never wanted to make any content. That's why Kai doesn't really want to. You know, that's why, like, because it would help Flat Earth a lot to have like pretty females that make videos. But I don't know.
All it is projection and insecurity, man. Like people like that, they do that shit just because it makes them feel better about themselves, regardless of how it makes everybody else feel.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
of
just,
course.
yeah, you are right. You are right, though, man. Females are emotionally driven more so than men. We are logical. I mean, that's not an insult. That's just fact. So I guess just try to break it down to her. You know, it's all projection and insecurity coming from them on their
Well,
end.
she knows that, right? Like she knows. Like for example, like Gamma Pandas. I deleted that server a while back, but like the people on there, they like she knows that they're oddly actually obsessed with my channel, and they watch all my videos, and they just like hate that, like that it looks like flat earther is enjoying himself or anything like that. She knows, you see what I'm saying? Like she has the logical foundation to understand these people, right? But it doesn't matter. It's just something about it. Whenever there's like a personally aimed attack of any specificity to a female, it like stings more. You know, like it's really easy for Jaren and I to just laugh it off, but like his wife, Kai, like it's just different, bro. It's sad because you know that would really change a lot if you had like a pretty female presenting flat Earth to you the first time you heard it. It definitely wouldn't hurt, you know. Or like they're just more gentle, you know.
That's why I
Man,
think
you
I might
should
do
check.
something with her.
it'd be cool that if you guys have a show where you guys are in tandem, like bringing callers on, maybe one on one or just having a little panel. I think that would be something to listen to because the dynamic of you and her being like the husband and wife, kind of doing it does bring like unity within the structure of like how you guys, you know what I mean, like the journey of coming to like this, what the show is, and just having people who don't, they would feel more comfortable in that atmosphere, I guess is what I'm saying. They'd be able to talk about things. You could reach a different demographic than you would if you were just like doing it by yourself or she was doing it by herself.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. And like her just doing it by herself, she could reach a different demographic. I'll be honest, like I don't really want her to do it by herself, like um because dude, I just know I'm just wise enough to know that it would just be a big like the comments will get to her and it'll be a big deal. And then so she maybe could turn off comments, but that kind of sucks, you know. And yeah, I don't know. Like I'm all for us doing something together. Or I mean, if she wanted to do something, I would never be like, no. You know, I'm just saying I can tell. But what's cool is Kai's pretty smart too. So like she knows that also. Like she kind of knows that. Like it's not like I have to tell her, but it's kind of a recipe for disaster. In a way, it's a recipe for disaster. Like on my channel, it'd be fine. But I just know like when we do a debate, for example, right? Like Kai checks the comments a lot on our video, you know? Like she checks them pretty frequently for the first couple days. And I'm like, whoa, you don't want to go read the modern day debate comments. Just chill out.
Oh, yeah, they're pretty bad.
Uh, we do have like this, we have this pretty, like she's a decently pretty Twitch streamer that wants to do a interview with us. So maybe that, I forgot her name, Conspiracy Queen or something like that. Just think about how crazy you have to be on the internet and like see a girl talking and then be like, I want to ruin this girl's life in the form of a comment. It's so weird.
Yeah, maybe people like that should try to actually go get laid in real life.
Exactly. Or like, dude, they just make up these things in their mind, I think, and they're not really even intellectualizing it, but it's to kind of make them comfortable with their belief that flat Earth is stupid and provably wrong. That's all I think it is. Like when I was in I guess Earth Awakenings or whatever, there's like a Glober in there that's very clearly like watches all my videos and stuff, and he's like, you're just a e-bag. You're speaking on the internet. I hate people that are dishonest. And this is after he's lied like 20 times. He's like, because everyone in the room, even the Glovers, were like, dude, why are you so obsessed with his personal life? Like, calm down. And he's just, I just hate when people lie. Like, they want to convince themselves that they're virtuous or something. Like, but really, it's because they need to convince themselves that all flat earthers are like degenerate, lying, dumb people. And they really need that. It's like many of them.
Sounds like a. Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good.
I was gonna say it sounds like a comment martyr that you got on your hands.
Yeah, well, this person's verbally exchanging with me though. This story, right? And he's like, just begging for money to go to South Dakota. I'm like, yeah, I've already spent like many thousands of dollars on a free speech case I could have just folded on for like $200 fine. And I told the people that support my channel that if they would like to help me get to South Dakota, that would be cool. Which you're like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, you just e-bag, but then of course, because your RV as motor doesn't work. Like, just make stuff up, you know.
I mean, imagine you could focus all that energy into an actual argument that you had, you know, instead of all the nonsense that they're talking about. Let's make up shit about what's it. No, how about you go find the curvature and show us where the
Yeah.
fuck that is, and we can wrap this up real quick. Anything they got is tactical, a tactical distraction. That's all they have left.
Yeah, man. And it's like not even just put all that effort into actually going and looking at the conversation honestly. You know? Like, my goodness. I don't know. What is your opinion on that? Like, anyone in here, like, these people that you know, they have fully heard the true flat Earth position, and they act like that. You know, like, what's your take on that? Like, I mean, more specific question, I guess. Like, do you think that those people have any chance of ever, you know, like, publicly accepting it?
I have a friend like that on the internet. The only reason he's my friend is because I've known him for well over a decade. But anyways, that's not the point. So he has heard the flat Earth argument many times from me and has conceded to a lot of it, but won't just say, "Okay, you know, you're right, it's flat," but has conceded to basically every argument that I've presented to him. But he's the type of person that, you know, even if he believes in something, he will still troll and on the internet and make people basically argue amongst themselves off of like one or two comments that he makes. Does that make sense? It's like a fucking South Park episode, man. It's really weird. But man, I'm really tired. I knew how I wanted to answer your question on that one, but basically, people just kind of do that shit for shits and giggles. To be honest, they find it funny, and they don't see that it can kind of hurt people in some type of ways. They just find the humor in being disruptive on whatever scale.
Right. But, like, do you think that those type of people that, like, the different types of people we're describing, do you think they have a chance to ever, like, accept it, like, publicly accept it?
Not until Fox News or CNN basically admits it. No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think even if that happened, they would just delete the server. You know, they'd delete the other, like, the Globe Zealots on Discord would just delete the Flat Earth servers or leave them. Like, if in that scenario, I don't even think that they could ever publicly. I don't know. It's like sad because you can see they put themselves in a much more difficult position. You know, like, we found out about it and then we try to tell people around us, and they were not very receptive typically for the most part. and you're like, damn, like, should I just let this go, keep this to myself? Like, am I sure about this? Double check it. Like, it's not the easiest process anyway for a lot of people. Like, they've made it a much more difficult process for themselves because it was going to require so much more humility. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a process of humility for everyone in a way, because you have to humble yourself to maybe be ridiculed by people that are less informed, put yourself in this stigmatized like idea of just like some corner of people, and you have to humble yourself that for one you were tricked this whole time to just kind of you were lulled to sleep where you just assumed the earth was a ball. You didn't never even perceive that was a question to address. It requires a lot of humility. But the people that have gone out, certainly for years, like vehemently opposed to the flat earth and involved in the intricacies of all these arguments, like for you to have to come out 5 years later and say, oh, I was wrong, the earth is flat, is going to be way more difficult. They could say the same thing for us, right? Like if we were to find proof of the globe, you would never admit it. That's what they were trying to say to me yesterday. I'm like, my dude, what makes you think that makes any sense? Most flat earthers didn't want to be a flat earther. I'm like, so I couldn't have a 6-figure job, like with incentives and commissions because of it. So how does that fit in your theory? Like the difference is to even say the earth is flat, and refutable evidence of something else, then that would be different.
I'd say fight the good fight, even though it feels like it's falling on deaf ears. Fight the good fight, because ultimately the cause is noble and it's bigger than all of us. So I said this before with it, it's like what we talk about in here is like sacred ground. And if we give that up, like for any reason, like whatever it is, then we let go a piece of what, rational thinking, critical thinking, being able to logically, consistently make points, and we start to give that up. So even if it convinces the party in which we're speaking to or not, it becomes irrelevant because the cause in which we are fighting for daily is noble. I think we all know that, but I think it becomes more clear when we hear that one voice that comes back and says, thank you because of your channel, because of what you said. I went and thought about it and I came back and now I can see clearly that it's not what they said it is. So even if you made a difference in the life of one person, I think it was all worth it. It was worth all the ridicule. It was worth all the trouble, the strife. I think that because of that, we get up every day. We come into this server. We have these debates, be it an argument or a discussion or whatever it is, because it's a noble cause. It's not without its own rewarding system. We do get people that hear the things that we say and then come back and, like I said, at least acknowledge that their lives have been changed because of it. And I think that's why we do it. We don't do it for the fame, because, like as you said, if you wanted to, you could have been a Glober and been making a lot of money. I mean, if the guy's theory was to pan out, like nobody really wanted this because we know the opposition we were going to receive. But I think we're doing it because this cause is bigger than all of us. The fight for this sacred ground is ultimately of most importance. And some people maybe have not looked at it in that light before. They have not, like the truthers in here haven't seen like, wow, it really is important. Like to actually stand on a point and not be moved, so that like people can see what it means to critically think about a topic. And I think that it's important. That's why it's important that we continue to stick together within the group that we know, like the people that have been here a while. We stick together. We continually help edify each other to move forward. And because sometimes it's hard, bro. Like I'm saying, like what is it all worth? You know, like really, what is it all worth to continue to fight this fight? You know, is it even worth my time getting up in the morning and talking to people about truth if it just keeps getting laughed at and spit upon and all that? But we all know why. You know, it's important. But anyway, just my 2 cents, bro.
I understand the importance of it, but I just don't. This is my take, so I don't judge anybody else's opinion on it at all. This is just my own individual take. I don't see it as a fight anymore. It's just ignorance, or you can see, you have the eyes to see that that's really all what it boils down to. This is why I don't debate. You guys are the intelligent ones. You guys are the debaters and shit like that. You guys are the ones who actually lay down facts versus not facts. So I can't see it as a fight anymore. It's just you either get it or you don't. That's just my personal take on it.
Yeah, I feel you.
Excuse me. Do your senses work? The guy who just spoke? I'm not sure who that was.
Yeah, man. You know me as
Your
Brad.
senses work? There you
Yeah,
go.
man,
So
it's Brad.
you are intelligent enough to understand the world that you live on.
No, like
Don't ever say like, oh, I'm not smart enough or I'm not intelligent. You guys, nah. I hate that shit. I hate when people take their own intelligence and their own authority and just shit on it. Don't do that.
no. I wasn't belittling myself. I apologize. I chose the wrong words. I hear what you're saying. I completely respect that you kind of put me in my place like that. I did not mean to belittle myself and push you guys above me. That was not my intentions at all. What I'm saying is you guys obviously think different than I do. You guys obviously retain information better than I do, and I have accepted that a long time ago. That has nothing to do with me versus you guys or anything like that. That doesn't make you guys better than me, vice versa. What I'm saying is, fuck, yeah, you're right though. You're
Nah,
right. I
it's
wasn't
cool,
trying to
man.
belittle myself, man.
I wasn't really
All I was
coming
saying,
at you in that way. It's just, when I hear people say, "Oh, I'm not smart enough to know," or somebody else knows that's smarter than me, when that shit, that kind of thing, kind of actually triggers me a little bit. So I'm like, no, you're not. No,
well,
no, no. Stop. You know what I mean? Like you are. That's the Jedi trick. They've convinced people that they're not smart enough to do certain things and think certain ways because they want you to think what they told you they want you to think. Right?
Yeah,
agreed.
you
I
could a
agree.
million percent
I agree
debate
with you.
flat Earth and win a million times, bro.
I have won debates before, and I have pushed people over the edge to flat Earth, like more than enough, more than enough. So I hear what you're saying. Like I said, man, I chose the wrong words
No, it's all good.
to
You're good,
yeah.
brother. You're
I
good.
think it's a critique I love, right? Like because maybe just the solution would be to be more specific. Like everyone has their own aptitudes or whatever, right? So it's like you can say I'm not the best at having to quickly go into intricate details about whatever, but like you may resonate way better. Like a lot of people would interpret me as like off-putting, like I'm so like da da da, like in your face, like overly assertive to them or aggressive, they would even say, right? So it's like, yeah, I think that's the beauty of it. The only way to successfully get it out is to kind of have all the different approaches integrated. Like like for I know people that you just have a real conversation with them and they've never heard about it, and it's just like to the point and simple, and they're gonna respect that as opposed to they would tune out of maybe me talking about special relativity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, I think the chill vibe, but I guess what I think, man, is you said it, which is that it really does just come down to ignorance and like having eyes to see, So I think that's a pretty perfect assessment. That's where we are now, and that's why I think Flat Earth's on the tipping point, because I think there are lots of people that when they really hear the truth, they're not going to lie about it. and the only way they got away with it this long is they got everyone to not look at it, like to turn their head from it, and subconsciously they do this because of the uncomfortability of if it were true.
I just like to say though, I'm proud of all you guys who've been sticking in the fight for this many years. I've been reflecting back for like a couple weeks now, but I'm looking at it like everybody who's been in the fight, because it's a fight for the good fight. You guys have been in there this long. I commend you for it, and I thank you for being this long in the fight, and even still today you have that compassion to look at things and like how to approach the topic. So yeah, good on everybody in here. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. So I'm gonna say this real quick. Like they were talking about atomism in the chat. So I said, you have two fundamental options: atomism or a background. Meaning it's like just a fundamental. It's basically, I don't want to call it philosophy, but it's like a metaphysical claim of basically the fabric of existence. So you see, it is kind of, I don't know, it definitely involves philosophy. So it's like a philosophical determination at the outset of how you're going to, interpret existence, like everything you observe. And atomism makes this claim that there are these little pieces of matter that are balls that are just bombarding all over the place. And inside them, they have all these different, subatomic particles. And everything's just these little material balls bouncing all over the place. And if you can remove all of them, you've removed everything. So that's one fundamental way to try to interpret the world. Or there's like a background medium, and you were experiencing characteristics of the background. It's like, I don't know, there's not another option, I don't think. I mean, I've never heard, like, you can say, well, I don't know either one of those, and I think those are both limited speculation, so I'm not going to make a claim. And that's cool. But when people try to hold on to atomism and, and not understand what it really is the only time I feel the need to interject. Atomism is pseudoscientific philosophy of materialism.
So
Morning.
there's always this chance that when a certain person in a certain story says the words, "You will not surely die," to these people in this story, and you look at the details of that statement and you analyze how true is this statement, does it have any truth at all, and how much of a lie is it? And you look for these common themes about how lies work and what elements of truth do they have. And it's like the vapor of an illusion of truth. Not even really a clear illusion of truth, but that's why I'm including the vapor of an illusion of truth. It's not utter and complete total lie. Often, if not always, lies are enveloped by an illusion of truth. So
Right.
I don't think that atomism has to be rejected in a total way, but maybe understand some of the insinuations of it are the lie.
Right. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say, right? Like the base interpretation is what, like, that you're going into. So the truth that you're talking about, both sides have the same truth, which is just like empirical, observable evidence, testable, And so both sides have that. atomism is just a framework of interpretation. Like so it's like I say that about quantum mechanics, for example. Like I like to make it very clear that I'm not like violently opposed to anything done under quantum mechanics. I actually think that it's very experimentally valid in lots of ways. But the phenomena that they're isolating are what they call different particles. That's just based on a framework of interpretation. And, and it is derived of the limit of materialism. They're two fundamentally different philosophical worldviews, which are going to make you interpret the truth differently.
Sure.
So that's
A misunderstanding of something is going to lead to false conclusions.
Yeah, I don't deny that we can isolate what people call electrons. You know what I'm saying? I just deny what they claim an electron is. And it's because there's no proof at all, 0%, that exists to prove what they claim it is. It's pseudoscience in its purest form.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're making a claim that there's a little ball there. They love to make these stories up with balls, man. You're literally claiming everything is made up of little balls, little pieces of matter that are spheres. So, I mean, that's a cool story, bro.
Are you referring to like a quanta of light?
Sure, great example. Any
Yeah, I don't. I kind of. It does. I don't like that. It's stated that that's the limit when we're just using the limit of a device, or I don't know. I feel you though.
Yeah, it's just an interpretation of
To an
whatever
extent,
the device can isolate. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like humans scratching their heads, like actually like cavemen over there with their sticks, scratching their heads and making up stories like they're so profound. But it comes down to like either you think that either you look at it from the view of materialism, meaning the material world is all there is, or you look at it via a viewpoint that acknowledges the inevitability of the metaphysical, right? So and what's so crazy is anyone you talk to that's a materialist, like they won't actually deny like metaphysical reality. Well, actually, I guess they'll try to, right? If you bring up intuition, they'll make up something, I guess. It's just your brain.
They needed to fill in the gaps, so that's why it's useful to them. They needed to fill in those gaps. They can't.
Ask them where
They'll
that thought,
reappropriate instinct
ask
with
them where that thought came from.
I don't think you can do that though. Like, damn, what? It was too many.
Yes.
What was the last point?
Even the materialist, you would think, when you boil down to a specific question, would acknowledge the metaphysical existing. But maybe not.
I lost my point. Sorry, guys.
Well, the materialist has to, because there's phenomenon they can't explain, right?
Yep.
So therefore, they don't have a choice.
It's inevitable.
Exactly.
That's right. There's something like you. There's some things you can't explain. Like, I mean, and we try. Like for me, that's a phone. I straight up look at it as magic. People tell you how it works. That I'm just looking at my Bluetooth headset, and I'm looking at my phone over there, and I'm like, I don't fucking know how that works. I know we do a thing and it works, but I don't know that what they're saying is happening is happening.
Now, this might bring some upset stomachs, but it goes along the lines of a biblical story from God to Job, when he thought he was righteous in his understanding, and he stood before God, and God actually exclaimed to him, "If you are if you know things and you gird up your loins like a man, and then tell me, where were you at the foundation when I created the foundations of the earth? And so he went through a long list of things that Job could not tell him about. At which point, at the end of that, Job covered his mouth and, like he said, may I never speak again, because his idea of what his wisdom and how far it brought him to was that he thought he had a great understanding, but he saw how very little he knew. So I think in light of that, I guess in this conversation, it's almost the same way, kind of like what Witt's saying. We're a bunch of cavemen with sticks trying to figure out the complexities of God in the sense of creation, the creator, what he has made. And we're trying to put it into words and ascribe to it things that we can. And when we can't figure things out, we assign it to a metaphysical realm in which it has to go to because it's not explained. So we're left with like these half truths, I guess. I don't even know if that's the right way to frame it, but it gives us an indication of something in the physical, but we can't explain the mechanism at which propels this particular creation to move forward. And we start inserting different ideas, which then I guess is why Witz is saying like they have to come up with some little ball theory, sticking together. And I think I could hear Gospel Bearer's point as into like, we can't toss it all away because it's useful in some way, and I think we're all agreeing on the same point, and it's really cool to look at it in that way. But I think that's why some of these things can't be explained, because they're way too complex. And I'm not saying I don't want to limit people's minds, is what I'm saying. But at the same time, maybe it was designed that way so that we wouldn't be able to figure it out. But that's just my thought.
I think what Job was doing, though, right? He thought his fundamental problem was he thought he had it all figured out. Now, the problem was not that he wanted to figure it out. For example, Enoch wanted to figure a lot of stuff out. Well, we were obviously designed to naturally try to figure things out. Like naturally, that's what being like a living man is. You just naturally want to figure it out. So this specific conversation is about like an interpretive framework of existence, and like naturally we want to know that. And I don't think that's a new trait at all. I think that this fundamental idea was just so understood. It wasn't even pretended as if there was another option back in the day. But I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think that what's wrong is trying to figure big questions out. It's not thinking you could ever figure it all out. Wisdom would be initially the acknowledgement that the best you could ever do is scratch the surface, right? But if the interpretation that they have everyone under is just really dumb, and it's just impossible. So it just detaches people from acknowledging the point you're making of how incredible existence is, because that always points to the creator. So they don't want that, like if I say, okay, like people talk about how they shoot a little physical ball or photon, or sometimes it's just energy, but that is matter. Whatever. They shoot a photon from point A to point B across a room, and then they tell you how fast it got there, how long it took the light or that little physical photon of matter to get to the other side of the room. But really, it's like they're just holding the string that's stretched across the room, and if I just move one side of it, and you follow the movement through the string all the way to the other side, if you then asked me, how long did it take the string to get to the other side? I'd be like, what are you talking about, bro? The string, it was already there. It's just a fundamental different interpretation. You see what I'm saying? And so the person that's over there like looking at the wave, which is just the movement of the string, trying to come up with all these stories about like the peak of the wave and what it is, they're not even close. They're not even in the conversation of knowing what's going on. And I think that's why they've only offered atomism and offered it as if matter of fact. They do not want us figuring things out. That's all I'm saying. It's just a framework that would help us figure things out. But they put us in this dogmatic confinement of materialism, so we can't figure things out. Like another example, I was talking to Kosho, and he's talking about quantum fields and all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I asked him to define field, and he just talks about it's like basically a mathematical construct describing like space-time. Points that have value, they attribute values, and it's just math. When math describes things, that's not what things are. That doesn't explain things. Like what is a field? And I ended up saying, well, it's like a self-governing exchange of energy or perpetual motion of energy. It doesn't have to be in motion, but it has the ability to be autonomous, self-governing. Anyway, so it's nothing more, and that's actually very difficult to define, by the way. If you guys go to like Harvard, Stanford, you name it, like to try to find any type of actual substantive definition of field in the highest levels of academia without it just being conflated to a mathematical construct in 2022 is impossible. They've done such a good job. People don't know the questions to ask. I use the analogy of so I used the string a second ago. So it's just like a wave in water. And if you ask me, about the wave, you're just asking me about the water. Because the wave is not a thing. It's just the water. And so, like, if you have a vortex or like a whirlpool in water, like that's like a field if you want to visualize it for intents and purposes, right? And it's perpetual and it's going and going. Yet it's still just the water. That's just motion within the water. That vortex is just the water. You have to have that medium to have any of the fields or motion. Right. So they've come up with the framework where you pretend that let's say the pond, for the analogy, isn't even there. They told you that there's no pond. And now you're over here trying to isolate the idea of a wave in that empty, hole in the ground, as opposed to knowing that it's actually water.
Yeah, but in this instance, though, is that have they even come with the understanding of what the water is? Because I think I know where you're going with this, and it all ties back to like if they come up with that postulation about the thing that they're talking about, the water, then how is it founded that the water is described as something we can practically interact with? Because if it doesn't have an application, it almost sounds like we speak of metaphysical as if it's physical, and it becomes very difficult for people to actually verify that, because then you have the thing where the photon exists, and then because they're actually demonstrating something, it trumps the idea that people can actually use it in a very useful manner where they can interact with such a thing and then make it a reality. Because I hear what you're saying, in that sense it does ring true. How can you look at it in that way if actually you can't just say that it's something that that's nothing when it's actually something? But I'm always looking at it like I'm cautiously optimistic when it comes to like postulations, because I want things like that we haven't discovered or we haven't fully fleshed out to be real. And I have high hopes for it, but at the same time, if it doesn't come to the point where people are actually interacting with it practically, then I think we are not there yet. I would say.
This is kind of my point, though, bro. Like, all those questions are up to you if you want to try to go explore them. But I'm just talking about the fundamental acknowledgement that has to happen. Like, either you don't try to understand anything, or you have to make this fundamental determination, like, which is atomism or some type of background. And I'm saying that to be as politically correct as I can think of. But either way, right, it's like that is just not going to go away. You cannot answer it, or you can say, But the thing is, it's kind of dishonest to do that because provably,
Well,
atomism is pseudoscience. Provably.
isn't that a false dichotomy though? Specifically because atomism is about things inside of no medium, and you're talking about the existence of a medium.
Yeah, that's the so if it's a false binary, I need a third option.
No, the setup. It's not, or maybe it's a category error because one is supposed to be a medium, and the other thing is just an idea of things inside of no medium.
Inside of nothing. So one of them is lunacy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Like I'm not asking anyone to start making definitive claims about like what is the background medium, but I'm saying the acknowledgement of it is inevitable, if being honest.
Kind of like the
Yeah,
inevitability.
I don't believe in the whole the atomism thing. The way that you've explained it and the way that I've thought about it, because I've ultimately thought the same thing. Like every time I hear, talks about this subject, the thing that I'm left with is, wait a minute. So there's just a bunch of stuff in nothing. Like I don't understand. It never made sense to me, you know?
Yeah, like that you have to make the determination that there's nothing there or there's something there. Or you can just ignore it, but I mean, whatever. You have no fundamental framework to interpret anything with if you just ignore it. So
I mean, of course, something. Of course, it's something.
right, and that's all.
It can't be nothing.
That's all I'm saying. I think has to be acknowledged. Like beyond that, I agree with what Miggy's saying a lot. It's I know for a fact that you would never fully understand the background medium. That's impossible.
That's why it, you don't want to use the term philosophy, but I mentioned earlier, like essentially we're in this, for our purposes, we're in this post flat earth debate world where the arguments have gone back and forth and it's kind of all been, dust is settled and people have taken their sides. So it now becomes a philosophical debate. And look, I understand that this forum is dedicated to flat earth specifically, and that's fine, because it gives you the framework for the art of influence, the art of debate, for discussing points. But that's the whole point, is these things can't be determined, and therefore philosophy, because philosophy in a sense is the seeking of knowledge or truth or what is, so I don't want to be so ethereal and not to use a hot button word, but I mean, yeah, I mean, the philosophy is the sharing of knowledge or the seeking of truth, the art of influencing the thought, trying to discover. It does become a philosophical debate on some level.
Right. Well, so we have to make the determination more so of nothing is there or something is there. Now, nothing actually forces you to make a lot more claims. And it forces you to claim atomism and make all these subatomic particle claims. Forces you to. See, we know the observable phenomena isolated in quantum mechanics is 100% real phenomena. Now, there's a lot of pseudoscience, even they just make up everything. It's not even observed. But for the most part, that's not the case. The phenomena is real. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that doesn't go away. That doesn't go away.
No, I know that. But my point.
I know.
Oh yeah, no. But my point is both sides are right. You know what I'm saying? Because both sides are describing what you mentioned that, you alluded to that. Both sides are right.
We both have that.
That right. So, but at the same time,
aren't we talking about? I mean, because the thing in question is packets of light, right?
Well, if you want to use that as an example, it's a great example, sure.
Yeah, but that is the phenomena. So it's either real or it's not.
Yeah, well, like that's 100% how they define light, as packets of light, and what they define that as is pseudoscience. It's just subjective. Like,
No,
if
but
it were,
but you're saying it's a phenomena. It's like I mean, if we were keeping everything 100,
yeah.
under what we're saying, it's like, is it? I don't know.
Well, no, I'm saying like, yeah, like they don't just they look at light, you know,
Because
like the
I
Miami
know
light. They look
diffraction
at
is
them.
real. Diffraction is real. Light is real. Okay, but that's like, isn't that like saying, well, something dropping is really a phenomena? Okay, like it's like yeah,
Exactly.
we see light, we see things dropping. Okay, okay, yeah. I'm just trying to understand
Well, think about this though.
everybody.
Think about it.
Like
This is
I'm
very
here for truth.
check this, bro. I think that this is why people are not wise anymore, because this is one of the fundamental questions that everybody used to understand they had to think about and interpret, right? And like now, people have been given one way. Like, because I'll explain, it's just a profound conversation, but each person is supposed to realize the importance of that profound a path, you know, of pursuit to figure out the truth, right? So it's like, oh, I lost it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if you think about light and the debate that goes on around light, it's very similar to what goes on around the flat Earth, right? Both, globers have reified their observations and built a reality around it, and it's real. It's real to them, right? We're both looking at the same thing, but we're describing it differently, right? So that becomes the philosophy of it, right? So the same
but
same light.
light's less tangible than measuring the Earth. The Earth
Well, no, I
is
agree. Yeah, I'm not trying. I'm not trying. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to, straw man the flat Earth or anything. I'm just saying, like, the debate is. That's why the next step, it has to become philosophical in a sense. And I guess I'm not using the right word. I just mean the art of influencing and discovering and sharing knowledge with evidence and or logic, right? I mean, it becomes the art of using logic to build your claim, right? And
Well, all they do
You
is
know what? You're saying the debate becomes philosophical. I think it actually starts philosophically because you don't
I would agree
debate
with
what
that.
you know,
Yeah, everything is
right?
everything
You
is a
don't
philosophy.
debate what we know,
yeah,
Well,
right?
that's true.
So if there was measured curvature, it would be measured and it would just be there, and we wouldn't be debating about it. The fact that there is a debate about this doesn't hold very well for the globe model because we shouldn't be debating it. It should just be there.
right.
I think what you're talking about is like epistemology, which is like, just the study of knowledge, or what methods you would use to come to rational, logical conclusions.
Yeah.
Sure, that's obviously necessary. Um, yeah, it's always going to start as like everything is going to be a subset of philosophy.
Maybe this will
So
make it click for a lot of people, right? Like, to understand the fundamental like profoundness of this. So to propose atomism, like it's had to integrate relativity, right? And so you got special relativity to start off with, and Einstein allegedly attributes a constant speed to light, and there's this idea of this top speed of light, and if you were to go that speed, you would experience timelessness.
that makes no sense.
I know.
This is the problem. I've heard it being spoke that way. I think even Neil deGrasse Tyson was actually saying that. He was speaking to the guy from Star Trek. Was it? He was actually.
How
Yeah.
could anybody be duped into believing like, because the passing of time has to do with what we see in the sky. That's it. Like we don't think of time as anything else.
Not if you go fast enough, and this is what they're proposing. The speed of something can actually slow down that idea, and so it becomes where you can actually overcome time by going fast enough. So if you go fast enough, time stops. There's no. This is these postulations. I'm telling you, like
Wow.
you
That's
start.
crazy, huh?
Yeah, and it gets deeper, right? But like, there isn't any context for this in the sense of like we're going to discover that is the case.
Doo-doo.
I think, or just like an idea of like how we would figure if you go faster and because they say that with what is it, time dilation, when you the cesium atom, and like, you know, when you can take those clocks and go higher in altitude, and the higher you go and the faster you go, the, you know, time starts to slow down, and they, you know what
Right,
I
and
mean?
it makes the arm seem shorter and longer, or
Yep.
something, or it is actually. Man,
Yeah,
just get out of here.
yep. And
Get out of here.
that's the reasoning behind that. So that's why they would say that time is slower. Like the people in the ISS would experience time a little bit slower, just a little bit, right? Slower than we would here on Earth. So because they're going fast, they're traveling 18,000 miles per hour above the Earth's surface. So
Right, and you're right.
yep.
They try to invoke like atomic clocks and time dilation to pretend that it's proof of that. But I was talking to a few zealots yesterday, and I'm like, "Whoa, that's not what I'm asking. No, no, no. Like, how did you prove the top speed of light? Like, how do you know there's a top speed of light? How do you know that? So, and then of course they immediately conceded, like, well, yeah, you experience timelessness, but that's impossible. You could never do that. Okay, so if it's impossible and you could never do that, then you could never prove it. And like they can't acknowledge that. But anyway, because then what they end up using this idea for, right, is that so if you go to this magical constant speed, top speed of light, you'll experience timelessness. And then they say energy and matter are interchangeable. Or I don't know where I went out, but energy and matter are interchangeable, right? Well, like,
Quantum alchemy.
now this gets deep, bro. This gets deep because it is not that discussion is not supposed to be something we're ever supposed to even acknowledge, right? These are deep, ancient principles, bro.
Yet they
Like,
believe that they can create. They believe that they can become God. That is
well,
ultimately
that's a
where
totally different.
that leads to.
And
Well,
this, I hate
that's a
anything
totally
but
different
God.
thing.
God is not real. I can become God. God is insufficient. God is all of this extra. That's, bruh.
Yeah, it's all ridiculous, but like that is a particular interpretation or application of the question. The question fundamentally is, are energy and matter interchangeable? Now, what we can say is, well, we don't have any actual, well, we have some evidence that can suggest that, but we cannot tangibly make matter turn into energy, or can we? Right? Because it doesn't really appear that I can think of something that someone's actually physically done to demonstrate that. That's why this is a
No,
profound
isn't that the whole thing
philosophical
of?
question.
Isn't that the part of? Isn't that the point of the Hadron Collider to turn energy into matter?
Well, yeah, but what they're saying is pseudoscience, man. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't
But I
turn
agree
anything
with
into
you.
matter.
There's nothing. Yeah, I agree that's not possible.
Right, but I see what I'm saying. The question itself is not okay. Well, because now I'm not saying it's not possible, man. It's not possible for us to do it. Now, if you're
Correct.
wise enough to look at what the real question's asking, basically what you're asking is like just trying to understand a fundamental mechanism that the creator and the creator alone would have created, and that is what would this energy, what we call it, well, whatever we call energy, but like actually, if you're now acknowledging a background medium, can that, is matter a mode of that, a version of that? I don't
This
know.
is
I don't
this is
know,
harmonious. I
but
am agreeing with you.
yeah, that's deep, right? Because it's like everything is vibration, and there's lots of evidence to suggest they are interconnected. It's almost like pointing at the ice in the freezer, and the caveman scratching his head is like, "That's not water."
Hey,
Possibly,
yo,
right?
Austin.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hey, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. When you get the chance, if you give me a moment in the private chat, I needed to ask you something that was kind of important. It has nothing to do with this conversation, though. So, I mean, if you have a moment, bro, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, just a
Like
second.
whenever you do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just a sec.
Matter to See, that's a discussion. I think I thought about this before, but I always look at it as like fuel. So the consumption of a like say you eat any food and it's nutritious and it's for your body, it's for health. That matter becomes energy. So fuel, it fuels your body. Anything that becomes fuel, like wood that burns, becomes that matter of the wood becomes fuel for fire. Then it turns into that energy that its output when it's consumed by the fire. Just different things that are become like what fuel is. It turns matter into energy, and that way. But energy to matter is a different, right? It's the opposite. So um, I don't know. I would take a look at something being created, like as in a human being born in a person, a plant growing out of the ground, turning the energy around it into something that's material that we can use in this tangible world.
But in those cases, material is still being used in order to make more material. It seems to me that it's really a question of reversing the laws of thermodynamics, specifically in regards to entropy. You're talking about reversing entropy when you ask the question, can energy become material?
That's like the fountain of youth. Like that's with undoing what entropy's done. Like, that's not achievable unless you're gonna,
violate a law of nature.
Well, do you guys see?
Yeah, the only thing that
point though. Do you guys see the point? That
that's
the question itself is profound. The acknowledgement is required, but the only way you can even begin to look at it would be that it's a background medium that has different modalities. Like that's the only way it could even be like entertained. But they have presented it as energy, quote unquote energy.
Well, I agree in the sense. Oh, sorry, my bad.
That was it. That's my point. Is that it's an underlying profound principle of the fabric of existence, and it should point to the creator. Yet they have created a materialistic worldview, and they've made up all kinds of crazy stuff. The stuff that they've made up crazy stories for, they didn't just acknowledge them out of thin air. They are fundamental, profound acknowledgments of existence, and they have spun them within materialism for the masses, let's say.
Well, there's something that is material, though. I would say that we all agree that we are floating in a sea of energy, like all around us every day. And as you go higher in elevation, the energy is also understood to increase. I mean, we do that. You can actually look at that, right? Like that's something. Am I getting that wrong? Like,
no, yeah, that is something.
The efficiency of energy.
If you look at a magnetic field, bro, what is it? Can you reach out and grab little balls in a magnetic field? No, dude. Like, what is it? Can you see it? Can you see the magnetic field with the naked eye? No. Can you use certain light to see it? Yes. So what is it? What is it? Right? That's not matter. Now, if there's a magnet, it's matter, right? But the field isn't matter. So there is a fundamental, like they sit beside each other, this metaphysical and material world, and they interact with each other almost interchangeably.
mm-hmm.
So it's it's a very profound question, and
yeah, no, I agree. It's like that much is understood. The potato clock. I mean, you see things happening, interactions with material that looks like there's something else that we're interacting with. And that's just, you can use different ideas, right? Like there's this guy that created a energy free device, and it's just like a bunch of spark plugs with like this wire on it, and he's powered things with it, and it's like, how did he do that? Like he's not even, there's no power source. He's not generating any type of it's not like electric powered or anything. So it's like, where's this energy coming from? It's obviously generated somehow. It just doesn't, we're not going to use the term magic, but it's not magic, like
it might be magic.
Well, for
not magic in the sense that the creator knows.
Yeah,
like
and the creator's mechanisms are beyond our full comprehension.
Yeah, so I think that field in which Whitsitt is talking about is sometimes described as the ether, and I'm using the word because it's got a stigma in this group, but I'm saying that's why they're ascribing that word to it. But what we're what we're looking at here is something that can be used as understood, that there is energy all around us. Like, if we're going to negate that fact, then we're already just going off into another area where it doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, we can't even make sense of the reality in which we're in. But if we can test this out, like, we know that there is such a thing as free energy, like, we can harness it. If it's able to be harnessed in any way possible with a device, then it becomes that we're using that energy as a practical use. Energy, frequency, vibrations, these are things that are utilized in this world. It just the discovery of the whole thing, and it becomes a discussion that, like,
Well, think
it
about
yeah.
the word you use, energy. I mean, even that's um it's defined as is describing what happens when you have it. I don't see it as defined. It's
Yeah,
just it's defined by what you can do with it.
exactly.
Which
Just
is
like
which is a
pill,
weird.
just
I
meth.
would call it a begging the question fallacy, but I've held off on saying that specifically because, well, the only way to talk about this would be because we're again talking about what the creator does, and there is no way to put words to that. I mean, I mean, I just feel like we're describing something that's already there,
Okay,
and we keep attributing different, like you said, worldviews to that thing.
everything in the world
But
has
God is the only thing that I can accept as a presupposition.
yeah, okay.
Everything, every presupposition from man is just a presupposition, not to be accepted. But the presupposition, I don't even know if I can call God existing like a presupposition. I just know when you think of creation from the standpoint of him actually creating things or God actually creating things versus us manipulating things, well, we've never experienced creation. So in that sense, it's a miracle. But that's
You
what
want to
he's
know
supposed to
something
do.
really silly? This word existing itself could be hypothetically, it could be a psyop. Not for everything, but in regards to the creator.
Right. So
So
if we have,
there's a word I like. Sorry, there's a word I like to use, which is preeminent.
mhm, I like it. So, okay, to recap, right? They try to say matter and energy are interchangeable, right? Well, everything that is matter has this charge that holds it together, and it has this like resonance and vibration. And so, if you're in a background medium, say, i.e., in the position of the creator, let's even say before this world that we exist within, right? So, the question in front of us is, can that be vibrated in such a way that we get what we call matter? That's a super deep question, man. And it is nothing more than a beautiful acknowledgement of creation, and more so the creator, right? But it has been swept under the rug of pseudoscience. And this is fundamental because what I'm saying is, to summarize again, it's all about the philosophical framework you're about to interpret things with. And when you realize these type of things, and then you say, look into the pseudoscience they've given us, like mass spectrometry, all they're doing is measuring charge, and everything that they talk about is nothing more than characteristics within a background, and we have a material spectrum that we can perceive. It's just everything's a spectrum of vibration. If you at least understand that is, okay, in my opinion, it's the only viable way to look at anything. But if it's not, you're going to have to claim atomism, and understanding that is very crucial. I don't want to press anything on anyone else. I think the point is there's only one dogma here, and it is atomism. The other idea is just a general acknowledgement. It's very open and free and not intellectually confining, and you can tap out there if you want to. I mean, but this room wouldn't tap out there. People like us wouldn't tap out there because we are interested in learning knowledge. And so that's kind of there's my sermon.
Yeah, so I came in late to the conversation. You guys may or may not have discussed this, but has anybody put forth the point that energy can neither be created nor destroyed? Does the room agree with that?
Yeah, that was my last point.
Okay.
No.
So we have this understanding that energy, or what we call energy, however people want to define that, typically we define it with, modalities of that energy like electricity. But if we agree that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, it can only be transformed, then the question remains, where did the energy come from to begin with? So if all the energy that we have has always been there, it's just been transformed. I try to explain the ether as, I have more recently been trying to explain the ether as what people call the energy that can neither be created nor destroyed. It's present. Even mainstream science agrees with that energy is present. It's neither created nor destroyed. It's only transformed. And we see different ways in which energy is transformed, but where did that energy come from to begin with?
Yeah, and I would just point out that the natural laws apply to nature. The natural laws apply to what is natural.
Yeah, but how do you get how do you harness the energy in the natural world? Like where are you harnessing it from?
Yeah, I'm just pointing back to the question of where did it come from. There may not be a natural explanation to answer that question is all I'm pointing at.
We're all in agreement, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees on it for sure. I don't think there's a debate on that for sure.
And when you're thinking of
not what I've experienced, I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah, no, there has been, but I mean, not within the people who can actually critically think about what's being said here. Like this, what's laid before us is for sure enough information to agree anyway. But no, I do agree. It has been challenged, but it just depends.
People don't like the idea of it because you can't quantify it. Everybody wants to try to quantify everything. And like Austin was saying, when you think about a magnet and a magnetic field, like we understand that this magnetic field exists. So before that magnet was a magnet, it was just a solid object, right? With no what we would consider special properties to it. And then when you pass an electrical current through it, then something within the energetic makeup of that little piece, right? Because it still weighs the same. It's still the same volume and space. Nothing that you would look at, try to touch, poke at has changed within the structure of that little piece that we're going to make a magnet until we pass an electrical current through that, and then it creates this magnetic field, right? So you have an incoherent piece, we pass an electrical current through, you get some sort of coherent magnet. It has a field around it, right? So it's not creating energy, but that magnet can be used to create energy. All of the energy that we utilize, electricity that we utilize, involves magnets in some way, shape, or form. And those magnets in that field is a disturbance within the existing energy. It's taking the existing energy and it's coalescing it into a coherent, how would I explain this? Like we understand the toroid and the hyperboloid, but it creates a very small field, and this little field is just a disturbance within the energy that's pre-existing.
Yeah, what's really going to bake everyone's noodle is that how the energy that formed that created that magnet, and right beside it, it created a small little beetle. the same energy was used to do the very same thing. So what we're talking about is the hand of God, ladies and gentlemen. And we are trying to discover how he did one thing, and right beside that thing he created something entirely different with the same amount of energy, or the same energy, I should say, the same uh, medium. So imagine that, the diversity, the complexity, the using the materials that is available to us now, because it's not created or destroyed, is always there to create the one thing that you're describing as a magnet, and then on the very next moment created a very complex organism which we can describe as a beetle. So yeah, that's the realization of the conversation, where what we're saying is, how did God create things, essentially? And so that's
I
for
mean,
better. And I don't know if that's even supposed to be knowledge that I mean, you can look into
Right,
it.
right,
More power
right.
to you.
That's true.
you're never going to fully understand it. But think of it this way: even the evolutionary idea of creation, right? So this alternative creation story still starts with lightning striking a mud puddle. It still starts with an energetic input when you think about it.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it happens.
but I think you said all that pretty well. Did everyone know that? I mean, it's very amazing if you think about it, right? Like, you have the incoherent matter, you put electric current in it, it makes a magnetic field. The field is just this exchange of energy that's perpetual, effectively, and that's we can see it. It's just happening within what's already there. It's harnessing what's
Well,
there in a
isn't
perpetual motion.
right? Isn't the field is just something that the energy itself works in? Like, it's how the energy moves in a specific area. That's what the field itself is.
Exactly, and that area is a background medium. Because, like, what is
I don't think it
within
can be
it?
nothing, right? I don't think
Yeah,
it can be nothing. I get it. Yeah.
yeah. But what's mainstream science say magnetism is right now? What they say is that it is the exchange of virtual photons. Legit. Now, am I crazy for thinking that's ridiculous?
No, not at all. Because there would have to be a source of these photons, right? And they would have to be ever replenishing. And if we were able to quantify them, at some point, the magnet would run out of these photons unless they're coming from somewhere else. But when you think about it, when you stick a magnet to something, right, it is holding itself to it. It would normally take energy. If I take a non-magnetic, piece of whatever, and I try to hold it up against my refrigerator, it would take me a lot of energy to hold it there forever. I would have to constantly be inputting energy into it. But when you create a magnet, it sticks and it stays there and it doesn't run out of energy. There's no loss. It doesn't eventually run out of virtual photons, right?
Well, to at least practically speaking, I wouldn't be able to confirm forever, but I can say that my mom is a magnet lady, and my mom has magnets from the 1960s on her refrigerator that continue to stick to the refrigerator no differently than any of the other ones. At least no perceivable difference to the other ones, because they're still there. 60 years later.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. The Earth has a sustainable magnetic field, and that's why it's so beautiful. I mean, it's incredible if you think about it. And we don't even know how big the Earth is. Probably so big, but it's that big of a sustainable, perpetual, infinite magnetic field. It's really crazy. But look, if you look up, do virtual photons exist? This is Britannica. It says These photons are virtual, that is, they cannot be seen or detected in any way because their existence violates the conservation of energy and momentum. This photon exchange is merely the force of the interaction because interacting particles change their speed and direction of travel. What?
So we have something that we can't see, that we can't really detect, that doesn't really exist, but it's there.
Yeah.
And then people try to come at you and laugh at you when you bring up the word ether. What's that? What's the ether? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Here's the end of the photon exchange is merely the force of the interaction because interacting particles change their speed and direction of travel as they release or absorb the energy of a photon. Dude, I'll hit you square in the mouth. Like, what are you talking about? Someone just made this up, and they were all like, "That's the best thing I can think of that could be made up." And this is for magnetism, one of the most fundamental aspects of life.
So are they distinguishing between a virtual photon and a what they would call an actual photon, which I would press them that nobody can produce an actual photon to begin with. So are they
Right, you don't
distinguishing
even
between the two?
yeah, you don't even have a standard of comparison. Well, yeah, the way that they're going to distinguish between the two is one of them is an isolated phenomena, and the other one, intrinsically based on how it's defined, you can't isolate it. These photons are virtual, that is, they cannot be seen or detected in any way because their existence violates the conservation of energy and momentum. No, your atomism and materialistic assumption forces you to say stuff like this.
We all seem to be on the same page in this current chat. But meanwhile, I mean, this is a highly contested topic, right? Which confounds me because Miggy coined it to suggest the term "the hand of God," which is probably the way I would describe it. Something that we can't understand, but works simply and magnificently. But this is so contested, right? There's notable members of what you might consider this flat Earth debate would be adamant or refuse that as a possibility, right?
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
It's kinda-
But I think it's because it has been,
I
to
think
be
the
fair, it's been
argumentation
so
might be the problem.
it's been so drowned down by stigmatism, which I will say is crazy that flat earthers would fall for that because we're the most stigmatized group ever. But that's kind of what's hindered the ether discussion. And so the only way I'll even say ether typically is like etheric background. I mean, it boiled down to it, I may say it, but it's just so simple. It's just there's a background medium, bro. You can't have something in nothing. You can't have a wave of water without the water. You can't have a vortex of water without the water. You can't have ripples in water without the water. You can't have something propagating without a medium. It's just a fundamental axiom.
Yeah, something I think that where it breaks off into the disagreement or what usually descends into like argument in this group is because of the fact that people are trying to say that they're going to attribute the hand of God to something they can ascribe to saying they know how to explain it, and it's not within the confines of explanation to the ear who's listening to like be able to rationalize a good way of putting it, because we can try our best, and even at that we're going to fall short. And I think that's the reason why the hand of God will always remain as a mystery. It will remain something mysterious to us. It's not something that we can get into as a topic to bring up, as in we're going to be able to use a dichotomy between what that is versus the atomism, let's say. understanding from the secular humanistic point. So I would say that it's. I mean, if it's a route that people want to endeavor to go to, then all power to you. But like I would submit to saying that if there's something that God would want us not to know, and the way I feel in my mind, it's like we can understand reality as He's presented to us, because it's simple, right, to understand how things are, and we can manipulate some of the things that have been given to us in creation. But as far as like getting to the point where we're now trying to figure out His handiwork, it's going to be something totally different. That's like, trying to reach out to the mind of God. And I don't know. To me, I think there's some things that should just be left as mysteries. This is my point of view. But if others want to pursue and see how far they can go with it, then by all means. But that's the reason why it becomes a hot button issue, because you get, on the one hand, people are like, all right, give me the practical evidence for your ether right now. Demonstrate to me. And then it's more like, well, there has to be something there that's in the background, and that's, everybody can agree with that, but like it's not able to be provided as demonstration to somebody to satisfy the knowledge that we're ascribing this particular phenomena to God, like, or to something practical, and make it like, and then
Well,
that's why it remain that way. So, I don't know.
yeah,
Just my
but dude,
opinion.
check this. This is how I like to put it, though. But it's like, if look at it like the container argument, right? It's like, if you could go and actually physically interact with the container and verify it, would you be interested in doing that?
But that would be hypothetical. I can't
Right, of
agree.
course, completely
Yeah.
hypothetical though. But we would all be interested in doing that, right? Like we would all. That would be awesome, right? If we could somehow do that. The way that we know there's a container, though, is based on like an axiom, an antecedent, right? It's based on the fact that we have gas pressure on the Earth, and that has to be contained. And it's certainly not adjacent to a vacuum without a container, right? That's what we acknowledge is the antecedent. That's all I'm saying. Now, I agree with you that people go hard in the paint to think that they listen to a video on YouTube and think they know everything about ether or whatever, and they state it as a matter of fact. But I am only putting the attention on the fact that it should be acknowledged as inevitability. You know what I'm saying? And like an antecedent. It's like, okay, whether you want to tap out of the question, if you tap out of the question, by default, you're saying that it's propagating through nothing. So, you know what I'm saying? Or you acknowledge it's like you can pretend it's not an acknowledgement that exists, but it just objectively is. And that's kind of how we talk to the Globers about gas pressure, right? It's the same type of thing. And like you can say it's not because, well, we can physically verify the gas pressure. Yeah, I can physically verify phenomena within the medium. Right? So
that's also within the realms of like showing them a negative and not giving a positive. So the negative for the globe Earth is that it's not a globe, but the positive would be that we'd have to now assert that the thing that we're speaking of, because we gave the negative, would be the positive claim that the Earth as a whole would be X, Y, and Z. So what we're doing at this current time is just saying that it's not a globe. So we would then say to whatever pseudoscience is being put out there, that it has to be something that we can attribute. Okay, so you're claiming it's this specific thing. How can then you assert that if there's nothing behind that, only from just a demonstration? That's like a guy dropping a microphone on stage and saying, "Oh, gravity." Okay.
Well, this is again,
yeah,
it's very similar to like a flat earther saying that they know exactly what the container is.
Yeah.
Right? Like any flat earther that would say that is just being ridiculous.
I agree, and I guess we've had conversations about that. I don't know how many times people has anybody ever asserted that the container is a specific made of the properties, or I don't know. I'm going off of like what I've been hearing. I haven't heard.
Yeah, no, we'll say we don't know what it is, but we know it's a necessary a necessary pre.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Exactly, though. Just apply that same statement.
It has to be a
that
non-gas.
Yeah, it's like, and if you apply that exact same statement Eli just said, you know, I mean, to what we're talking about, which is a background medium. So
Well,
it is.
I mean, because
It's very
when you have a
similar.
magnetic field and you can see a magnetic field, that's a magnetic field, and it's like, okay, um,
Well, just like with light, right? Like with light.
accepted, but that's different than, I mean, magnetism and magnetic fields is magnetism and magnetic fields. Although in my mind, I agree with everything that's been said so far. It's not until someone says something dumb and can't they don't have a way to speak
Right.
about it in a sharp way that makes sense, that stops the criticism.
Right.
You
Well,
know,
this is like where this
and
is
I'm
the goal.
falling
Sorry.
victim to just like, if something is not coming up logically, I'm just like, no, like, you're trying to take me on this journey metaphysically with words, and I'm willing to go, but I'm not willing to, that, like, everybody understands, like, when we're talking, like, at least for me, it's almost like the conversation itself has its own scenery. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's like when it comes up to a brick wall, it's like, and you just like gonna phase through it. I'm like, no, what's this brick wall here?
Right. But so how frustrating is it when we talk about the antecedent of gas pressure to a glober and all they can respond with is, well, then what about the gradient?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how frustrating is that? Well, what about the gradient then? Because that's how I
Yeah, of course.
feel people are coming at me about this conversation. You know what I'm saying? And generally speaking, no one specific right now or anything, but just think about it, because I've used this analogy for a reason. It's like, it's crazy how layered it is. It's the same thing. It's like, well, for one, I don't have to explain to you the exact cause of why we have the gradient of gas pressure we do on the Earth, because my point was that the only way we can have that gradient of gas pressure is that it's contained, right? So it's like, if that's true, then how does perfectly tell me exactly what the ether is then? If that's the case, how does this work? Not no additional claims are needed. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good point, Austin. And I think this topic has come up recently within certain circles of FE, and there is a huge dismissal, almost a mocking of the ether. And I find it frustrating that those very same people can do the gas pressure without a container without knowing what the container is, right? So if you can hold that viewpoint, like, obviously we need containment for gas pressure. What is the container? Where is it at? What is it made of? We don't know, but we do know that you need containment for gas pressure. Like, if you can hold that logically in your head, which it logically follows, you should be able to understand the ether as well, at least in my opinion,
Well, I think
without
having
asking for a quantification of it, because that's most people's contention. Like, give me a cup of ether,
or qualification even, but
Yeah.
but I personally think now, just like, because I go back and forth with what's right and what's wrong, right? Which is, I think, different than true and false anyway. But just having this conversation today, now I'm like, well, you know what? I think that this is a conversation that should be had more openly with the people that know how to have a conversation. That's very key.
Yeah, for sure.
The,
But
the
like,
the
check
the
this.
the part where you have to be able to have the conversation, because if I'm thinking, I'm speculating, if you go, well, what's ether? If I were a proponent of that, and I'm not exactly sure, like, I've even used the word ether for certain things, again, understanding that if I'm looking at a plume of smoke, and I'm looking at what it looks like, and it looks like all of this kind of flow, and it's like, what's that? There's like all of these smoke particles, and it's doing this flow thing that I can't see. I don't know what that's a result of. Blah 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 blah. Right. So I'm like, well, that's got to be like what ether is, because there can't be nothing. So it's like blah blah blah. But when people go, what is it? If I were to say, well, it's a refutation of atomism. Is that a? Can I say that and then use that as a jumping off point to move forward? Because it's kind of like the way I've been talking about heliocentrism when people go, why would they lie? And I'm like, well, who's they? You mean the heliocentrists about heliocentrism? You mean the Roman Catholic Church? Okay, now we're putting things into perspective and context.
Right.
So maybe it's just that we're just saying, obviously there can't be nothing in which things propagate. Like, I mean,
Correct.
I don't think
Is it
anyone's disagreeing with that.
well
What?
now? So go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna say, what's it that what's undeniable about that is that we can all agree, everyone can, that there is a sea of energy all around us, and if that simple fact is negated, then there's evidence to the contrary. So we can actually provide evidence that there's certain things that we can look to, where these ideas of free energy devices have been thought of or created or you put into practice. That is real. Now, to somebody to say that that's not real, that you're actually denying evidence of like this simple fact. So,
Right. Now,
yeah, go ahead. Now, that was
uh,
just my simple point, but go ahead.
cool. I was going to say, so if we take it a step further with the gradient analogy, right? If you can get if you're like, okay, you need to understand, you're talking about delta X, changing gas pressure, right? We're talking about X, gas pressure. To have a change in the gas pressure, we have to have the gas pressure, right? And they're like, okay, I acknowledge that. So what do you think the gradient is then? Now, flat earthers either will choose to, they don't really answer or whatever, right? Some people kind of do half-ass answer or whatever. But for me personally, I like to answer the question. That's just who I am, though, right? Like I even if I don't fully know exactly everything about it, like I will give all the stuff that I can prove together to give a perspective. And so, like with the gradient, I'm like, well, we have gas constantly being produced at the surface level. So if I take a container and I put gas in it, there will be, as long as I'm putting gas into the container, there will be a gradient, a concentration of gas at the surface. And we have gas constantly being produced at the surface. In fact, a ton of gas comes from under the surface, up, right? In addition, we have, weather patterns and temperature fluctuations that affect the dissipation of gas. In addition, we have an, electric field on the Earth that has a gradient that goes up 100 volts per meter down towards the Earth, right? How we have a downward current down towards the Earth. So these three things are just objective. I've only stated objective things. I haven't made any claims. You see what I'm saying? And like that's how I do the ether too. And it's like it's very tricky. It's a lot like when the Glober, they won't even acknowledge the first part. They just want to talk about the gradient. And then they have like some idea of what they think the gradient is, and they're gonna just, be like, ha, your speculation that I forced you into is wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't even speculate there, right? When I enter the gradient, I've just said facts. And it would be very foolish to think that we have an electric gradient on the Earth and that gas is being produced at the Earth, and those two factors aren't relevant to the fact we have a gas pressure gradient on the Earth. Those are objectively relevant factors that we can verify. Like, same thing with the ether, man. It's the same thing. Like they're objectively relevant factors that we can, isolate and manipulate. Well, it seems relatively simple. Now I will say it's a little different, right? Because once you try to go into when the Glober's like, why we have a gradient then? Why we have a gradient then? And you eventually answer, right? It's like, well, I'm able to give you these objective things. Okay, now you can speculate as to the entirety of the mechanism and stuff like that, but I think I pretty sufficiently answered it. It's common sense we would have a gas pressure gradient. It's common sense we would have a gas pressure gradient, right? We have gas being produced at the surface, we can replicate that, and gases come from underneath the surface, and we can literally replicate a container with gas, right? So it's not quite the same with ether. Oftentimes you can't give a physical demonstration without kind of, begging the question in a sense. Now that's when you come full circle to like, is there any other viable option to interpret any of these, observations? But anyway, I hope I'm making my point. It's like, I feel like some flat earthers come at me like the globe earthers come at us with the gradient. You see what I'm saying? And we should be able to all acknowledge, okay, something is there. Meaning the gas pressure has a container. The container is there. Something's there containing the gas pressure. You see what I'm saying? And then it's like, oh, well, here's how we can understand the gradient. We don't, it would be foolish to just ignore the gradient, in my opinion. I've never agreed with that approach. It's not needed in the debate sense, but it's like, it certainly doesn't hurt if someone's new to the information to hear, a comprehensible explanation. Because it's spun as if we're always running. They have this script of strawmans and diversions, and it's spun as if we're always running away from the fact we can't answer fundamental questions that they all can. See, once I say what I said about the gradient, a glober has to acknowledge that that's there, and that would way outweigh any effect than they're even claiming causes the gradient in their own paradigm. I'm kind of scattering all over the place, but I think you guys get the general premise. I think that we should take a step back as a community and try and, more evenly distribute this conversation, like more evenly distribute or properly distribute this conversation.
And I think that anybody that believes that we don't have some type of containment to where we live should watch this.
I mean, guys.
Brother Gregory, you good?
Sorry, guys.
Hey,
What's up, man?
I'm trying to see if this goes.
The water time lapse video that I posted.
Oh, he left.
What's that?
Flat Earth Saints. I guess he said he wanted to talk to me. I totally forgot. I guess he left.
No, Flat Earth Saints is here.
I'm here though.
Okay. You want to drop down?
Yeah. I just go into the room. I don't know which one to go to, so I'll follow your lead.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
But yeah, basically, because of the natural law of entropy, it would be unreasonable to suggest that we don't have containment, because without it, our water would be gone.
This is an excellent video. I love this.
I mean, just the oceans themselves. They're like, well, no, because like when it evaporates, it only evaporates so high, and it falls back to Earth, and it's like it only evaporates so high. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to really break that programming.
Yes, it's hard to envision that you are enclosed. Like, I think that's what most people's problem is, because they've been given this idea that even though it's hard, treacherous, and probably impossible, definitely can't do it within your lifetime, there's still the possibility of I can go anywhere if I could, versus I can't go beyond the physical limitations of where I am. And it's like, well, where is it? Who would know this kind of thing and hide it from people? I demand we go there and see it. I can't believe it. All of these different things to cope with your in a created environment that you cannot escape.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we don't even know the parameters of the containment, right? So we could be theoretically held within, let's say, 1/16 of the total overall containment, right? So there could definitely be more to explore, more places to go, more things to do. We don't know for sure. We just know that it is a contained environment.
Check this out. We also don't know the necessity of our home on our life. And what I mean by that is, sure, we need oxygen. Sure, we need food. But what if we need the very energetic matrix in which the place we currently reside is, right? And if we leave it, how we function ceases to function. For example, the intricacies of our mind, which is immaterial, and our body, which is material. What if that connection breaks down if we leave the matrix in which we're designed to live in? So what if we go over there and all of a sudden our minds just stop working? We don't know that. We have no clue about how this reality really functions.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Like the energetic field in which we live, can we live outside of that if we remove ourselves from it? I would say no, but I don't know for sure. But it seems to me that we need this world in which we live in order to function in the way that we currently function. But going back to just briefly the ether discussion, I think it's pretty simple for people to be able to acknowledge this energy around us, like Miggy was talking about, right? That we're living in this sea of energy constantly. It's all around us. And acknowledging the existence of it, calling it the ether, is nothing more than acknowledging the laws of conservation of energy, right? Really. If you agree with the law of conservation of energy, it should be pretty easy to understand the energetic field in which we live, and maybe just maybe people just have a hard time using the specific word ether to describe it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, just call it space time and everybody can get along.
Yeah. A lot of these conceptual ideas that don't necessarily make sense came about when they tried to push ether out of the ethos. They tried to push the term ether and the understanding of ether, or at least a rudimentary understanding of ether, out of the conversation. That in steps Einstein, space-time, and all of the things that have grown up on this foundation built of sand.
You could also call it the source. You could call it the oneness. You could call it the commonality.
You could call it the one mind. You could call it the overmind. You could call it God itself. You could call it God himself. You could even, if you are so spry, call it God herself. And you could make all of these connotations of a spiritual nature about the nature of the matrix in which we exist. And a lot of old scriptures, whether it be biblical or various others, do attribute the matrix in which we exist to the deity. And so you see that there's an issue there. You could either say, hey, either this is something to do like that, or it's purely material. And a lot of people go the purely material route, right? That all of this types of energy is just materialistic. But then they have to answer the hard problem of consciousness and the mind and the soul, which are self-evident. And so because of that, they have to come up with all kinds of religious paradigms to explain those things. And what's being pushed lately is the oneness paradigm, where we're all one general mind together. We're just separated into fractal parts of the one overmind, which is God, which basically makes us God. And rest assured, that's going to be part of the push of the synthesis coming out of the flat earth, globe earth contention, because that's how they do it, and that's how they've done it in the past. Problem, reaction, solution, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Or you could use a word that rhymes with that, which is syncretist.
Yeah, that's a good point. It kind of, the pendulum can be pushed into the monism, right? The idea of monism, all is one is all kind of ideas or concepts. I think there is a little bit of truth in that, but not to the extent in which, not as far as that pendulum has swung to some. I do feel that through energy, we are all connected in some way, shape, or form, but not the essence of who we are is connected all together as if we are godlike.
Yeah, because if you're all one, there's two ways of dealing with that, right? You're all one, it's shared, and which quickly conforms into, well, I'm one, which becomes I'm God, or we're all one, it's shared, and the creator, he created it, we are a part of it, either we share it with that, but I mean there's a hierarchy in that sense, right? So there's either a hierarchy or there's not. Either you're the hierarchy or you're part of the hierarchy,
That's the temptation right there, okay? If all is one and one is all is God and I am God, then my decisions are axiomatically morally correct because I'm the arbiter of reality. Therefore, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, to whoever I want.
Well, and that's right. And I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Okay. You want me? I'll just say this quick and then I'll move on. So that's actually where it started. Witsit mentioned it's philosophical in a sense, right? Because it's either for the reasons it started with, you either see the world and you describe it with some kind of objectivity and never mind. Point lost. I apologize. Moving on. But yes, I agree.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of interrupted you there. My bad.
No, all good, man. My bad.
So, yeah, I was just going to say that what you were saying, AI, it all is one is all. I am, could lead back to the I am God. My decisions that I make are godlike. Therefore, my morality is what I make of it, right? That it can lead down that path. And I think that goes back to the very beginnings, right? And you talk about the deception that was put forth in the garden, right? Knowing, what was the promise there? Knowledge of good and evil, right? You shall never die and be as gods, right? So the knowledge of good and evil is a false knowledge of good and evil, right? It's a false understanding of what is, I guess you could you could change it slightly as to what is right and wrong, and then that becomes subjective, making you God. But the problem with that is the promise that ye shall never die never becomes fulfilled, right? So we understand that we have to at least acknowledge or be subservient to the one who has created the laws around us. And we need to adhere to those laws. Otherwise, we pretend and act as if we are God, knowing what is right and wrong, when really, ultimately, we all know what's written on our heart as to what is right and wrong. We all know this. It's given to us. We just have to understand it, adhere to it, and submit to it. Not to get too religious, but
Well, in a worldview where there is none of that, then the only reason not to do something is for logistical consequence. And part of that logistical consequence could be feelings you experience, for example, guilt, shame, whatever. But in that paradigm, right, in a godless, atheistic, materialistic paradigm, none of those things actually have any tangible value. They're only artifacts of previous sexual reproduction, game theory, etc., right? They're not of consequence in anything other than consequences themselves. So, for example, when you want to commit a crime, you do it in secret, right? Usually. Now, or you want to commit some heinous act against an innocent, right? You do it in secret. Their argument would be the reason I'm doing it in secret is because if I don't, other people who are not as evolved as me, who recognize that all of these feelings and emotions are just stupid artifacts, will try to stop me. Therefore, my logistical need is to do it in secret. But really, we all know that the reason we do it in secret is because it's wrong. You know? It's not simply because someone will stop us. It's not simply because we'll be impeded. You know, generally, we all accept that these things are wrong on their face value, and that wrong is greater than just logistical consequences.
yeah, that's good. Good point. AI. I agree. And I do honestly feel that these basic understandings are written on our hearts, like we know them intrinsically. There may be a very small percentage of a percentage of a percentage of people who lack the ability to see that, and those are people who the majority of other people would see them as pure evil. You know, I don't think there's
a
any
problem
contention
with
there.
communication. I truly do, and I keep going back to this idea that because information, what's that? It's obviously the metaphysical, and it's like we that's not really our wheelhouse. We kind of deal with it because it's intrinsic. It's a part of us. You get we're talking like we just utilize what is, but the problem is when we come into contact with one another, sometimes there's something about communication itself where one party or the other is choosing to is choosing, well, maybe not choosing, but for whatever reason the back and forth reads as, well, here's a piece of metaphysical coming your way, and it's like you need to understand it, and you need to internalize it in order to structure a message that you're going to send back to the person to let them know that you received their message and can move forward in that communication. And I think this is where I think this is where, for lack of a better term, the devil is, you know, like, I think that's where he is. And it's like just a couple of tweaks here and there in communication between two people, and you've ruined everything. And I think we're too skeptical to prevent that from happening, because everyone's busy trying to make a point. You know, after, you know, this morning, it's been a very easygoing and cool conversation. I didn't see anything wrong with anything that was said. You know,
You're so right there. Anytime two people are talking, it's actually a metaphysical event occurring. Now, don't get me wrong, it's also a physical event, but the context of meaning being transferred is purely metaphysical. Yes, physical things are happening, like vocalizations, right? Perturbations in the air that are hitting a hammer in your ear and stirrups, right? Then the eardrum and all the water in there, and then electric converted to electrical signals and then sent to the brain and then informs the mind. Now, here's the thing. The meaning is not inherent in the information. The meaning requires congruence between the two parties, right? This is how language works. You have to have the preset within you in order to understand the meaning. The only thing that changes, like between languages, is tokens and associations. Meanings don't exist anywhere in the physical world. They purely exist in the metaphysical realm. By the way, proving axiomatically that materialism is false.
Or incomplete would be another way of putting it.
Yeah, I would say it's looking at one side of the coin without acknowledging the other.
well, wouldn't
Yes,
that make it
materialism in general is the assertion that only matter exists, and that's what that philosophical proposition would be false, which, by the way, is incoherent, because how could you have a philosophical proposition that only matter exists? Think about it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's insane.
I have unmuted you, Mewhead, so feel free to say hello.
What's up?
Oh,
The first,
Oh, we know that guy.
I know. I just give him special roles each time he shows up. It's
like a
amazing,
really,
though.
you remember that old television show, Name That Tune?
Bro, yes. I loved that show as a kid.
So did I. And with this gentleman, which I like him. I understand why he gets muted at times, but I like him. I've had good conversations with him in Chill a while ago. But it is always like a game of name that tune, right? Like once the mic becomes unmuted and he starts to speak, it's like who can identify him the quickest?
Yeah. Lou did it really really fast. That one time. I mean, I got one syllable and I knew. Which is how many other people are that easy to identify?
Yeah, I have confidence I can name that dude in one syllable as well.
It's wild.
Yeah, but let's all be clear. Okay, this guy's lightweight and he has a long way to go before he breaks Kosho's record. So keep trying. Drink your orange juice, run up and down the stairs, play that Rocky music. You'll get there eventually. I'm
You
rooting
talking
for
about
you.
how Kosho made like 10,000 alts or whatever? I made that number up, but you know.
Well, it's in the multiple hundreds. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Those are just the confirmed ones, let alone the unconfirmed ones.
Mm-hmm. Aw. He dipped out. Well, I got like
Did you
7
scare him
rolls.
away again?
7 rolls on him this time.
Well, that's too bad.
At this point, I would have to conclude that he uses a VPN, though. I don't understand the whole allegedly Discord, when you get server banned, will block your IP address, but that doesn't seem to
It's not hard to change your
Doesn't seem to be
IP.
the case.
accomplish much.
You can change your IP pretty easily, can't you?
Yeah, I understand.
Why would you have to change your IP? I don't understand.
They'll block an IP address from joining back.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. But it sounds like we need to explain to the audience what an IP address actually is, it seems.
Oh, I know what it is. I was just curious because it didn't seem that way to me, but I could be wrong.
No, you forgot the pun. Okay, we're clearly talking about mind space events, right? Now, IP address is intellectual property in your mind, right? So intellectual property isn't Coca-Cola, the logo. It's the idea of that logo. That's why it's called intellectual property. The property itself is not the object, it's the idea. So even in law, we recognize that ideas, okay, exist in the reality. Again, proving materialism is false.
What is the room's opinion on intellectual property or IP? Just in general, whether you can claim intellectual property rights or not. Should this be something that is should intellectual property be barred from allowing others to work with it? Things along those lines. Does anybody have any opinions on intellectual property?
Yeah, my opinion is that it shouldn't be a thing to be considered, and by that I mean an idea shouldn't be protected. Work itself. If I stole a bunch of stuff from you and then sold it as my own in the physical realm, then yes. But merely having an idea for a thing and then someone else making something in the physical realm off of your idea and then profiting from it, you never put in the actual work. All you had was an idea.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching your neighbor do landscaping, and let's say they have a specific method on how they trim, right, with their weed whacker, and they go to some authority and put down on paper this process of trimming, and you're none the wiser, and you go outside and you see him doing this thing, and you're like, oh, that's a really cool technique. It seems very effective. I'm going to try that on my own yard. And then your neighbor coming over and saying, hey, you can't do it that way, because I've written down on some paper with some people that this process is mine and mine alone.
Well, that'd be some horse buggy, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, that would never meet the criteria legally of what's qualified as intellectual property. And it is the case that most of the time, when you're speaking of intellectual property, it's something that has been established and tangibly validated into the world. However, ideas themselves do take work. They take effort. They take mental effort. Sometimes they're spontaneous, to be fair. But if you have an idea and you want to give it to someone willing to do the work, it's absolutely fair for you to require compensation for that idea and for you to negotiate that compensation fairly with the other party and say, hey, I'll take 1%, 10%. Here's my idea. You do all the work. Okay, great. I suck at ideas, but I'm great at working. And that's a fair combination. And it's also fair to legally protect that so that third party doesn't come in and swoop it out from either of those two people.
Well, let's use my example a little bit differently, right? Let's say that it's a modification to his weed whacker or some sort of accoutrement that's added to the weed whacker that he contrived within his garage. Now, if I see that and I look at it and say, oh, that little mechanism seems great, it seems to give me more leverage, probably be awesome. I go into my garage and I construct something very similar, if not the same. I don't feel that the individual who maybe thought of the idea of this mechanism that gives me some better leverage holds the right to not allow somebody else to also do that. Now, if he was producing a whole bunch of them, he would hold the right to not have these things physically stolen from him. But the idea of what they are and how they work, that's a whole different story.
Intellectual property never goes into that venue. Okay, so for example, most people know of intellectual property under the term IP, which is usually most people's common language and even across media. It's usually referring to bodies of work that are stories, or like the Marvel universe is an IP, quote unquote. So for example, you'll see an article that says Disney recently purchased the IP from this company, right? So for example, you got this fictional universe, right? Now, you're not allowed to just use all of that artwork and all of those stories to create a commercial enterprise on your own self's behalf. However, you are allowed to create all manner of artwork for yourself to enjoy. So if you want to make a shirt that has a face of a Marvel character on it, go for it. They're not going to really bother you. But if you start selling that shirt to others, right, that's when they, who created that character, created that artwork, and created the stories associated with that character, are going to be like, that's ours.
Yeah, well, just to kind of go back a little bit to what I was saying, well, anything that would be patented, right? So that's what was discussing about, like the neighbor and his little device. If he goes and patents that, right? He goes and puts it on paper. This is my patent. Patents are considered intellectual property.
I'll give you an interesting story about that. So Shark Tank, right? You will go and say, this is my product. I would like money to do this and that with my product. To the sharks, who are entrepreneurs, businessmen, who will give you money or they won't, depending on how they're impressed with your product. And they'll partner with you. So there's one of these characters on there called Mr. Wonderful. Sits in the middle. He's kind of a bald guy. He's very brass tacks and, hard noser kind of guy. So one time a guy came and offered the idea of a packet of sugar, right? Like Splenda equal whatever. And it wasn't about the contents of the internals of the packet. It was the packet itself. What he designed was a packet that is essentially a test strip that you can put into your coffee, and it will tell you if that coffee is caffeinated or decaf. Okay? Now, this might be useful for a lot of people who don't want to be up all night, or they do want to be up all night and they want to know what they're drinking and if they're wasting their time or causing themselves a problem. Very practical, very easy. It would be ubiquitous across all these sugar packets, right? Patented. Right? What Mr. Wonderful offered him is a deal to buy the patent and bury it. So no one could make that, because certain companies would find that somehow, I can't remember exactly, but somehow certain companies would find it disruptive if this thing was proliferated. And so he said, here's what we'll do. I'll give you money, right? Then I will take this to them. They will buy the patent and put it on the shelf, and it will never be used. Because he knew these companies. He's like, based on this logistics, I know they don't want this. So we're going to offer them you money to offer them the patent so that this idea can be buried in a closet and never be used.
Mm-hmm. It used to.
Oh, I get it. So they can just, if you have, I don't know, machine coffee, you could test your coffee and they don't want you to know it's shit coffee.
Yeah.
Sugar.
This is kind of the
Well,
problem.
they don't want you to know that they sell you decaf all the time.
This is kind of the problem with intellectual property, right? Like, it can be used in that way. So if somebody patents something, somebody buys up the patent, they can completely hide, not necessarily hide, but hold the rights to not allowing certain things to be utilized by people in society.
But that's only lasts for 7 years, correct?
Yes and no.
Depends, yeah.
Oh, it
What's
depends
funny
on the
about
lawsuit they filed.
Is, let's say that went through. If someone wanted to, all they'd really have to do is just be like, well, forget sugar packets. I'll make this technology exist in coffee stirrers.
Correct.
Yep.
And you could just give a bird to the companies that are trying to cover this thing up. I don't know what kind of bird.
In fact, you should send them free samples.
Man. I have a feeling the type of bird I'm referring to wouldn't be a peace bird like the dove. It'd be more like a attack eagle. Something along those lines.
I hope listen, you guys, nobody continue until we recognize the genius that just occurred. Now, if any of you can figure it out before I reveal it, you have 10 seconds.
Boring.
Nobody got the answer?
No.
Okay.
What was the question?
I'll give you the answer. The question is, what genius thing just you all witnessed? Something of genius just occurred. You all witnessed it.
It happens every day in here.
A workaround?
Well, mostly only the days that I'm here.
No.
But
Not just the workaround. Not just the workaround. Okay. An improvement on the original concept that was scuttled. So the original concept was scuttled. Right? Now,
yeah, the genius is
a new idea was just created. Okay, new idea was just created by Gospel Bear on the spot. And what was that idea? To put it into a stirrer. Now, let's talk about this for a second. Almost everybody is going to use a stirrer to stir their coffee if they put anything in their coffee. Not everyone is going to use a sugar packet. If you use the sugar packet to test your coffee, it's then spoiled for the next customer and wastes money. So what Gospel Bear actually did is made a more efficient and more practicable idea out of the other idea that was scuttled, and he could actually patent it and make money off of it while the other guy sits and makes his check, no doubt, because he did make a check, but he's not going to make anything further. So right here, we witnessed intellectual property being created out of thin air.
Yeah, but wouldn't it only be intellectual property if you file for it and claim it as that or whatever? Like, isn't that
Yeah,
more
which
like
literally means that someone could write this down, assemble the different necessary or constituent parts for the idea, write it on a letter, get it notarized, seal it, get it signed by a notary, sealed, and then they have it time stamped, or they could mail it to themselves as one of the old school ideas. And they there's self patent methods where you seal and notarize a letter and then you mail it to yourself, and it's a form of like self patenting. So then 5 years down the road, somebody's like, yeah, I made this thing, and you're like,
Already done. I'll give you 1% of my profits in perpetuity, gospel. Sound good?
But this is already recorded, so I guess this is you patenting it now, right?
I mean, yeah, unless somebody could prove that they like had documentation and or proof that they expressed that idea before me, and it stands to reason that there's probably 100 other people or 1,000 other people that had that idea. The question is, out of the number of people that have had that idea, how many of them have it documented that they had that idea with a timestamp? That's really what it comes down to. Like my dad did this in the 1990s in regards to touchless soap dispensers. But it just there's all kinds of nuance and tricky things that they can do. But he documented and did the self timestamp and all this stuff, and didn't actually go into any of the details about production and all the constituent parts, but the concept alone, many years before it actually became a product that you would see on the shelves and everything, or in gas station restrooms or wherever you see touchless soap dispensers. But anyway, it's interesting. I'm right there with Mark Cuban, which is why I said what I initially said. There's a lot of tomfoolery and nuisance with the world of patents. And let us not forget that Einstein was a patent clerk, and that dude was as conniving as they come in more ways than one.
Yeah, it's gotten so retarded that people actually believe that if somebody injects you with a DNA sequence, that they own you now, because that sequence is their property, and now you're their property because you have an intellectual piece of property inside you that came from them, right? Nonsense.
Well, you know what that reminds me of, to take it a little bit lighter and less heavy, is back on the schoolyard in elementary school or wherever, or we could reference the movie My Girl with Macaulay Culkin and whatever that girl's name was, and the whole concept of blood brothers, or a spit in your hand shake contract. I don't know. I think it is a bit of nonsense, but it just reminds me of that silly.
Yeah, well, this has been taking place with food, right? Monsanto genetically modified crops. Their pollen from their crop blows over to a neighboring farm. The genetics gets intermingled. Then they come in and test the crops from the neighboring field and say, oh, you're in violation. Your crops are the genetic sequence of what we have genetically modified, therefore now these crops are our property, or you're in violation of having our property without purchasing it. Here's a fine that's so large that you lose your farm, and now a farmer comes in or the neighboring farmer takes over, and that whole entire crop is now planted with Monsanto crops.
Right. So what did we skip in that whole scenario? Something very important that got skipped. That's the essence of this entire paradigm. The infringement on the property rights of the original owner by being attacked by a foreign entity in their field.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what we
transfer. The transfer of that genomic sequence without consent.
You know, that is kind of odd how that part of history seems to be true. That how companies came and took over farms and basically stole away the ability of people to make their own food and provide it for other people that want to buy it. It just fascinates me.
Yeah, but the point I made with that is that I don't know exactly, but I'm sure some people that are in these situations don't recognize that their property was assaulted and that they have a priori property rights that are now damaged in law, and that they actually have a legal claim against the offender who damaged their property. And so rather than push that issue, right, they actually try to go to court to defend against the claim that I own this property because I did something to it, right? It's like me going and smashing up the front of your car and saying, oh, I own your property now because I touched it with a piece of paint on my finger to fix all the smashing that I did, right? The appropriate response is, you are a retard. You just smashed my truck. Pay me $5,000. Okay, the appropriate thing is not to argue whether or not the paint that I put on your truck makes it my truck now. The appropriate point is, you're stupid. Give me my $5,000. You just broke my property.
Yeah, I would say in the case of the farmer, it's in a court of law, it would probably be very difficult to prove if you hadn't thoroughly documented what seeds you planted initially, all of that stuff. So it's a lack of evidence that probably allows that case to be won. But you're correct.
No, I would think it would be a lack of justice that would be the problem, not necessarily.
Well,
check it out, dude. The way courts work is they must rule on the evidence presented. Okay, they would be unjust to do otherwise.
Right, but they're doing it. That's the problem. They do it
Well, they have the obvious
part of that. Listen, check this out, dude. Part of that is because a lot of people are ignorant of how the system works, so they think that they can just do their thing. They think that they can just do their thing, and then if somebody ever crosses them, everything will be okay because we have a justice system. And meanwhile, they don't keep good records. Right? They don't document anything that they do. Like, we don't live in the old Wild West, right, anymore. It's like we have to keep records and all that stuff, otherwise you get screwed. You know, a simple ledger kept by old Farmer Johnson that says what he does every year might even be sufficient evidence. Who knows?
Yeah, I would say that documentation would certainly be at least have some sort of ability to become evidence. How strong that evidence is would be dependent upon who's reviewing the evidence. But yeah, I mean, think about the threat that people hate the most, which is the IRS coming to audit them. What do you need to have in order to
they don't exist.
Ensure that these people get off your back? if you've followed the letter of the law, you need to have your proper documentation. Not to get into the whole tax thing, because
I could give you an example of what I think is an obstruction of justice. A couple of days ago, there's this guy in the neighborhood, okay, and he's a homeless guy, and me and my buddy, we helped him out. We helped feed him, we helped him, get a place to stay and all that, and so he decides to go and make friends with some other person that's a violent person, and he starts telling him all these negative things about me and my buddy, about how we helped him, right? And I guess he's convinced the guy that we're assholes or something. So anyway, this guy comes over the other day, and he runs into my buddy's car. He hits his car and then runs away, right? And then my buddy comes over here to tell me about the story, and the guy comes by here and then tries to run him over in the street. I've got a video of it. I turn this over to the cops, and the cops tell me there's nothing they can do about it. Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean you can't do anything about it? We don't have a video of him actually hitting his car. I said, you've got a video of him trying to run my buddy over. How the hell is that not relevant?
All you have to do, Rookie, all you have to do is say that he's spreading medical misinformation on Twitter, and they'll lock him up for the rest of his life.
There you go. This is I consider this ridiculous. And the cop had an attitude the whole time saying, well, I don't understand. Were you on the sidewalk when he tried to run you over? I said, dude, 2 cars were in the street, and they went around the guy to go on the left side of the road so they wouldn't run into him because he was on the wrong side of the road trying to run my buddy over. And he's like, well, why'd you pick up a rock? He's like, dude, a guy tried to run me over. Of course I'm going to pick up a rock. I should have dragged him out of the car and beat the crap out of him. And then it's just like, it's so dumb. It's just so ridiculous that a police officer, you literally show them evidence of something, and they sit there and go, well, I can't do anything about that. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll go over to his house.
Oh, well, you just screwed yourself.
Blah, 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 blah.
Dude, you just, listen to me. Pay attention. You just screwed yourself by your own standard of evidence, because if that guy gets beat up by somebody later, you are implicated.
Right. See how it works? See how they screw you all the way around?
Yeah, you open your big mouth and make a threat that you're going to do something about it after the fact. Somebody else beats him up and
try to run me over. That's what I would do.
Hold on. You implicated yourself. There's now sufficient evidence by your own witness testimony that you intended to hurt the man. The man gets hurt later. So facto, you did it. Oh, by the way, you have a responsibility to retreat in most places. You have a responsibility to retreat. Right. So now you implicated yourself twice.
You're saying that it's all right for someone to break the law, as long as I break the law too. I don't think that there's any
standard ground law in California for one thing. I don't think that they have a standard ground law.
I don't have a standard shit around here. The guy broke into my house.
No one's saying it's okay.
I caught him in my house. I chased him out of my house. He jumped the fence. He got in the car and he drove away. I called the police and told them some guy just came in my house, and I caught the guy in the house and I chased him away. And it took them 10 hours to show up to my house. 10 freaking hours.
Dude, I figured out your problem, Rookie. You need to move to a different place.
No, I just need to start shooting people instead of arguing with them, I guess, man. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. Now you implicated yourself 3 times.
Hey,
I'm live there. Good job.
Calm down, guys. I'm joking. I wasn't out there when this all happened, but I got the video of it. I was sitting here watching it. And that's the thing. It's like, if I would have saw this video and I was the police officer, I would have went over there and arrested the guy. That's enough evidence for me. He drove on the wrong side of the road. He swift by. Then he stops and he starts cursing. And he calls my wife all these names. And my wife doesn't even know what's going on. She's like, what are you guys doing out here? She's like, why are you coming over here and starting trouble? Like, I have no idea why you're even here. And neither do I. I've never done anything. I've never even talked to this guy before. But yet he follows us around and he comes by our house and he throws shit and he yells at us and he curses at us. And I don't even know why he does this. But the cops don't seem to give a shit. It doesn't make sense to me. This is literally a situation where something bad could end up happening because they're not doing anything about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
You hear where I'm coming from, you know? It's like,
I know you're telling us to just calm down. You're just joking. But there's a reason why cops say the phrase, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. It doesn't say as long as you're not joking. So just be aware that that's how they operate, whether you agree with it or not. That is the case.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that one. I don't know. It just baffles me.
Let's also be clear that the Supreme Court ruled that police officers do not have a duty of individual protection, period. So no, they're not responsible to protect you from that guy.
Then why bother calling him?
Well, because you need to prosecute the crime after the fact, if you so desire, and you would like to have them be involved to make it more official, I guess.
Yeah, but if they're not doing that and they're just arguing with you like as if they were the other person, saying, "Oh, well, that's not. Well, I don't know. You know, maybe you instigated this." Well, how do you instigate someone?
No, you missed the part, dude. You missed it, dude. You're supposed to listen. You're supposed to lay down and get ran over, then call. Now that a crime is actually there, say, "Look, I clearly have tire marks on me and some entrails over here."
Don't forget the entrails.
Yeah, that's fucking
write your report.
That's justice right there.
You can use my blood. You can use my blood if you're out of ink.
As long as it's being spread over intent, then it's all good.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're arguing with my point is kind of redundant, but you know, whatever.
No, it is valid that you're living in a terrible place because, again, there's no castle law in California. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite. If you don't know what castle law is, the right to defend your property, right? And then there's also duty to flee or whatever it is. You don't have a right to stand your ground. So there's like stand your ground law in some states, and there's duty to retreat or duty to flee law in other states. I mean, those are, in a lot of ways, all the states are pretty similar. And in some ways, they are horrifically different.
This is what I'm talking about. The law is not clear. No one in the world has to take a test or a battery or anything to make sure they know what the rules are. So let's say I'm in California and the rule here is that if somebody crosses onto your property and physically attacks you or assaults you, you have the right to take them down or protect yourself, right?
Not in California.
Let's say I go five blocks. Oh, just a thought experiment. Let's say I go 5 blocks down the street and I'm in another town now. And that same thing happens and I'm in someone's yard and someone crosses over and does it. And I attack the person and then they go and they have me arrested. Is that right? But is that right? No, it's not.
Not all of the laws are right.
So why are there rules and laws that are wrong? Why do they even exist? They shouldn't.
What, are you operating under the presumption that all people are righteous?
No, I would operate. I would do the opposite. Actually, I would say that most people are crooked, and that unless you force them to follow the rules, then they won't do it. But since the rules aren't being followed and they're not being enforced, then what the fuck is the point of even having them? Doesn't make any sense to
me. Just a second. So, if Rookie was a policeman, he didn't have the right to defend himself? I don't understand those laws.
No, I think that as far as like persons in positions of authority or whatever have a completely different set of rules or whatever. We're talking about citizen law.
Well, any inherent system, regardless of where it is, that has any organizational hierarchy whatsoever, has a set of rules and obligations that are stacked in a hierarchical level, where people in one hierarchy have a different set of rules and expectations. The people in the next hierarchy have a different set of rules and expectations ad infinitum. I mean, that's not, to be honest, that's axiomatic. There's no organizational structure that functions where everybody is exactly the same, doing the exact same thing under the exact same rules and privileges. Now, to be fair, that could be wrong and you may not like it. Okay? The number one thing you can do is be involved in the process or vote with your feet.
No, what I'll do next time is I'll just drive over to his house and try to run him over. And then when he calls the cops, I'll just say, well, I don't know what to tell you. There ain't nothing you can do about it.
No, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Okay? You clearly forgot that you're a white guy. Okay, so if you go around and do a bunch of things to people who aren't white guys, it's now a hate crime. So when you tried to run them over, you actually committed a crime, which is called hate.
Well, I'll just make sure and
which is
smile and shake my
prosecutable.
hand right before I knock him out.
It's prosecutable in your district, I believe.
Right, but they got to prove it, though, right?
It's self-evident. You're a white
my
guy,
video of
and
some
they're
guy
not.
trying to run my buddy
Case
over
closed.
isn't evidence enough to send this guy to jail, then how the hell do you figure that me doing the same thing in his house is going to make any difference?
I just told you
Does that
why.
make any sense to you?
Were you
Does it make
oblivious?
any
And
sense?
hey, listen, no offense. Are you deaf? It's a serious question. Or did you hear what I said? Because I literally explained it, how it's not the same thing.
No, I understand where you're coming from.
Now, you may not like that set of rules, that's the way they prosecute things in the area in which you live. So run for the select board or something, or move. Now, you do have this point. In the olden days, in the Wild West, supposedly, they used to have signs when you entered a town that basically told you what to expect. Leave your guns here with whoever. You're not allowed to have guns in the town. Any fights are going to be beaten. The sheriff's going to smack you around and throw you in jail. Or they sometimes will have rules. You guys can fight, but do not do it in a building. Go outside so you don't damage anyone's property. For example, one of our other members we used to have here where he lives, they have a standing fight law where as long as the two people verbally agree beforehand, it's now legal for mutual combat. Right? So they're allowed to fight. So there's lots of places you could move to that might be more palatable to your sensibilities. Like the desert, where there's nobody making any rules whatsoever.
This idea is why population has spread the way that it has to begin with throughout the world, right? Typically, people uprooting themselves from where they are and moving their family to another place was for specific reasons, typically to avoid things they didn't agree with within the society that they were currently living in. But yeah, AI's point about the Old West, if the town had a sign as you entered that kind of laid out the law of the town, it's kind of like the rules of your community pool. They're clearly posted on the gate before you walk in.
And in most places, the rules are posted as well, or at least available at the local library when it's open for you to read. So when you move to a place and you say, well, I don't understand the laws here, their answer is, do you have 2 feet? Do you have 2 arms? Do you have 2 legs? Do you have 2 eyes? Is the library not right there with all the information? You have no excuse.
The City Hall, there's a lot of different places. The DMV, these are all the places that you would go anyway if you were a resident there, where that material is made available.
That's why they say ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? Like, you have the ability to read. You may not have the ability to understand, but you certainly have the ability to, or have access to, the rules within the area that you're living. And I would say if you have some sort of handicap or disability, or you're blind and you need a Braille version or you need an audio version, I guarantee you all of those are accessible.
They do go to great lengths to provide all sorts of different alternatives. There's probably an interpretive dance one that somebody applied for a government grant and got paid $384,000 to recreate some government document in interpretive dance. I'm not saying it exists. I'm saying it's reasonable to assert that it probably exists.
Dude, it literally sounds like you were reading from the charter from the dispensary fund. What are we going to spend our money on this year?
Well, let's give $384,000 to the development of interpretive dance. What are they going to interpret, sir? Well, how about the menu? The menu, sir? Yeah, you know, what we have for lunch each day. But, sir, what would be the point in all of that? It would be a cultural experience. Sounds good to me.
That's actually not a bad idea. For example, you could grasp your stomach or rub your tummy or make hacking like vomiting type movements or hold your butt cheeks. Where are we eating today? Chinese. Well, let me remember. Is that hold your butt cheeks or vomit? I can't remember.
No, I found the guy, though. He's a rich man now.
Pretty sure Gem Panda was on that that document as well. $472,000.37 for the curation and promulgation of bird humping experimentation.
So many layers of depravity.
Leave the birds out of this. This is offensive and triggering to the bird enthusiast roles that are in the room. Okay.
True.
I'm just like using an actual Glober argument to try to incorporate into the levity, to simultaneously make fun of the topic and them, and their concept of what science is.
I have a pet bird. Should I have bird enthusiast role? You're the arbiter, Napalm. Let me know.
I would say if you have a pet bird, that you would probably fit the role of a bird enthusiast.
Okay, and I am enthusiastic about the joy that it brings my children and wife. And when I watch that little parakeet dance, do its little bounce up and down and head bobble thing and all this different thing, it puts a smile on my face. And I am very much not a pet guy or an animal guy at all, but that thing is...
I think so, and I have the same thing going on. I got 3 reptiles. Is there a reptile enthusiast role? I got a turtle, and I got 2 leopard geckos.
The bird role is the reptile enthusiast role because they evolved from them.
Those aren't real pets.
Oh shit! Yep. I'll take the bird enthusiast then.
Get you a cat.
Whatever.
I'll start referring to my turtle as a bird as well.
I don't like the
That's a good joke.
ammonia odor.
Don't dilute the bird enthusiast role by allowing these reptile lovers in.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Yeah, man, they pee everywhere. They're just... Ugh.
Whoa! Make me a reptile enthusiast then. Come on, man.
Wait a minute. I also there's a bearded dragon, and dude definitely pooped on you, on his tree trunk, on everything that, so there's that. Reptiles and birds shit on everything. Everything.
Yeah, so do dogs and cats if you don't train them properly.
Yeah, have you ever smelled... Hold on. Have you ever smelled bird poop? I rest my case. I rest my case.
I've definitely smelled bird. But that's just poor upkeep. That's probably on the person if they.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying the difference in
Yeah.
odor.
Well, I mean, again, like if you clean the litter box.
Yeah, I know. I have been in pet owners' houses that are well upkept, and there's not. I happen to have some allergic responses to different dogs and cats, so, but it almost always is dependent on how that person is maintaining the environment.
Yeah.
How? Yeah.
Do we eat cereal in here, or
sometimes
is that poison? Yeah, I'll tell you what, Frosted Cheerios are the best Cheerios there, and it's arguably one of the best cereals.
Yeah, so when someone offers you a drink, right, and they open their liquor cabinet and they say, "What's your poison?" Be like, "Frosted Flakes." Give me some milk. Give me some milk in a dirty bowl.
Hey, I have a complaint. Somebody gave me the Antarctica AIDS, and I've been one of the ones sitting here saying all these guys are stupid and trying not to talk about it. So how did I get? Is it just that easily transmissible that I could just be in around someone talking about
Yeah. Watch out, because it turns into Snow and Tell Pro really quick.
It'll probably go away with time.
Just listen. Here's the cure. Here's the cure for Antarctica. Don't take AZT, and it'll cure itself over time.
There you go.
I think the Snow and Tell Pro roll is what gets rid of it.
Snow Intel Pro. That sounds like a good one.
Well, I can tell you this much: as the designer of this role, I did not give that role to you, Conrad. I can tell you that much. Did you said?
Yeah, I mean, I was in here yesterday, and they were trying to talk about it, and I mentioned again how stupid it is to even talk about that kind of stuff, and then I was just attacked. But whatever. Somebody did say whoever talks about it for the next 3 minutes is getting it, or for more than 3 minutes.
It could have been a moderator. It could have been a moderator. Antarctic AIDS spasm. Where they just go do.
During that attack, was there any fluid transfer?
Wow. The question of what is AZT? Azithromycin. It is a medication propagated and or lifted up or promoted by a certain Anthony. And it may or may not be something that literally kills you.
But don't worry. Be assured, it will get rid of the Antarctic AIDS.
Well, I'm saying that it does the opposite of that. Hey, I did think of something in regards to TOS and community guidelines. If we accept that terms of service and community guidelines are the justification and foundation of truth, then we can easily agree that whatever the mainstream scientists and fact checkers tell us is also true. If community guidelines and terms of service are the arbitration of that which is true, then on that premise, we can comply with that axiom with the TOS and community guidelines. No, am I being too abstract?
No, maybe not. Okay, well.
Or azithromycin.
Are we able to dispute the TOS, and then therefore, because we have stated that we just don't agree with it as being truth.
So
then-
it is my opinion that we cannot actively dispute the terms of service or community guidelines. We must accept them as axiomatic for the purposes of the platform itself. However, your independent and private refutation of those axioms is perfectly acceptable and encouraged. I would add, but in regards to public conveyance, we must accept the axiom that terms of service and community guidelines on this platform and any other platform are axiomatic.
So we may actually be able to discuss the reason why we are refuting said TOS.
I don't know. Probably not.
We're not even going to try.
I know. I got it.
Because there's not enough competent individuals who can peruse and navigate that trickery and chicanery.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd have to have the live stream on mute all the time.
Yeah, that won't work.
Yeah. I was in another server that was getting really close to making me uncomfortable because of how aware I am of the necessity to pretend to play ball.
Yeah, I deleted all the servers. There was like 10 of them. I only have 3 now.
Yeah.
Got rid of all of them.
Well, to be fair also, some people in various communities have expressed that they're willing to be a martyr on this hill and basically sabotage whatever platform that they're present in as they commit their martyrdom seppuku in front of everyone for some kind of self-glory or some weird sense of self-righteousness.
Even at the expense of our platform.
Yeah, that's not welcome here.
For sure.
You want to be a martyr, let me know. I'll make you one real quick.
And we can help you out.
Zippity-doo-dah.
Speaking of martyrs, how many people have died for the globe?
Wow.
That's a curious question.
Now that's a large number. Speaking of numbers.
Is it a large number, though? Like, how many people have actually died over the proposition the Earth is a globe? Like, actually went to bat for it to the death?
Those three guys.
I know there were some. There were some.
Those 3 guys in the LAN that tested the LAN, the lunar module.
They were in the module. Yep.
Gus Grissons was one of them, right?
Yep. They surely did.
Then we have the Challenger, which those people may or may not be dead.
So. Or flying objects, or rather, so-called Challenger aircraft. Either that or aircraft crashes sprout twins.
What's interesting about the Challenger, right, that he just said they may or may not be dead, the answer to both questions is they found the bodies.
They did.
Wait, they did?
Yeah,
you could take it as you will. They found the dead bodies or they found the live bodies. They found the bodies, right? That's the answer.
Oh, okay, yeah. I get it.
They found the dead bodies working on other jobs.
Yep, exactly. What's wrong with that? You laugh.
Yeah, instead of weekend at Bernie's, it's like 2 generations at Bernie's.
I mean, really, who's in charge? If we can connect dots to these movies like this.
Dude, there's actually a conspiracy that all movies were created just for conversational segues. So we could have a common pool of language to make cultural references.
That's the whole purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. I just made that up, but don't worry. It'll be a Mandela effect tomorrow.
It could be true coming to a neighborhood near you tomorrow or yesterday.
Don't say that term like 3 times in a row. You're going to start summoning people in the server.
Dude, you gotta sing the Summona al Cantata Extraordinaire.
Don't do it.
It goes like this: ether, Mandela, Mandela, ether, come on, all of ya.
Stop him. Flatty, what'd you say?
If you say lose name 3 times in a row.
You guys, I didn't even get to the next part. The next part goes like this: scientific methods, scientific method. Which are you?
We'll make a little song, a little rhyme about it.
Yeah.
Where are you?
What?
Where are you? Scientific method. What are you? What are you? Sing it.
Scientific meth head? What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Meth head?
Interesting.
No.
Dude, if we get all 3 topics talking over each other simultaneously, we could have a Nexus event and open a time portal.
Yeah.
So the moral of that whole nonsense rhetoric that I just said is that these topics aren't anything to kill each other over, whether verbally or in reality. For example, people supposedly were burned at the stake for the globe earth paradigm because they believed in the globe. The quote unquote church or whoever it was killed them. So no, we don't need to be killing each other, whether verbally, reality, metaphorically, having the ether wars or the science wars. What was the other one? What was the other topic?
I don't know. Technology.
I forgot what the other topic was. No,
First one.
Oh, that must be why I forgot it.
Yes, because your memory had erased it.
Your memory has nothing to do with that reality itself.
These should be topics, though, that you can poke fun and have fun poked at you a little bit. Livens up the room,
Yeah. So what you're trying to say is that we should just be able to talk about these things. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, without people getting butthurt or making aspersions on people's character or changing their profile pic to say you all are Satanists.
Yeah. Why can't we just talk about it? I don't get that either. If we can discuss these things in a civil fashion, then it's okay if another group of people per se believe something that others don't believe, or some people know things that other people don't know or don't understand the meaning of knowledge, or that we can just talk about these things. That's all. We'll it's better than the alternative that you just mentioned.
Hey, we had a good cordial ether conversation earlier. It might be because the bulk of the room was in somewhat of an agreement, but it was a good conversation.
I just want to let you guys know, last night I met a really cool person on here named Rentago. He's very open-minded. He's one of these souls that come in here already knowing that we're being lied to just about everything. So if you see Rentago, I went through the 3 points with him last night.
He was pretty cool. I was here for that.
Cool guy. So if you see him, say hi. He's a great person to have a conversation. He's funny as hell. And
Oh yeah, I definitely had a good laugh. That was right before I went to sleep too. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I catch the last bit of that when I woke up.
Oh, cool. That was a lot of fun.
So I bumped into someone on Discord in a different server. They're from the same town as I live in.
In the same town?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
How weird is that? There was five of us in a call.
You roboted out. Go, try it again. Okay, you'll be back. Anyway, we're getting ready to create the California contingent. We got about 4 or 5 of us now, so
California love.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I can't wait to go out and do observations.
Hey, is anybody in here going to that Midwest Flat Fest in South Dakota? I'm just curious.
That would be fun.
What part of South Dakota?
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it on Mark Sargent's thing the other day, so I haven't really looked into it at all to see if it's something I'd be interested in going to. But I've never
I
been
no
to
longer will.
bigger.
Maybe I can call
I,
Mark.
I think I might check.
Maybe I could call Mark Sargent and ask him if he could give me a ride. Isn't he in LA? He could just jet. You could, Mark. You could just jet down to San Diego here, pick me up.
I don't know if he's going to be there.
If it's in the Dakotas, it definitely sounds like a Snow Intel Pro operation. Is that why you want to go, Conrad?
Well, no, I just never been to any bigger meeting before, so I'd just be interested in meeting some other flat earthers.
Yeah, no, I was joking. I think so.
And there's no snow. There's no snow right now. You know. So how could it be?
That's true. There's no snow right now, but there's always a chance. I tell you what. Maybe not for South Dakota, but up here.
So you're telling us you get snow when you would not expect it?
Well, apparently, like I said, historically, North Dakota's had snow every month of the year.
Wow.
Well, technically here in Minnesota, where I'm at, we've had crazy snowstorms in this same about 3 years or maybe 5 years ago. It was a few years back. We had a snowstorm in May, record 1.5 feet or some crazy shit.
Well, that's the thing. That whole area from the plains, the Dakotas for sure, because you're right near
Hey,
those.
you guys might as well give me that Snow Intel Pro because I've been in Minnesota my whole life and I got a ton of experience with the snow. So you might as well just throw it out.
All right.
Good point.
It's that interesting. Snowflakes, no one is the same, just like humans. They're just like people. I don't like these words they gave us, human, people. I don't feel
why
like,
is that?
I don't feel like I'm any of those things.
So what do you think you are?
An earthling.
Wouldn't that be true of all things?
See, there you go with those words again. And their meanings. I know. What would you think? What would you think is the appropriate term?
Earthling is not a bad word or description because you've got the first man being named Ground. So
I am son of ground. No, I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah, well, that's what C.S. Lewis did in his books. He would refer to human beings as son of Adam. which,
So we're, oh, yeah. So we're all Adamson.
Adamson, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I can't find anything about this, but I swear I heard it on Mark Sargent's like one of his most recent streams that was on YouTube, and it was Karen B talking about it. She was advertising it.
Oh, about the meetup?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hi, Gregory. Guys, I need some help. Can somebody help me?
I found it.
Elijah F.
It's in
I think
Yankton.
Elijah F. You
Yankton,
could help
South
out.
Dakota.
There's such a thing as text communication as well.
Johanan? Yeah, wait a sec, okay?
Okay,
Hold on,
okay,
wait.
I'm waiting. I have a big problem.
Okay, so what is your problem then?
Okay, so basically, there's this Discord that actually Gregory knows about. It's called the Nazarene Discord, and we're a bunch of people there. And I was arguing about the flat Earth to them, and they're asking me some tough questions as well, but I'm answering them well. And so I start talking about Mr. Indio, and I start saying that they said that, okay, well, do you have a physics degree or anything? Well, I said, well, I know someone who believes in this as well. They also have a degree in this. I don't think an appeal to authority is necessarily justifying. We were talking about the ISS and how we can't actually see it, and so we can't prove it exists. And they were saying, well, it does because we have pictures of it. But then I was like, okay, well, where? Right? So because I started mathematically proving that we can't see it, and therefore anyone who claims to have seen it is lying, they said they just made an appeal to authority. And I was like, okay, I wanted to talk about that. So I'm not an expert in this either. I'm kind of interested in seeing how you guys would tackle with these kind of people. And they don't want to join this Discord. They just don't want to join it. So anyone?
Yeah, they say because people have a degrees, Earth is a ball. Is that it?
No, they're saying that because I don't have a degree in this, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Right. So there are lots of people, Nobel Prize winners without education or degrees or university degrees. Are they wrong then? Is that it?
Well, I mean, I guess they were saying that because I don't have a degree in this, that my mathematical, very clear, observable, documentable evidence is like pseudoscience. I guess I don't know.
So math does not create reality, right? You understand this?
Well, I mean, we were talking about the fact that we can see planes, and planes are they're, even though they're like the ISS was at 33 meters long and 33 feet long. Sorry, 33 feet long and 22 feet wide, right?
A football field. People say it's about a football field in size.
So 33 feet long?
No, that would be yards.
Yeah, that would be meters or yards.
So a football field. Let's say a football field. Yeah. So can you see a football field?
How big is a football field?
100 yards.
I'm actually not gonna lie. I'm gonna use meters because meters are better. ISS is how many meters long? How many meters wide?
About 300 feet. About as long as a football field.
Yeah, he said he
yards.
wanted meters, so.
Yeah, 30.
Give me a moment. 109 meters is the length.
109 meters long, and I think 72 meters wide, right?
Yeah. 72.8 meters wide. Yeah.
So
okay, and then average plane is 50 is 100. How long is the average plane? Like 100 meters long, something like that, right? No, less.
No.
Less than that. Let me Google it actually.
Yeah. Anyway, so the question was, I think, right? The question was, how can you see a football field at 250 miles away? Was that it?
It's actually the ISS. They say it's 1,377,950 feet far away from us.
Yeah, 230, between 230, 240 miles, 250 miles, like 400 kilometers away.
420.
So just
they're laughing at us. 420.
okay, good. Just take the numbers. Look, just take the feet like you had to the how many feet it's supposed to be away from us, and then take these like the square footage of this, and there's a way to do the math, and you'll come up with a decimal point. You see how many zeros, how much less than zero this thing is, or how many zeros rather.
The 747 is just under 71 meters in length.
So you take even if you take 300 feet, just do that part, 300 feet, and take it to how many feet far away, and give me the decimal number, and that's how you do it, because optical range, the resolution of any kind of device only goes so far with so many zeros to magnify it.
Exactly.
Not even a telescope could even see it, and I've done this with the moon crater, the 50-mile crater. Just convert that to feet, take that feet, how many feet is it, or whatever, out to the moon, and you get this number with a whole bunch of zeros.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? I'm not really good at this, but I think I can.
It's
I think
simple
I can
division. It's
I know. I'm not talking about this topic, and I'm not talking about this situation. I'm saying that convincing people about the flat Earth. But I think I'm really close.
Don't try to convince people. That's your first mistake. And don't argue. It's not argument. It's they are the ones that have the argument. You don't. No reason for you to argue with these people.
Okay, but when I was brought to flat Earth, what happened was I was proven it, right? So I think that if people get proven the flat Earth, that they'll come to a realization that it's true.
No, you're not proving. Your purpose is not to prove, to convert, or to change someone's mind, to argue, or to press a point. Not at all. It's just to provide them with the information. They can do with it what they want. It's not your job to go out there and try to change anybody's mind, which is impossible anyway.
Okay, that's true. But that whole providing information thing, I'm not as good as that either, right? So I was wondering if maybe one of you guys could come in, and maybe one of you is like really good at this. You can talk to them. It doesn't have to be for long. If you realize there's no point or whatever, you guys can just come back here. But if that'd be nice if you guys could do that. We're like
you may be able, since the individual you're talking about is kind of appealing to authority or appealing to credentials, right? So he's claiming you're not a scientist or you're not a mathematician, right? So he's shutting down your information based on that. Is that a correct statement?
The second I provide this evidence, yeah. But before that, not really.
Okay, so a way to kind of overturn that or to kind of shift the conversation is to ask him a very simple question as to, do you need to be a mathematician to know that 1 + 1 = 2? He would obviously say no. Do you need to be a mathematician to be able to figure out the radius of a circle, the circumference of a circle, the diameter? Are these things that require certain qualifications to be able to understand? Or can people without certifications do these things simply? And he would probably have to agree that, yes, the average person who does not have a degree in mathematics should be able to figure out the radius, the diameter, and the circumference of a circle, right? It's not outside the realm of needing, or it's within the realm of everybody's possibility without specified credentials. So when you formulate your arguments, just let them know that here's the simple equation, right? You should be able to figure this out. If you can't, that's fine. But if you give these numbers to somebody who you feel is more qualified, see what they return, right? If he really wants to appeal to authority or credentials, give him the basic parameters, right? So figure out the distance to the ISS, the size of the ISS, what's resolvable, And then the onus is on him. If he doesn't want to look any further into that, or he can't understand basic mathematics, that's fine. But you have the ability to do so, and he's trying to take away your ability or lessen your ability because you don't have specific credentials, and just kind of show him the error within that logic.
I think that his main problem, like he kept saying this, like he said that the problem with your idea is that it's just like, by the way, they're all Bible believers, supposedly. And we can get to that another time. But basically, when...
Here's the thing, the simple mathematics of the geometry, right? When we talk about the surface of the earth, religion doesn't need to come into play, regardless of whether everybody is or is not religious that is within this community is irrelevant to the simplicity of what we're doing.
Yeah, that's
right?
how I came. I didn't come to flat Earth with like I didn't care what the Bible said about it because it could be interpreted different ways. But I was looking just like what's the truth.
Yeah, if you break it down, like, can drop over distance be measured on Earth? Like, is that possible? And that's like a yes or
Neil
no.
deGrasse Tyson was saying no, right?
Then
No, he didn't say
that's
that.
a red herring. So anyway, can drop over distance be measured on Earth? So it's either yes or no. So yes should be the answer. If not, then he's going to say something else is happening, which we know what they all say. Then he has the burden of proof. He needs to
What did it
provide
say?
He needs to provide a citation to back his claim of how something is preventing you from measuring drop over distance. Very simple. That's it.
So wait, hold on. What
Yeah.
do they divert to when you prove to them the whole curvature situation?
If he says refraction, then you just simply ask for the citation of the refraction that exactly matches, let's say, a observation, like the black swan. They would need to provide exactly their citation, exactly mechanically how the light is moving in this direction, and this many feet. All of it needs to be verified.
Yeah, I still don't get their whole refraction claim. I don't understand what that
Yeah,
means.
it's made up. That's why you don't understand it. And look, you can press this point. Like, this kills refraction
made up.
dead in water. Listen.
Well, no, it's Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
If the refraction, if the ball is what they say it is, the reflective surface, the water of the oceans, at the distance of the black swan is pointed at an angle away from the observer and below your line of sight 70 feet. So they have to start there. They're saying this image of the black swan is coming from where the light is bouncing at an angle away from you, which would make, at a 45-degree angle in refraction, would make it go 45 degrees straight up into the air, basically, or over your head somewhere. Then they would have to say it comes back down to your eye. So they have to do all of this. I need to know where it's bending, which direction, how much of an angle, and the distances in feet. Thank you very much.
That's true. That's true. But I still really, because this guy is very I don't know. For me personally, I don't know.
What? Why? Why is this your pursuit?
Could one of you maybe like come though, like maybe
You
Mr.
don't want
Sunny?
me. All I'd be doing the whole time is teaching him about the free gift of salvation.
No, they're Bible believers. They're Bible believers.
Yeah.
Listen, we do have some ambassadors here. Critspiracy is one of us that does do that and goes into those areas. There's some of us that are better at doing that. Some of us, I don't do that. I won't go out
You're
of this.
pretty good.
I won't leave this platform. They're either coming
Aw.
here or I won't talk to them.
Oh, come on.
Nope.
Okay. How
That's
about you,
my
Mr.
bubble.
Gospel? Gospel bearer, please. You can talk about the Jesus as well. They believe in Jesus, but I think he does. They might be Jewish.
Yeah. No, I'm not interested for those particular distinctions. I'm familiar with these different denominations, and that's why I said what I said. I'm not interested in trying to convince anybody of anything, especially when they've already made up their mind. That's why I'm asking you, what's the point? You do realize that, right?
Well, maybe who knows? You know, God's all merciful, all gracious, and all knowing. He knows that.
Yeah, but people aren't.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
just like God do the work, is you're not the ambassador for God to convince anybody of anything here.
I think it'd be nice if it would be a nice discussion if one of you could join. Yeah.
I'll go. Just send me the invite.
Hey, let's go. Okay, Mr.
Yeah, I'll go
I level up.
I'll go too.
Who?
Cool.
See?
Napalm.
Napalm? Okay, hold on. Let me send the I level up first. I level up and Napalm. Anybody else? Okay.
Hey, when the Globers aren't coming to you, you can go to the Globers from time to time, right?
Yeah, I get you. I have done that before. Whitson and I
We
used to
have one
tag
more.
team in different
Lalo Thinker's
servers.
also coming. We have 3 people right now, all 4 counting me.
We used to.
Is this a raid? Is this technically a raid?
I actually used to go on the raids with these guys. So. Yeah, I'm not saying that absolutely I wouldn't do it at
Fire of the
some.
raid. Damn.
Well, if you change your mind, I'll send you a link. If you change your mind, you guys want to join.
Thanks for the offer.
Let us know.
Yeah.
All right.
See, I can always make ultimatums and then go, maybe I made that decision too fast, and should have thought about it a little longer. But anyway, I don't know. I really appreciate the people that do go out there into the trenches with these people in their grounds. I just know. I don't know. I just like this place. I guess I'm like a homebody. I like the homestead.
Yeah.
All right. Well, did they have to do they have a verification process or something you guys gotta do?
You would know.
I don't remember
Yeah.
last, when I joined the server, I don't remember I think I just joined and then it was working.
So are the
Is that
people
what-
you're talking about in there now? Should
Yeah. They're gonna join way more. When they see that we're all here, they're all gonna join.
Okay. Well, is your name the same in that server?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a
When you join
voice
that
public
VC,
one.
when you join that VC, I'll join. So if you want to move over
Okay.
there, I'll follow you.
Yeah, voice public
Someone
one.
should record this event and then bring it back over here. That's what I'm about.
Yeah. That would be great, actually. Someone could do that.
And we can
Love to hear what their arguments are, like how they propose their points, whatever.
Mhm. So I don't know if someone can do that. Yes, you're all like, "Fuck you, Sonny. Who put you in charge?"
I'm not able to do that. It's not going. Yeah.
Alrighty then. Chair. Oh, this definitely looks promising. Would you like to say hello, Chair?
Did you unmute him?
Yes.
Make sure you mute him because he just wanted to say hello in the Visa chicken and not speak at all.
Doesn't he not have roles?
No, he just wanted to say hello in Visa chicken and not speak at all. So I'm assuming he just wanted the role for some reason, without speaking, basically. I'll put on mute again if you unmuted him, if you didn't do that yet.
It doesn't look like he has any roles. Yeah, he doesn't have any roles, so he'll be auto-muted.
Auto-mute? Okay, fine. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of weird people coming in late. Just want to say hello and then nothing else.
Yeah. Well, usually it's just that one guy. But
He just said in the lobby he wants to get verified, but he needs to talk first. So
Yeah.
where? Well, he
said
where?
he just wants to say hello and he doesn't want to talk. That's what he said in the.
Is he still in this? Is he still here?
No, he left.
Not in the VC, but here's what I'm wondering: how is he able to type in live? Oh, I'm looking at lobby. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm like getting myself confused over here. Aye. Interesting.
Hey, if there's no topic, is there anybody who's good with push and pull forces? Here.
You mean like a fan?
Well, I heard from, I think it was Ken Wheeler, about there was no, it may not have been Ken Wheeler actually, but I heard there was no, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, I don't know if you know his channel, he was talking about there is no such thing as a pull. I was wondering if
Del.
around it.
Well, there may be some people that would beg to differ on that. No such thing as a pull.
I've heard other people talk about it as well in terms of the push and pull is the same motion. It's about direction, isn't it? Rather than a different force. I think. I don't know.
What incarnation? Gee. Why would you do that? Sorry, guys. If you smell cinnamon rolls at the mall, is that a pull force or a push force?
What?
You're at the mall, you smell cinnamon rolls, and you're like, "Ooh, gotta get some." Is that a push force or a pull force?
Is that a trick question or?
I guess it's too silly, not serious enough. Sorry.
I like that question because you have one, the odor itself getting pulled into your nostrils, into your nose, right? Into your lungs. Or is it getting pushed into your lungs? The odor itself.
I'd say it
And then you
depends
got the
on. I'd say it depends on if she's pushing you away from the cinnamon rolls or pulling you towards the cinnamon
and then
rolls.
you get the attraction, the physical attraction of the appetite, right? That attracts you to the cinnamon rolls. Now, are you getting pushed to the cinnamon rolls, or are you physically being attracted to it?
I don't know. Let's ask her. What do you think, honey?
question.
Cinnamon rolls or no cinnamon rolls?
Yeah, I know. My answer was slightly facetious, meant to be metaphorical, or metaphysical. So I know it wasn't answering directly what you were asking, though.
Nah, it's all good. It just went over my head a little bit. I think.
Didn't I just processed another order yesterday with this name? Okay. I see. And the man is well rested and has joined us for a voice conversation. Glurf Slayer himself. What is your weapon of choice, Glurf Slayer?
Wilt you bring your Excalibur today, sire?
Something very British must be happening right now.
Uh-oh.
For him to not be replying. Something quite British is happening. Maybe Gog and Magog are maybe making their appearance in the streets again. Oh, they got him. They got him. Everybody knows that they have massive statues of Gog and Magog in England.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they parade them every single year for the last, 400 and something years.
I know.
Seriously.
It's a very long-lived tradition, isn't it? About giants. Giants. Yeah.
Well, metaphorical giants at the very least, but
what about King Alfred? He was supposed to. His bed was like 14 feet long or something.
Go.
I am not
I don't
aware.
know if that's a red herring, isn't it? Straw man.
Maybe he was a straw man.
No, I heard. Let's see, tales of giants in almost every culture. Actual giants, giant men.
It's all fine and dandy, but it is a little bit beside the point of what the Gog and Magog represent.
Right. I don't know if most, maybe a side issue, but related to the history of Britain, most people don't know that story of Brutus, that they were actually supposed to be his group that left and went to Britain. You heard that, right, Gospel?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's supposed to be Brutus. He was a Caledonian or something. I could be wrong with that.
The Caesar murderer guy? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. I think, yeah.
Okay.
Brutus of Troy. Wait a second. Let me see. Make sure I got the right reference. I think it's... Yeah. Yeah, no, from Troy.
I've seen this Top Cat before. We've done this Top Cat thing before.
Legendary descendant Brutus, or Brute of Troy, is a legendary descendant of the Trojan hero Aeneas. How do you pronounce it? Known in medieval British history as Eponymous, founder and first king of Britain.
All right, Benji. Say hello.
Hola.
Hola.
Hola. Are you a pear-shaped fan?
Are you under the impression that Earth is a ball? Is the question.
Earth is definitely not a ball. No.
What's your evidence for that?
Well, so it might seem kind of weird, right? But you know, if you have like a big basketball, you pour water on the basketball. It goes round. You pour water on the ground. It don't go round, does it?
What happens to the water on the basketball again?
It goes round it.
It falls off of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And you pour the water, it doesn't keep on going off and off and
It
off.
just, if you spin the basketball, the water just flies off, doesn't it?
Yeah, and if you exactly, that's why the Earth's flat.
That's why. That's the reason why.
Not really.
There's more than one. But
Okay. Yeah. What's the other one? Maybe.
Michael, I'm very new to this, so I'm not exactly that educated yet. But
Yeah, it's okay for you to believe that you're on a ball, right? I'd rather have you being honest than fake or LARP being a flat earther. That would be dishonest of you, right? So if you are honest to us and yourself and say, well, yeah, I believe I'm on a ball because I went to school and they taught me this, it's not a problem, right? We can talk about it. Instead of you LARPing, you are a flat earther, right? We can help you out.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
Sorry?
Not always correct about everything.
Right, yeah, but we get this a lot. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so it starts with honesty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then coming up with a basketball and pouring water up on top of it and then claim, well, that's why Earth is flat. Well, it's not. It comes a bit trollish, right? It becomes a bit a trollish thing.
Yeah, I see.
Right?
I see.
Okay.
Yeah, I see.
So it's okay to say that you believe that you're on a ball, man. That's perfectly fine.
I
You're
do
not
not believe. Oh, that's.
sorry.
I do not believe I am on a sphere. I believe
Okay.
I am on flat.
Okay.
Flat.
Okay.
Well, would you rather know it than believe it?
I would rather know than believe. Right now I don't have a lot of evidence, but it's what
Cool.
I think.
That's good that you mentioned evidence, and so we can help you with that. If you really do want to know, and you're honest about that, then I think you're in a good place. So, yeah, welcome anyway.
Incarnation. Yep.
Does someone want to go through the 3 points with Bang here? Or something along those lines, or
It
Elijah?
doesn't seem necessary.
He just
Egypt.
left.
Oh, okay. Wow. It doesn't seem necessary. Boom, he's gone. You were right about that.
Yeah.
It's funny how intuition works over these wavelengths.
Was that too harsh? Was that too harsh?
No.
We were all
It's
pretty nice, actually. I mean, nice. I mean, we were cordial.
All right. Top Cat's
Well,
been here
it was-
before. He apparently comes. Do we need more commentary on the little boy?
No, what Elijah was going to say.
Go ahead.
No, if Gospel Bear is saying he's been here before, then okay.
No, not the Bing guy. This Top Cat guy that I'm about to unmute.
Oh,
He's in Jim Panda's server, so I'll reserve prejudice to the greatest degree I can. Here we go. Hi, Top Cat.
Let's go.
What alts do you have? Like screen name alts.
This is the only account I have.
Okay, so you've been here before, but you haven't, or
Somebody gave me this server maybe a couple weeks ago, and I've just stopped in for a minute. I really don't stay here.
Gotcha. So you're in best religious debates that maybe atheist server, maybe Satanist server, maybe neither. And then you're also in Jim Panda server, and now you're in this one. You got a handful of interest, it appears.
Oh yeah, I usually don't talk. I just listen wherever I go.
And what do you do with all that listening, out of curiosity?
Entertain myself.
Really? You mean
Yeah,
like
I
people entertain themselves with feet pics, or some other way?
I'm not into feet pics, but I do like listening to people debate things.
Okay, that's fair.
But I noticed probably everybody gets suppressed when they show up here, unless they're been here for a while. So you probably don't get too much debate on this channel. So
Suppressed?
well, I mean, it says when I joined, it said suppressed.
You mean your microphone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a server setting in order to maintain a sense of order and method for properly vetting people. Every now and then you got.
Oh, you get trolls, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, wouldn't you be quite familiar? You're in a literal troll farm server. But that's all Gem Panda server is. It's a troll farm.
Which one's Jim Pandas? I don't know.
Debate Flat Earth and more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So no questions, only listening, huh?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Okay, what a word.
Well, it is a live stream, and the topic is flat Earth. So it's just interesting that you come on a live chat, and I mean, it's okay that you listen. We do have people that do just come and listen, but we always like to know what people's take on things are, because that's kind of what we talk about here. Mostly talk about how there's no proof for the spinning globe. And some of us have been waiting for as long as 8, almost 10 years, waiting for evidence of this said globe that's taught in every school on Earth, and none to be found. Apparently. Where is it? I'd sure like to know, where's the drop over distance? Where's the obstruction after 1.22 miles at 1 foot above sea level? Where's the obstruction?
Wow. I didn't know this, but apparently Old English of all correct or deliberate misspelling of all correct. All correct. And etymology is some weird stuff sometimes. That is weird. Jocular misspelling of all correct.
Howdy doody.
Hey, PMac.
Oh, gospel, Sonny. What's up?
Hey, man. What's up, PMac?
Oh, good Lord.
Nice.
Hobby ad and daddy ad.
Groovy like a
Hobby
dragon.
ad and daddy dad.
It be alright. It's not too bad. Not
too bad.
So I didn't mean to interrupt there. I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, you didn't interrupt anything.
Hi, Bree.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
What happened to the little fella? Okay, he left.
He dipped out pretty quick.
So he was pretending.
Right as soon as I was going to get to the 3 points, and boom.
Kids are squirrely these days. You never know.
I was like, "Who wants to do the 3 points?" And
it's like the 3 commandments for flat Earth. 3 points.
Yeah, that must be scary.
Yes,
they're squirrely, unless raised otherwise. Every now and then you got a kid that might be raised all proper.
What happened to curiosity? What happened to curiosity about how things really work? I never could get enough of that knowledge. How does this work? How does this work? I had to know the nth degree. I'd take everything apart.
Wasn't that the name of a Mars rover?
Curiosity.
Isn't it funny how these... Isn't it funny? I know it's a little side issue. I have lots of side issues. I'm sure you know this by now. But isn't it interesting how all these technology companies, like let's say your cable company or your internet company, they send you this equipment, right? When you're done with it, they say, don't worry about it. We don't need the equipment back. Just recycle it. So you know what I do? I do recycle it. I open the thing up and I take out all the capacitors, every single thing I can use, and I make guitar pedals with them. Not many people can say that they actually take a used piece of electronic equipment and make something else with it.
Nice.
That's nice, man. If those guitar pedals are half decent, you could make a fortune if you could get people to sell it to you for a couple of bucks.
Yeah. You have to be in a production situation to do that. That's fine. I wouldn't mind being. I would just need shop space. And some, I don't know, there would need to be, that's like a lot of steps. But I have dreams of having a shop where I could do just about everything. Build all that stuff, work on guitars, have a luthier shop, build guitars, do the whole thing, build cabinets, build speakers, build.
Can you imagine how many people have old routers and TV boxes and TiVo boxes sitting underneath the stairs or in cupboards?
I love that shit. I'll take all that stuff apart, especially those old stereo consoles with the tube amps. They used to have a radio, a phonograph, and a TV usually. A lot of those were run with tube amplifiers. I can take those tube amplifiers and make another amplifier based on original Fender schematic from like 1955 or something, let's say.
That would give you a lot of inner satisfaction too, building stuff from things that people don't want, building something like that.
Let me see if I have a picture of one of my cabinets I built. 1 second.
With these hands.
Still curious. There was this word debate you brought up, Top Cap. What debate? Like, imagine this scenario. Little analogy I like to use. Man thinks that his woman has never cheated on him. She's faithful. Someone demonstrates to him the falsification of the claim that she's faithful. He gets to see it for himself. The evidence has been presented. All claims of faithfulness are irrelevant afterwards, not in regards to future faithfulness, but to the nature of previous faithfulness. It's an analogy. There's no debate about something after it's been falsified. It's just simply been falsified. In fact, as we earlier mentioned, the mere mention of the presence of debate is actually a troublesome prospect for those who claim the globe, because it ought to be so evidential that debate would be absurd. You know, things like direct measurement. Kind of interesting.
Top Cat. No, there's a name that takes me back to my childhood. So I used to watch the Wacky Races, Dick Dastardly and Muttley, Top Cat, Pink Panther.
My favorites were Speed Racer and Johnny Quest.
I like Johnny Quest, all right.
I don't even know who that is.
Speed Racer always made me feel really uncomfortable. It was something about that show made me feel weird as a kid.
Maybe the Japanese animation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a bias there, but something about that show made me anxious and uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't know if I was picking up on subliminals or what, but
The Yogi Bear.
yeah, that was a pretty chill show. I like Yogi. A lot of Hanna-Barbera stuff was pretty legit.
Hey, boo boo. We're going to steal some picnic baskets.
Herculoids was my all-time favorite Hanna-Barbera production, though.
Yeah, never seen that.
Is that the one with the Triceratops that shoots bombs out of his horn?
Basically, yeah. You could call him. He was more like a rhinoceros, but
So there's a possibility he actually existed.
not really. He shot volcanic rocks out of his horn. So, all the creatures from that show were
mythical, like dinosaurs. Life was good when you were a kid, wasn't it? For most of us. Not a care in the world.
Gloop and Gleep.
I did love Tom and Jerry and Roadrunner, Wiley Coyote.
As they showed you a depiction of them running around the globe, right? Loved it too.
Yeah, I mean, every time Wiley Coyote fell off a cliff, it was because of gravity.
Add this to the ME list.
Shazam was a Vulcan.
Yep, so there's a DC comic under a different name, but I didn't watch that comic ever. I only watched this crazy tan, pointy-eared man cartoon. And I didn't remember his name. I used to watch that cartoon all the time.
Talking about cartoons, anybody ever see any footage of satellites in space ever?
No, isn't the notion itself really weird?
Later, Roger.
Arrivederci.
See ya, Wodja.
That little piece of film, video I put of the sun. Look how low in the sky. Look how the elevation angle of the sun. Look how low it is to the horizon there. And how large it looks. Throw your globe in the trash. That's what you need to do. Everybody now. Let's have a globe burning party. That's a great idea. Remember when they used to burn Beatles albums? Let's do the globe burning. And I'll with the help of my friends, I'll make a globe burning compilation album. Yep.
Can we also burn all of the different websites like OnlyFans? Can we also set those on fire? And like, can we also set app like iPhone and Android apps like Tinder, set those on fire too? Because there's a whole lot of different things in this world that contribute to the delinquency of humankind.
Yeah, and all the porn sites, burn those. Can we burn all those too?
Yeah. Well, I was taking the low hanging, maybe not low hanging fruit. I was trying to hit people where it hurts when I say what I say. Yeah.
In the goodies.
Mm-hmm.
Say 3 times flat, it's hurting everywhere.
Sometimes never mind. Sasha makes these statements sometimes. I'm like, goes way over my head. I'm like, what? What was that? Sometimes I catch it right away. Other times I'm like, I totally missed that one.
Sunny.
Yeah.
That's the way. If you're a glober, you need to repeat 3 times the name with the person which you are debating here, and then you can prove globe. If I repeat your name 3 times, then I can prove globe. If you say the water is not curving, and I'm saying sunny, you know. And
there you go. Then changes Earth back into a globe from what it is normally, flat and stationary. So, poof. Sorry. Sonny's out of control on a Tuesday morning. Welcome to the show.
I just got a completely ridiculous and silly idea. It not necessarily beneficial in the slightest, probably counterproductive, probably just downright stupid. But what if we did roll call? This is one of those like thoughts of curiosity that just popped in my head in regards to social behavior.
Okay.
Like if you're like, it doesn't have to be this Discord server, any Discord server, right? At the same time, 3 times a day, maybe 8 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 8 o'clock again. Something like that. And then you just read everybody's name, and you do that over and over and over again.
Oh, you do it over again.
Well, like every day.
Nobody sounds off?
Well, yeah. When you say somebody's name, if they're there, they'll say, yeah, here, or present, or whatever, right? What the question is, this is like one of those things that you could almost do experimentally, right? I think. What in tarnation?
I like it already.
And then you would the hypothesis, I believe, the hypothesis would be, I think that overall attendance and or presence would increase over time. That would be my hypothesis. But
we ought to try that out. So, you know what? About the military, there were some things I did like about the military. That was one of the things I did like, that I enjoyed in the morning roll call, because you'd hear your friend that you knew he was drunk off his ass the night before, and their responses in the morning. Like, I would bust up. I would have to hold it in so I didn't get in trouble. Like,
yeah.
Oh, I almost just blurted out my last name. Good thing I don't do that.
You were in the military, Sonny?
You know how they yell out your last name when you're
sure, yeah.
acting up, like emotional, like reactions, like laughing at somebody else. And roll call is not appropriate for morning roll call. That's a funny process. What did you say? What did you say, PMAC?
Well, I wasn't aware you were in the military at some stage.
Yeah, I'm a squid.
What's that?
I was in the Navy.
Ah.
Yeah, you got your gutters. You got your gutter snipes. Then you got your underdeck snipes, the engineering snipes.
How long were you in there for?
Just 4 years.
4 years, long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I worked for the military industrial complex for another 4 years as well. Building weapons of mass destruction. I'm only kidding. I didn't do that. But I did work for a torpedo factory, and I did manufacture torpedoes, the shells, and firing control system, consoles, all kinds of good shit like that. Anyway, I don't think I'm breaking any secrets, but at that time, a torpedo had not been fired in war since, I think they said, Vietnam. Yeah. Since Vietnam.
Torpedo?
And until shortly after and they went into the Gulf War, and I think they started using them again.
No, I'm probably wrong. I thought one was used in the Falklands War, but I think it was extra missiles as well.
It's the second time I've heard about the Falklands War in this server in less than 15 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it yesterday too.
Yeah,
that was pretty amazing about the there was something really serious going on there, and our Argentinian friend.
Exactly. Lionel.
Mm-hmm. They're not going to give that up. They're going to try again, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a strategic area. Just like, why are the Brits? They were in control of the Rock of Gibraltar still to this day, and so now the Falklands too. Those are little gateway areas. Yep. Now that all you flat earthers are talking, the people with Antarctic AIDS are talking about taking a trip. So I'm only kidding. When was that? In 1980?
80. Yeah, 80 something.
Something.
I was gonna say 8, 9. No, earlier.
Oh, that late?
No, maybe not. But yeah, it's fascinating, man. There's a shit ton of videos on it and documentaries, and you can see the Argentinian Mirages flying through the valleys and the Hawker jets. And, fascinating. One of the Argentinian pilots was damn good at his job, according to some of the British pilots.
Top Cat got bored. Or something. Chop. That sounds so familiar. Almost like there was a place named Chop once upon a time. Hi, Chop. You can say hello.
Oh, I was talking to a mic, a muted mic. Great. Thought I was talking to people.
Chop. See what you got there? Looks like a image of the use of a sextant. Maybe.
Those fighter jets flying over the flat, stationary ocean water surface. Look how flat that is.
Well, I thought that was like the salt flats.
No, the fighter pilot, those fighter jets flying over the ocean.
That's water that he's. Are you sure it's not salt flat?
No, I didn't say salt water, ocean. They're flying over the ocean.
We're looking at two.
Yeah.
Scroll down two GIFs, and you'll see the one I'm talking about.
Down where? Hold on.
22 after the hour.
Oh, rings.
Well, just after that.
Right after that. Are you talking about what Miguel?
What Miguel? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Okay, no wonder. Man, look at that.
That's a pretty cool GIF.
Wow. Can you imagine how fast that Sagitta would be dropping away? Like that, in that distance?
You know what else I can imagine?
Huh.
Because I did it for like 30-something years.
What's that?
I can imagine relativity. Like all of those points about like trying to talk to people about level and the thing dropping away and all of that is all so easily dismissed because of the acceptance of this relativity.
Oh, because their fantasy relativity like thing. Yeah.
Everything is relative.
It's just crazy nonsense.
And this is how you get away with murder.
That's exactly. Took the
or
word
anything you want to, because everything is relative.
relative. Hmm. The flying tank. That's pretty cool.
The stuff of video games. That flying tank.
Yeah,
was-
that smokestack. I mean, you have 2 points of reference. You have the airplane going by, and you have the horizon behind, flat as ever, and the smoke. Yeah. What happened to the spinning? Oh, the smoke at every single height stays exactly in line with exactly where it's rising up from. All it takes is somebody that's like half awake, half aware, to know that things don't work that way here. But in the large scale, no, not in the large scale.
Depends on your reference frames, orbital dynamics, and refraction.
Yeah, your relativity.
I didn't even get to relativity.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's like dealing with children. Like you have to teach them all over again. That's what conflict is about. Like you have adult children that refuse to learn.
My kids do pretty good learning. I don't know if children is the right oppositional children, oppositionally defiant children, maybe.
That's a good word to use. Defiant, obstinate, unruly, obstinate, defiant children.
There's this disorder called oppositional defiant disorder.
I wonder how rampant that is, like as a thing in reality in the population.
It's really common in lower socioeconomic populations. Often influencing factor of neglect.
Yeah, you see it in the city a lot.
Yeah.
Opposition to everything, like in an extreme.
Not everything. Just put people in positions of authority.
Yes, that particularly, but even in the lower social strata, there's a lot of that going on, which is you can easily tell it's misguided and fallacious. Like it makes no sense, but that's interesting that nonsense actually makes sense in an insane system. It makes sense to be insane in an insane system. That's just natural order of things. So
sometimes cognitus is not the right word for what's happening. A better word would be unreasonable. Unreasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are just simply unreasonable.
Yes. And usually the unreasonable are illogical as well.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Kind of like they go hand in hand, don't they? I think
I'd say so.
Better make a waffle for myself.
Sounds good. I think I'm going to go manipulate some coffee beans and make myself a beverage.
Yeah, like how I have a really good cup so I can make it and I forget about it all the time. Like it's sitting here still and it's still hot. Hmm. I had to have a cup that I could set down and forget about because I come back in the room and kick it around the rim across the floor and it doesn't spill.
You don't have one of those Ember $120 Ember mugs, do you?
No, it's just a Starbucks mug. It was
Oh.
like one of their. It's about, I don't know. I found it actually. I found all kinds of really good stuff that were useful, like the Contijo mugs and things like that. The ones that open, those are really good. You just clean them out really good, boiling water and vinegar and stuff. And no, but this one's really good. Starbucks. I think it was like a $20 cup.
Gotcha.
So it's been dropped. It's fallen off my bicycle. It's been tumbled around. I have
See,
to have
this
things.
is the one I'm talking about.
Hmm.
It is.
Oh, wow. Actually heated. That's outrageous. I like that. That's way too expensive, though. Mm-mm. I was going to show you guys more pictures. Hold on. I don't know if I have anything really. Oh, here's for the cabinet. Finally. The cabinet I built. Wait a minute. What place is that at? Is PMAX still there? I'm posting the cabinet I built. One of them. I built two. Just like this. This one's solid pine. It sounds better than the other one did, which was like a plywood. Plywood, unless you have high density plywood.
I am back.
Here's the back. Let me see.
So what?
Here's the other side.
You're. All right, so pulling a link, copy the link, and then whoops, posting this in the chat.
Good job, sorry.
Right. My father was like an expert carpenter. So this one, I made the dovetail joints by hand with a Japanese handsaw. I built that thing by hand.
Very nice. I like those Japanese style hand saws.
Yeah, it's not perfect. This cabinet, like, it looks beautiful because of the grain and everything. And it is well built. I built it very well to Fender 1959 Fender Deluxe diagram or blueprint, right? So it's the exact design of the 1959 Fender Deluxe amplifier, except the amplifier would have had a cutout where the controls go. This one is just a cabinet with a speaker in it. Oh, but what I was going to say is the cabinet is uneven. It's about a 1/4 inch at least out of square. Like one side is one side, like left or right. If you're looking at one side is shorter, it's not level. It's out of square. That's funny.
You have to like, hey, oh, I guess he left. This link that Fraud shared with me about somebody talking about flat Earth on TikTok. I don't have a TikTok, and you have to like log in and log in with one of my shell accounts. Skip. There we go.
Oh, I see napalm in that other site. So Natserim is the server name.
Yeah, Natsarim.
I level up is in there, and napalm's in there.
What, did you join the server?
No, I'm just looking at their chat. I'm looking to see who was in there.
How can you're already in that server?
I joined it just real quick. I
Yeah.
did.
Gotcha.
I'm not in. I'm still in the voice here, of course, because you can hear me. But yeah. So let's see. Here's their rules. Avoid using God's 4-letter name or pronouncing it in chat when possible. Use the alternatives such as Hashem, God, Almighty, Lord, Father, the Tetra, etc.
Yeah.
It may be linked to used in scripture or when necessary, but it should remain holy and not tossed about as a common name.
Sonny, why are you reading their stuff?
Huh? Don't? Okay.
Well, just because
it's theirs.
That's their idiosyncrasy of personal belief, and yeah, it's also the reason I didn't want to go there.
Exactly, I get it.
I think that this is actually going on live. I don't know how TikTok works. It looks like
Wow. Was that a phone call? Yep. That was Gospel getting a phone call. Anyway.
Sound like you got TikTok.
Yeah. The timing is really strange, I'll tell you. Sometimes I go, it stopped right then at that particular moment in someone's sentence.
I got a question for Sonny.
Yes. Yes.
I just joined. Is there any new people that are curious about the real shape of their plane of existence that they exist upon? It's a bad way.
Well, Dave, not right now. Doesn't appear to be. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we got Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab, are you there? You're a globe skeptic?
He will eat the bugs. And he will like it. Klaus Schwab.
He's the only one.
I think he's talked before. So you want to talk now? I mean, globe skeptic's a good thing. Skeptical of the globe, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Then you can move into being all-out globe heretics like the rest of us. Heretics.
You must be in an important board meeting about how to control the world or something. Maybe he'll be back. Maybe he'll check back in a little while.
Oh. Okay, he speaks a different language that looks like
Norwegian,
like Danish.
Denmark.
It looks like Danish to me. Finland. Okay, I was close. I was going to say Netherlands, Finland, or Danish. But actually, Swedish looks similar too, doesn't it? They're all kind of similar. Vanta tak at en rikta feldo. Does that say Earth is not a globe? Okay. No, I'm only kidding. I don't know what that says. I was right.
What's that?
I said that language was either Danish or like Swedish.
I gotta say, gospel, every time you get a phone call, it sounds like the NSA just zapped you right off the air. Like,
Yeah.
you're gone.
Yeah.
Whatever you're saying. Sometimes it's funny what you're saying, then all of a sudden you're gone.
Yeah. Well, what happens is I use this headset that's linked to both my PC and my phone at the same time, and it switches over automatically when a call is coming in. I'm constantly on the workday, but this.
In case you want to finish your sentence, I remember the start of your sentence was sometimes on TikTok.
Oh. Well, I think I was just saying I don't know how TikTok works. It looks like this is a live stream right now, but I can't tell because I see that. Huh?
It's flat Earth related, you said.
Yeah. It's this person appears to be doing a live stream right now saying, are any flat earthers out there? 718 people are in her chat, and the chat is going wild.
What?
And she's like, the earth is round, prove me wrong. Please be as civil as possible.
So who are the opponents here in the in that live stream?
Here, I'll post it again.
No, I see the link. I'm just looking. Who are the opponents? Are they
I don't know. It looks like she's just inviting anybody to join the conversation. I don't know anything about this. This was just shared with me.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
I don't know. But what I do know is I can type in here Discord. I'm going to try the link first, and then we'll try the other method. All right, links apparently did work. I have to try that again. Yeah, I put a link in the chat. So
yeah,
is TikTok a good place to? Where's a good place for me to do live stream music? Is that Twitch or not TikTok? Right?
There's all sorts of platforms. I don't know. One of her moderators apparently is a flat earther. I see in the chat, but
that's what I
say. You're sitting in a circle on a flat Earth.
Okay. As soon as I get to the measurement of curvature, I'll start paying attention.
Discord.gg/flatladder. Join us. And yes, literal nobody is is one of my alts. I have a bunch of different Gmail accounts for purposes like this.
So you said the title of that is "The Earth is Round, Prove Me Wrong"?
Yeah.
Okay.
This place to discuss. And yeah, my messages are going through, so there's that.
Well, maybe somebody out of those 700 people will click in here and talk to us.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm never even attempted TikTok. I've got enough social whatever going on.
Oh, I hear you. I don't want to be here any longer than necessary. I'm just trying to fish.
That's where all the kids are going with their 15-minute attention spans these days, right?
Yep. All right, new arrivals. What time is it? 11. So, all right. So no immediate joins.
I wonder, do they have a limit on their live streams, or does anybody know?
I don't know.
If anybody's in here that's got a TikTok and wants to go set that girl straight on her roundness of her earth, feel free. Seems to be under the wrong impression. Who told her that? She lives on a globe. Who would have told her that? Some teacher or somebody? What are they thinking?
Apparently, this is not the first time this lady's done this. She did this yesterday too.
Fraud's back. Maybe he's got more info. What you got, Fraud?
Hey, check this out. Hey, Gospel, and listen, you got to check this site out. That's the link I sent. You got to link because it's some guy. He has as a title of the screen, "The Earth is round. Prove me wrong." So you got a bunch of people trying to prove this. So it's a perfect platform to get to jump on. If you can figure out how to get on it, I don't know how to get on it, but it's a live thing, so it's ongoing.
It's live right now. I logged in via just Gmail. I just used one of my shell accounts to log in via Gmail.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you can get on there and speak, that'd be freaking great.
Yeah, I sent them invites. The chat is blowing by way too fast to actually have meaningful communication through the chat, but I sent the link to this Discord in there. We just need some people to, like a handful of people to spam the Discord link because you can put links. So.
Yeah, so the host of that live stream could join here and still broadcast their stuff, right?
Probably.
But you see how they're not really giving. No one's talking about measurement. They're all in this crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like they need to come at them with measurement. They're using stuff that you can just hand wave.
Exactly.
So they're staying in the weeds instead of getting to the root of the matter.
You got it. Almost as if by design.
Exactly, right? So why are they stuck on this silly subject? You know?
Yeah.
The Great Reset.
Was it going to be a great reset, P-Mac? Why can't it just be like a so-so reset? Or a fair to middling reset?
Little tiny minuscule reset. The earth on which we live is so very tiny. So if there was a reset, it would be macroscopic.
I'll be back in a little while.
See you, Gossel. Did you like that one, Dave?
Sorry, I missed it, P-Mac. What was it?
The earth on which we live is so very tiny. So if there was to be a reset, it would be macroscopic.
Is that an actual quote from Klaus Schwab, or you made that up?
Making it up, doing a very bad impression of Schwab.
Yeah, that was a bad impression. I agree.
We don't have time for a meeting of Flat Earth Society.
You will eat the bugs, you will own nothing, and you will like it.
And you will be happy.
I'm not eating any bugs. At least not on purpose.
Seriously, like 1984 and Soylent Green and everything is just fucking coming to fruition. Might not be people that in the future, but definitely going to be bugs. The meat you will eat will be fake meat, just like the globe model. We could take a piss out of this guy all day. This world's not to be taken seriously anymore. It's not even worthy of my attention.
You got to quit being such a black pillar, P-Mac. You still got whatever's the rest of your life. Live it to the fullest and enjoy it most you can. All you can do, man.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant that. That's exactly what I meant. It's a good resource for making jokes.
All right, I'm driving, so if there's anybody new on here, feel free to speak up. If you got any questions about anything in general about the topic, PMAC is your man. He has all the answers, or he'll make one up. Won't you, PMAC?
No.
You will not make up an answer. So that's what got us in this. That's what got us in this problem to start with. People started making shit up. Why'd they do that?
You always put the spotlight on me, mate, Dave. Yeah, I'll make shit up. Not a problem.
I was just highlighting the fact that that's the whole root of this globe model is people looked in their telescopes or whatever and started making shit up, right? Saturn's got rings on it. We're 80 billion light years away from blah, blah, blah. Wait a minute, how'd you prove any of that? We looked through our telescope. Okay.
Becomes more of a philosophical question then, doesn't it, as to why they did it? And it's all about so many reasons.
This chat is flying.
It's a shame there's really 700 people there and nobody's getting any real information about the globe not existing.
What live stream are y'all talking about?
It should be in the live stream voice text. I'm driving, but it's a TikTok page where the title of the page is "The Earth is Round, Prove Me Wrong." And according to Fraud, there's nobody in there giving them measurements or anything. They're just lost in the weeds about gravity and bullshit.
Okay.
She's put her glasses on now. Oh, she's taking them off again. No, that's a good thing about it. Believe. Some guy in there says flat earthers are a different level of stupid. I mean, how many times have we seen that? Dude, if only you knew.
I don't think there could be a more ironic statement made than that one. That we're a different level of stupid. We're the ones actually accepting reality as it presents itself.
Yeah.
But we're the stupid ones. Alrighty.
We could be a different level of stupid. It's just that his level is way below ours.
Well, but it has to be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. So it has to be.
Do you guys hear about the imposter?
No. What? Oh, I'm watching it, but I've muted the thing so I could. We're talking about praying to Mecca and facing east, and that's the last thing I heard, and then I just turned it off. Well, the volume anyway.
Oh, so you guys are listening to those idiots.
Is she from Denmark? She's from Denmark, yeah.
Can't somebody get in there and talk to them about some real stuff, or they just go, if there's 700 people watching, it'd be an opportunity. Nobody on here's got a TikTok.
Not I, said the blind man.
How's it going for Napalm and the other guys? They're still going on with the discussions over the other Discord, or?
What's going on with Napalm? They had another server or something?
So the host is not a flat earther, then, I guess, from what I can see.
You talking about the TikTok poets?
Yeah, that one.
Because the title of it's "The Earth is Round, Prove Me Wrong," so that would imply that they're a globular enthusiast.
Indeed, yeah. She's giving the impression that everybody's giving the different answers when it comes to flat Earth research, discussing with flat Earthers, basically. So there's basically no consensus between them, or whatever she's trying to depict it from. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, from what Fraud was saying, nobody's giving them any real measurements or any real information. They're just bullshit. I think it's what Fraud said.
Yeah.
You still there, Fraud? Guess not.
Someone should try to invite the host to Discord, have a talk.
Well, Gospel said before he left, he dropped our link in their chat a couple times, but it didn't mean the host actually saw it. You know, the chat's flying by.
Yeah, with the amount of people in the chat right now, they're spamming really hard. It's you know, I don't know. We'll see.
With Van Allen's belt.
Hopefully.
With Van Allen's belt.
Spank them with Van Allen's belt. That's fun, man. Shout out to Flatter Day.
When I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food.
Alpo baby food.
I mean, I got no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. You staring at me, staring at Karen.
When I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I got no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me, staring at Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you, it was snowing. Standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started grow on me. Ever expanding, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, no, I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in the whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. Yo, I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? Yo, I don't know whenever. She happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on, or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we gotten crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right. I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me Flat E, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me, but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like an acidator. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator. And I'ma crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris. And I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole. On the Baby Truth show with Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. Have you heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy as piss. The astronauts drink, I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stained the steel. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. It's really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out. Don't forget to ride. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that.
Drank the Kool-Aid, March 2021.
I'm a sailboat racer, right?
Uh-huh.
I like watching sailboats, and I like also riding motorcycles.
That's wonderful. I like skiing, jogging in the rain, and a cool breeze. Dislikes, fake smiles, bad breath, and pretender clown numpty dipshits, especially those who don't know what a scientific model is.
If I want to get better at either of those things, I'm going to go out and I'm going to watch the America's Cup. I'm going to go watch the motorcycle race.
The motorcycle race? Is there only one?
I'm going to go watch things. And then I'm going to take what they're doing and I'm going to model it on my little motorcycle or my big fat slow.
What's up, guys? Sorry, I've just paused the video. We've got Zarn, who I've just checked in. He's new, and he might have some questions, or he maybe wants to present some ideas or arguments for the globe. Zarn, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, welcome. So yeah, this is a channel where everyone kind of just hangs out. There's a bunch of people in here. You can check their roles and see whether they're flat Earth, globe Earth, on the fence, or whatever. And yeah, we can answer some questions if you've got them, or do you want to give us your ideas about what Earth is, how you know what it is, or what makes you think it is? What do you want to do?
I think I just have to try to get a question first, and then I'll ask you guys.
Okay.
Okay. First question:
Yeah, well,
what brought you here to the server, my friend?
Someone send me a link. So yeah.
Just randomly somebody sent you a flat Earth link.
Yeah. The guy thought I would like it because I've been to a flat Earth debating thing on TikTok before. So.
Oh,
so
cool.
I might, yeah.
Very cool. Okay. Well, that was my question for you. If anybody else has questions for Zarn, go right ahead. Otherwise, Zarn, if you have some questions for us, we are all here.
I've got a quick one for you, Zarn. Since you've been looking around and you said you've looked into some debating on TikTok, what's the best evidence that you've seen presented for the globe, would you say?
I mean, that's a hard question. I think there's quite a bit of it, so it's hard to pick one out.
Well, what one stands out to you when you first think of it, just off the top of your head? You think you live on a ball? What makes you think you live on a ball?
I don't remember it all because I do watch a lot of the Professor Dave. I think everyone knows who that is.
But there must be a standout point that's like, yeah, I know I live on a ball because X, right? I mean, if you're saying I know I live on a ball, but I can't remember why I think I live on a ball, it doesn't sound like you've seen very convincing evidence. Because if it was convincing, it would be stuck in your head. You'd be like, well, this, obviously.
I don't remember a lot of evidence for the Earth being a ball, but I do remember a lot of debunks that denotes that the flat Earth is impossible.
Do any of them include direct measurements of Earth curvature?
No, he wasn't aware of the measurements of curvature or motion, which is something he's probably going to have to research and look into, or we can discuss it. But just quickly on your point there, Zarn, remember, you've only ever experienced the Earth to be flat and motionless. So the idea that you could debunk your experience of Earth, you'd have to have some pretty dynamite evidence for that. And
I can go and get some evidence. It'll maybe take a while. So
well, no, it's fine. I mean, you don't have to go away and do it right now. But I mean, just to make you think, right? We observe a flat horizon, as we just agreed. Who debunked a flat horizon, and how?
Okay.
Do you think anyone has? How would you even do that?
Yeah, I think people have. I don't know.
How do you think they'd have done that?
I don't know, and that's the problem right there.
Yeah, because then why would you think it has? Why do you think that's the case then? If you don't know why you would think that's the case, like what makes you so sure if you don't know what it is?
I want to explain my memory. My memory is very strange because I remember random stuff. Like I remember my dinner that I ate when I was 3, but I don't remember what I put my car keys 3 minutes ago. So I remember this and that, and sometimes some things I do slightly remember. So it feels like I've looked into some evidence before, like I'm really sure about it, but yet again I can't really remember of it either.
Yeah, but then you'd have to admit it can't have been that strong evidence if it didn't leave much of an impression on you to remember it, right? Because if it's strong evidence, it would be simple, obvious. This is why I believe. Okay, well, let's say on like out of 1 to 100, how certain are you that you live on a spinning ball? Like 100 being the most sure, 1 being the least sure. Where would you say you are?
1,000.
1,000% sure that you live on a spinning ball, but you don't know why.
Well, I don't know. I have little evidence of the Earth being around, but I have a lot of evidence claiming that the Earth is not.
No, but remember what we discussed in the check-in. The globe is the
I know.
positive claim, so that's what requires proving. You need to. The globe needs proof. It's not enough to say I've debunked observable reality of a flat and motionless Earth. Because I mean, how would you even do that? You can't debunk observable reality. You have to prove
I know, but I don't have a lot of proof proving that the Earth is round. But
so then
I
why
do
would you
have
be 1,000% certain? Why would you be 1,000% certain if you don't have evidence?
I don't have evidence of one topic, but I do have for
well, what about
another
any
specific
evidence?
thing. Sorry?
What evidence has made you 1,000% sure?
Yeah, because we haven't heard one yet.
What may wait? What do you mean we haven't heard of it yet? Like
we haven't heard from you one single, but you're 1,000% sure. So could you give us one single proof
that the Earth is round? Right now,
it's a sphere.
Right now in like
it's a third grade. It's a 5th grade geometry question. So yes, right now would be great.
Is this guy the chosen one? Does this guy have direct measurement of curvature?
No. I've already asked him about that. He wasn't sure who's done that.
Wait, I just want to state that right now I don't have any proof of the Earth being round, but I do have proof that debunks the flat Earth.
Okay, we're not talking about that. It's a red herring. So anyway, the globe has a burden of proof. Can I ask one simple question? What other area or subject in your life personally are you 1,000% sure of with 0 proof?
That stone is stone.
Right, but you can pick up a stone and see that it's a stone, right? We're asking what you're 1,000% sure of something that you've never experienced.
Switzerland is in Europe.
Okay. But that's also accessible, and you could buy a plane ticket and go to Switzerland. Right?
Yeah, I live here.
Oh, good. Wow. I thought you were Swedish.
Yeah, I am Swedish, but I do live in Switzerland.
All right.
Okay, so he's going to ask again. What's your So if you think it's a ball and you're 1,000% sure Earth is a ball, a globe, a sphere, what convinced you? What do you have anything scientific that you can tell us?
I don't know what to tell you directly, man. However, I do have some things that I can debunk the Earth being flat, but right now, in this specific moment, I cannot give proof that the Earth is round. The two topics are very different.
Not really. I mean, it's kind of. It's like you say. I mean, we only experience it one way, right? You only experience it to be flat, yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
And you've just said that you don't know of any evidence that proves it's curved.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That
then
means-
how can it? So then how could you debunk that it's flat if you don't have any proof that it's curved? The only way you could debunk that it's flat is if you had that proof that it was curved, which you've just said you don't have.
Yeah, in a court of law, what would you bring to the table? Where's your evidence? Because you would have to bring something against it. If you're saying you can debunk flat Earth, then you would have to provide information or data that irrefutably counters something else. So
Well, he said he's been watching some Professor Dave.
Yeah,
So-
that was a long time ago. I haven't looked into this topic for like a year and a half. So I've forgotten various details and some
It's
facts.
okay.
So I think I once knew some statements that proved that the
Professor-
Earth was round or
Professor
is round,
Dave-
whatever.
Professor Dave doesn't have any debunks anyway. It's okay.
Yeah, so this is what I was going to get into, right? Maybe there's a bit of confusion because you're maybe you think when you watched a video a year ago, it proved to you that the Earth was a globe. But the fact that you can't remember what it was that proved it or proved that the
No,
Earth
that's
isn't
the
flat, it kind of indicates that it wasn't something very strong that you saw. It kind of been very impactful on you. But that's okay. Okay, so do you understand why we're asking the question? How can you be 1,000% sure it's a globe if you can't tell us any evidence for it being a globe?
Can't tell you any evidence for it being globe, but I have some.
Yeah, so it would be, so you understand why we're finding it strange that you would say you're 1,000% sure it is a globe, even though you've got no evidence of that. It would be like me saying, I'm 1,000% sure I can fly. I just don't know why I think that. Right?
I think that is. I don't know what to add up to that.
Okay, let's do a simpler question. What color is mustard?
Yellow.
Oh, good. An honest answer. What color is ketchup? I won't go farther down than that, but please tell me what color ketchup is.
Red.
Awesome. That's two correct answers, two honest answers. Now, the third question is, why do you think we live on a globe?
And
Is it spinning? Is it spinning? Is there curvature? Sorry, Central. Go ahead.
I just wonder if you can debunk the answer to either of the first two questions.
Well, I was just trying to get him to answer anything at all.
What were the first two questions?
The first two questions were about mustard and ketchup. Are you seriously don't remember?
No, I thought that you were talking about the other questions that you asked before.
Okay, well then the only other question I think the whole panel has for you is if you're 10 times what is even possible about being confident about something, right? 1,000% certain that it's a globe, that the Earth that we live on is spinning, spherical, and in something called outer space, right? What makes you, just one reason, one instance of, yeah, I live on a ball, and here's how I know that.
Okay, I think that is because the current way that the moon facing the Earth.
Wait a minute. Objection, Your Honor. We're talking about Earth, not the stars or the.
Well, hold on.
No, but I'm comparing one.
Yeah, let him answer, because he hasn't answered yet. So let's let him answer.
I'm comparing a component to the Earth and how it would work on an Earth, but not on a flat Earth. So the moon, it always faces the same side. It's locked.
Right. So what does that mean? So what does that mean about the Earth and how the Earth measures? See, we're here because the Earth measures flat. So how does the moon, which isn't any part of the Earth, how does that tell you what the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah, I will outline. I will explain that. So, let's say you have a ball. One side is red, the other one is blue. So like it's cut in half. So if you were like laying down on your mat or something, you looked at the ball, you moved it further away, you could see the other side of the ball. So take that to the moon, to the flat Earth. People are standing there. So let's say the moon is now above South Africa, the country.
Hold on, you're going too far. Listen, what makes you think that what you're describing has anything to do with the shape of the thing upon which we live? Again, you're describing the behavior of a different celestial body than the Earth. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, I know.
Well, remember, he's a Professor Dave disciple. He thinks he can point to lights in the sky to prove the Earth.
Well, hold on,
Right.
Paul. We can maybe explain this to him a little bit. So let's maybe explain this to him a little bit. So, Zarn,
why can you
you've got
see
this idea
North
in your
Star
head.
in the northern hemisphere, but the Southern Cross in the
hemisphere? You're going to need a ball for that.
Let's stick to one topic at a time, Zarn. Let's stick to one topic at a time, right? So you were talking about the moon, but you've kind of made the assumption, and this is because this is what Professor Dave does.
What assumption?
Right? He creates the assumption that the moon is a ball of rock spinning.
Okay,
above
so what is it? A flat disc?
No. Well, that would be on you to evidence because you're the one talking about it. So how would you verify what the moon is?
Well, why does it matter?
Here,
well, it does because in your assumption, you're assuming that you've just described a ball moon above a flat Earth, right? No one's claimed that. That's just a visualization that Professor Dave has given you, which is a straw man of the argument because none of us here are saying that the moon is a spinning ball. If you're saying that, then you would have to provide the evidence for that.
Zarn, before you go on here, I'll help you with an analogy. I've got a clock on the north wall of my room, and because it's always on the north wall of my room, therefore my room has carpet.
What?
And it couldn't, hold on, and my room could not possibly have hardwood. It couldn't possibly have hardwood because the clock is on my north wall.
Wall.
Good effect.
He got zapped. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
Yeah,
that makes no sense. What you just said, right? Your point about the moon doesn't work because you don't know what the moon is, and no one's saying it's a spinning ball.
Finishing my point. I'm just starting. I wasn't finished, but
Your story about the moon involves a number of assumptions, though, and all we need is a direct measurement of the surface of Earth that demonstrates that it's a globe.
Yeah, hey, listen, it's way easier. We're asking for way easier stuff, right? We're not asking about the moon, the stars, the galaxies, the universes, gravity, nothing of that. All we're trying to do... Hold on. Let me finish. All we're trying to do is find out where the Earth measures to be a globe, because so far everywhere we measure the surface of the Earth, it turns out flat. What say you?
Right. Okay, I need to point out this. Right now, I can't give you any evidence for the Earth being a globe, but I can only give you evidence debunking the Earth being a flat.
Oh, great. So do you have those surface measurements of curvature that we just talked about then?
No.
That you would need to prove it. Okay, then you can't debunk flat Earth.
What? No.
Well, is the surface of Earth curved?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, where's the measurement for that?
I don't have it.
Okay, then how did you debunk the surface of Earth being flat if you didn't measure it to be otherwise?
You can debunk the Earth in various ways.
Okay, but look, you just agreed that what we need to do is get a direct measurement from the surface that it is indeed curving, i.e. not flat, and now you've just told me over and over again that even though you've done that you can't do that.
I think that your view of what I'm saying, I'm trying to link a different thing that what I was trying to do with the moon, that the way of a sorry.
Well, going to the moon is a cop-out.
What?
It's a cop-out. because if the Earth's surface were curving, you'd be able to just take a direct measurement of that, show us that, and that would be the end of this conversation. But instead, you always have to go somewhere else because obviously you can't show us that measurement because it doesn't exist because the Earth's surface doesn't curve. So all this stuff about the moon and celestial stuff is just excuses and cop-outs and red herrings.
The reason it's a cop-out is because we're asking you for a surface measurement of Earth to show that it's what you're saying, curved. It should be a simple process. Like I said, simple geometry.
I said I don't have no. I said I don't have one.
Don't interrupt me.
Okay.
So it would be a simple thing as a measurement of drop over distance. If you don't have it, then you have nothing that you could possibly do to debunk anything. You would have to have a counter argument. This would be like you would be ridiculed and run out of a court of law. Your Honor, the prosecutor here has a case, but he has no evidence. What do you think the judge is going to say?
Also,
They're going to
he's
kick you out of
defense.
court. It's ridiculous.
He's not the prosecutor; he's the defense. But go ahead.
Yeah, whatever it is. It doesn't matter which side.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything besides a surface measurement
No, I think your
backs your claim is a diversion.
I think your way of viewing this argument is delusional because you. I don't think.
How is it delusional that we're asking for a perfect?
Okay, go ahead. Let him answer. Let him answer.
How is it delusional? Tell us right now.
The way I mean delusional is that I don't think you guys know or understand what I mean.
You don't think.
Okay.
Because you don't think, and you think we don't know. How would you know what we know or don't know?
What? No, I wasn't asking that.
Hold on.
You know what we know or don't know is what.
Hold on, because Zarn, we already discussed this in the VC check-in. You've only ever experienced Earth to be flat and motionless, right? So it cannot by definition be delusional because it's what you experience, right?
No.
By definition, what delusion is thinking that observable reality isn't what you experience. So actually, the belief in the globe is by definition delusion under the technical definition. Yeah, it's an inability to discern reality because the reality that you discern is only flat and motionless. So no, it's not delusional. It's what you experience. It's all you've ever experienced, right? And again, this takes us back to the burden of proof being on the globe side, which you've already admitted you don't have any proof or evidence for. So you can't be talking about it being delusional. You've no evidence for your contradiction of observable reality. Okay? So really you need to kind of understand what that means. That means you are not in a position to be casting aspersions or assumptions about what other people think when they point out observable reality, which is all we're doing. You need to be thinking, why do I believe, why am I 1000% sure that I live on a spinning ball when I can't name a single piece of evidence?
Okay. Wolfman, okay. So let's do like this.
Wow, you can't just
okay.
respond to what he said
Sorry.
instead of going out to something else.
Sorry, it takes a time for me to answer because I stutter.
No, you're all right. Listen, he's fine. He's fine. Let him go.
Started answering something he didn't ask you.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. No, Zarn, go on.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer you guys.
Well, this is it. You need evidence, Zarn. This is what I'm getting you to realize. You can't respond to the argument without evidence.
Okay. Can I state something?
Go on then.
Real quickly. Okay. Should we do it like this? I talk about the moon and the earth, and then I'll relate them.
But you can't relate them because you don't know what the moon is.
The earth and comparing the...
No. Okay, this is what I need to explain to you, Zarn. Right? We are interested in verifiable evidence. Do you know what verifiable means?
Yes.
Okay, what do you think verifiable means?
They can verify something. that's
Right.
something
So you
that
can
is
so you can
relevant
prove
and
it. So
valid.
you can prove it yourself to be true, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's possible for you yourself to prove what the moon is, how far away it is, and how it works? Is that verifiable to you?
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
gonna have
How
to.
would you do that?
How would I do that?
How
That's
would you
a lot of-
verify what
okay.
the moon is? How would you verify what the moon is and how far away it is?
You'd have to go there, wouldn't you?
Can you go to the moon?
I could verify some things, but
not that, which is what your argument's based
I
on.
can't verify them all. Maybe
Yeah,
I
you
can.
Right, Zarin, just quickly, just because this will be easier once you understand this. You cannot verify what any of the lights in the sky are. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'm not
You
here
can't
to
travel
verify
to
what
them.
they are.
Right, but then you can't use them in an argument assuming what they are or how they work, right? So you can't say, well, because the moon works like this or would work like this, that's not an argument you can make because you can't verify what it is or how it should
Wait,
work.
I just have to tell you this. We know that the moon faces always at its same size. Same
That's
side.
really poor evidence for it being a ball. You might want to back up on this.
I thought that I can talk Finnish.
Okay, no, go
but I
for
guess
it.
no then.
Finish your sentence, son. Finish your sentence.
Okay, I'm not trying to prove what the Earth is or what the moon is or I don't know the stars or I don't know who made the Illuminati.
Your argument depends on all those things being certain things, though.
Yeah, I can only state. Okay, it doesn't matter for this argument that I'm using right now. It wouldn't matter what they are. It matters how.
Well, yeah, it does, because you just said that the moon is a ball. It has to be a ball in your scenario. So it does matter what they are.
What other shape is it then?
We don't know.
That's not the point. It doesn't matter what speculation about what it is.
Well, it
it's
has
your
a shape.
argument.
So
I got a really easy question to answer. Got a really easy question to answer. Zarn? Hey, bud. So when you look into the sky, is it the moon that's moving or is it us?
What? The moon? And
Thank
us?
you.
We both move.
How do you know that? That's what I'm saying. When you look into the sky, what happens? The moon moves, right? You don't see us moving. All you see is the moon moving. So why would you then assume we are moving when the only thing moving in the sky is the sun and the moon?
Humans are moving as well. So what do you mean? Via that argument.
But you see what I'm saying? If I were to look if I were to look across the street and I see a car moving, right, driving in front of me, and then I assume I'm the one moving, isn't that strange?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, guys.
He dipped. Oh, he's back.
That's just another kind of example of an assumption being made that you would need to provide evidence for because it contradicts what we actually experience.
If I'm moving or if the car is moving. If I'm standing still and I see the car chain frame, I know it's moving.
Yeah. So you know the car's moving, right? Because you're watching it move in front of you and you're standing still. That's the same thing that's happening with us on the ground and the moon moving above us. The moon is the car.
Wait, but how do I know if the moon is moving?
You're watching it move. You watch the sky and the moon moves. That's how you know the moon is moving.
Yeah, but I could also measure it in different ways. Like, for example,
how?
Let's say I take a camera and point at the moon. It always stays in that position. It doesn't move. All right. So then I take photos each hour. Then I look at and then I let the moon stay there for So then I let the camera take photos each hour for, I don't know,
Then
let's
what
say
happened?
12 hours. Then I
Time
look
lapse.
at the result if the moon has changed frame.
Right.
Are you, okay. Listen, is your camera in the same spot all the time?
Yes.
Same spot? Okay.
Yes.
And okay, so what do you notice when that camera is staying in the same spot? Is it you that's moving the camera, or is it the moon slowly moving above us?
The moon.
Great. That's all I wanted you to say. Thank you. So the moon is moving. Thank you.
And you're not.
Yeah. Wait, is this just a general question to another topic, or is this linked
You
to
just
something
answered
else?
honestly. You answered honestly, and what happened when you did that is it blows your globe model. You're not moving.
And you answered honestly. The moon is moving, therefore we aren't. And if you want to say that it's both us moving and the moon moving, you're going to have to leave the Earth and show us that happening. Which I don't know if you can do that.
Send a satellite to really high in the atmosphere.
But is the satellite your direct evidence, or is it just a cool story that someone tells you about metal in the sky?
A cool story.
Exactly. I like this guy.
Because I had one of my father's friend. He had a telescope, and I actually looked through it. I could actually see planets through it.
Right,
So it's funny because
but how is that direct evidence? See, did you go to that planet? Listen, did you go to the planet, or did you just see some stuff through a black tube?
The problem is he's still making assumptions of what the planets are. Nobody
I
here
am making
disputes that there are
assumptions, like,
planets,
what
i.e.
assumptions
wandering
are they?
stars. Well, you're making assumptions.
Exist or not? If I see something there, it's there. It's that simple. If I see a piano right in front of me,
there, Zarn.
in fact, I'm actually standing right in front of my piano.
Zarn, it's there, but it's moving. You are observably not moving. They are, but you don't know what those lights are. You can't verify them, right? You can look at them through a telescope, but you don't know what they are. You don't know that they're balls of gas in a vacuum. You don't know that they're balls of rock in a vacuum. You only know that they're lights in the sky. Okay?
Yeah.
So this takes us back to verifiability. Any argument you want to make against flat Earth or for the globe, whatever, think to yourself, can I verify this? Have I verified this? That'll help.
Oh,
do you understand?
Was that the end of the question?
Yeah. So it's when you're presenting evidence, whatever your argument is going to be, ask yourself, am I making assumptions here? Can I verify this claim that I'm about to make? Because that's what we need. We need verifiable evidence, not just stories. You're talking about images that you've seen on the internet or TV. Could you verify those images? Because you know images can be faked, right?
And another question in the same vein is how do you know that what you're looking through is direct evidence? How do you know telescope stuff is direct evidence of what you're seeing? Could your eyes be tricked?
Could my eyes be tricked? What do you mean by that?
So, like, have you ever been to a magic show?
A magic
show?
show?
Magic? Yeah. Like they do
I don't know
card
what you
tricks in
mean.
front of you. They perform magic and they trick you. Have you ever seen magic before?
I went to a kid's birthday party. There was a magician who was just playing with cards and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Did you see him do any tricks?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he trick you? Were you like, wow, I don't know how he did that?
Yes.
Okay. Your
But
eyes can have the same thing happen to them. Okay.
Yeah, I just posted the GIF in the live stream voice text. Remember the text channel just above this voice channel, Zarn? Do you see the GIF?
That some things you cannot measure. Some things I cannot measure. Like, for example, how do I know if the Earth is moving? I
For
don't know
example, the
how
distance to Narnia can't be
no,
measured.
okay. Wait,
Yeah,
can
how
I
could you measure? Yeah, finish your sentence, Zarn. Go for it.
Yeah, so there's some things that I can't do, but other people can. Like, okay, so I know you will disagree with this. So let's say we build a satellite, we send it to space. Some people have a lot of money. They build it, so they do it. So then they do it, but then they perform the data. It says it's true, but I don't know. So but I can't prove myself, so it's a tough decision.
So Zarn, then this would be my question. Okay, so we can't verify that. It's a story, okay? It might be true, it might not. So what can we verify for the globe?
What can we verify?
Yeah. Could you tell us we
How it
can
is
verify
laid
this?
out and how you like.
Well, can the globe be verified by ordinary people? Do you think it can?
Probably, but I don't know how, but maybe there could be countless of ways where you could measure it.
So maybe that's something that you should look and research, right? How could I verify my belief?
But that's a good thing that I can research. Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Did my analogy fall flat? Do you still believe that the clock on my wall determines whether or not I have carpeted floor or wooden floor?
That's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant.
Which thing is irrelevant? The clock?
No. But the
but that's the sort of way in which you're jumping to baseless conclusions, is what he's getting at.
Precisely.
In
what's irrelevant
to one of my analysis? Okay,
Zarn.
What
the clock the clock analogically represents the moon that you brought up. That's why I use the analogy of a clock in my room that's always on my north-facing wall, which is an analogy for we always see one side of the moon, and then carpeted floor versus wooden floor is an analogy for globe versus flat. Yes, you're absolutely right. The clock, its position, and what it's doing on my wall is mutually exclusive of whether or not I have carpeted floor or
I think it is because
floor.
I didn't finish my statement because you kept interrupting me and started.
I got a phone call. I couldn't have possibly interrupted you after I made that point.
No, but
yes.
I didn't finish my point. You know that, right?
I made the point, got a phone call and was interrupted, didn't get to hear the conclusion of the conversation, so I readdressed the analogy just to make sure that you're understanding mutual exclusivity.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Cool.
So, but I want to say that that also you guys make assumptions as well. For example, hey, why would NASA or other space companies spend millions, billions, trillions of dollars money to send stuff to space?
We're the ones spending the money.
What?
We're the ones spending the money. It's a tax scam. So they're making billions of dollars off of it, actually.
That's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. We're the ones paying them to go and produce cartoons that you think are reality.
Cartoons?
We're paying them.
Really?
We're the ones spending the money is the point. You just asked, why would they spend all this money? They're just taking it from us. We're the ones spending it. It's not an assumption. That's
but they build stuff that takes a lot of money to make.
Yeah,
but again, this is back to verifiability.
You can actually,
and the assumption, Zarn, is on your side. Zarn, you don't know what they're spending the money on. You are not doing NASA's books or record keeping. Again, this is an unverifiable claim you're making.
Okay, but I want to wait.
And it doesn't really matter what you think that their motives would be or not be to lie about where we live. The point is if the Earth itself doesn't conform to the claim that they made of it as a globe, then that's not what it is. That's how you determine whether or not they're lying. You don't start speculating on, oh, geez, I don't think they would lie to me. They have no reason to lie to me. You just check the Earth to see that if it comports with what they've said.
No, listen.
No, that's how you do that. Like, your personal incredulity about whether or not strangers in the government would lie to you is absolutely irrelevant as to the question of what the Earth itself is. If it doesn't match up with what they said it is, then they're either lying or wrong. That's all there is to it.
I also have something to say as well. You know, when they make the model such as the way they have it, it makes it so there's no need for a creator, and thus those in the positions of power are the highest authority.
Do you think the model valid and they work? The models that
it's not valid.
What
not valid, Zarn, because you weren't able to even provide a basic measurement of Earth curvature, which is the very first thing that you need to validate that model that you just said is valid. It's not valid at all.
But I'm asking you guys, the facts and stuff that you guys have researched and done to in order to create your graph or I don't know, like
We don't have a graph. We don't have a plan. We don't have
the Earth.
Model.
We have the Earth.
Yeah.
We don't. I mean, if you want a model, I can link like a Hot Wheels link or something in the voice text.
No, but people have made flat Earth models, like an Earth that is flat, like a model.
It's not based. But the argument isn't based on a model, Zarn. Right? This is what I was explaining to you originally. It's based on we experience the Earth to be a certain way. Someone has claimed that it's actually different to what we experience, and we've said, okay, where's the evidence for that? And there isn't any. So there's not only just a case of we're just deciding that it's flat, right? We're waiting for evidence that it's not what it seems like, that it's actually a globe. And you've already admitted you don't know what that evidence is.
The models we have are simply a reflection of our experience. It's not that we're basing our experience on the models. The models you see in flat Earth
that anyone agrees on.
Right. And there's different models. You have biblical models, you have non-biblical models, but it's just regardless. It's just a reflection of our experience here.
Okay. So what do you want me to do now? I can go research.
It's up to you, Zarn,
Earth
right?
is round or not?
Zarn, this is what it depends what your motivation is, right? Are you interested in truth? Are you interested in understanding whether your belief is correct? Or are you not interested in knowing whether or not your belief is correct? If I were you, I'd be thinking, okay, I want to know if Earth really is a globe, so I need to go and find out who measured curvature, who measured motion of the Earth. How can I verify this for myself? That's what I would do if I were you. But if you want to ask questions on that, you're welcome to do so. But if I were you, I'd be thinking, I need to find proof, verifiable proof that I live on a ball that spins, because I'm currently 1000% sure of something that I have no evidence for.
Okay. But can I ask you guys something?
Yeah, go for it.
Real quick. Okay. Let's say I find evidence of the Earth being round. There's multiple sources supporting it, and etc. And let's say,
let's say it's not a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Hold on, let's let him finish.
It's just an example. But if and I have every single component to make it reliable, that will make it like a reliable source that you guys trust. So, will you still be optimistic and suspicious of it? Because
if it was verifiable, Zarn, in this example, is it verifiable evidence that you're talking about? Could we verify it? Okay, so if we could verify it, we wouldn't be here, right? The only reason we are here telling you about this right now is because we've looked for verifiable evidence and there is none. We've tested the claims of the globe model and it measures flat, right? That's why we're here. But yes, if there was verifiable evidence that Earth was a globe, I would still believe in the globe, right? So that's all you need to know. Go and find it. Try and find verifiable evidence that you can verify.
I can go.
Earth is a globe.
Well, here's the thing, Zarn. The reason that we accept the Earth is flat and stationary is because there's verifiable evidence for that.
Yeah.
The reason that we're not accepting what you're putting forth is because you haven't offered any verifiable evidence for that at all, and no glober ever does, because clearly the Earth is not a globe. But I mean, you're gonna have to go down that rabbit hole for yourself.
However, if I do find,
If you find evidence, Zarn, that's verifiable, please bring it back here and share it with us. That's what we're asking for.
I can go and do that now. I will go and research, and I'll let you guys know if I found proof or something.
Try to focus on curvature measurements.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll probably submit it tomorrow or the day after.
Okay,
Excellent.
good stuff. Welcome to the server, Zarn.
Sorry.
Welcome to the server.
Thanks, man. Yes. And
yeah, let us know how you get on with that.
Yeah. I'll be back soon.
Cool.
And also, just saying, Radborn, I think, Quetzalcoatl, I think you named your name wrong. It's Quet, like it's Q-U-E-T. It's not Q, W-E-T.
Wow, thanks for that.
Yeah, how did you confuse me with Quetzalcoatl? How in the world did you do that?
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, but maybe he's a different Quetzalcoatl.
Well, let's let Quetzalcoatl.
No, I mean the words O and old and Quet.
He's not the feathered serpent god thing. He's a different Quetzalcoatl. You're getting them mixed up.
Yeah, it's always good to have a funny name.
Zarn, when you came in here, you mentioned everyone knows Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Did you know he's not a professor?
No, but I do know that he is a professor.
No, he's not a professor. He doesn't teach anything.
Well, I don't know. Is that an assumption, or do you have proof to back that up?
We know who he is.
He admitted it.
Yeah.
What?
He doesn't claim that he's a real professor, Zarn. That's just a YouTube name.
It's to get people thinking that he is a professor, like you.
And that's real stuff.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, no,
ask him what he's a professor of. I guarantee you won't get the answer you want.
Oh, okay. I will research both, and then I will state everything I have, and then I'll let you guys to be the acumen and judge everything. Okay.
Sounds good. That sounds good, Zarn.
Okay.
You're stronger than
I'll
most.
see you guys whenever I submit the proof or whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. Godspeed.
We'll see how that goes, but yeah, good luck.
Okay. See you guys. Have a nice day. Dinner day, whatever. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Wow.
He's gonna open.
You hear what he said? He said he'll come back. He'll come back in a day or two with globe evidence. So there we go.
Or I said, or whenever I've got the proof. So
yeah, he's not coming back. Here's another. I was going to ask him on the list of things, the talking points he wrote down from 1 to 5 Professor Dave videos. Which one of those talking points did he actually have any knowledge on? Because he wouldn't really answer our questions. He'd let us talk for a while.
I don't think he wrote anything down. He wasn't really prepared.
No, he didn't write it down. He was reading off of something he wrote down while watching Professor Dave videos. This is my opinion, but I kind of guarantee it.
No, well, maybe. I don't think so. I think he's just another kid who's come in who doesn't know of any globe evidence. He's watched some videos a year ago, which he maybe at the time thought, yeah, that makes sense. I live on a spinning ball. But none of the evidence was actually evidence, which is why he couldn't remember specifically what the evidence was. So yeah, he's just another kid who's going on that experience of realizing he doesn't really know anything about the globe model that he thinks he believes in. He doesn't know who's supposed to have proven it or when. He maybe knows a few kind of vague ideas that he's heard about the moon from a Professor Dave video. But
yeah, that's
really, I mean, the fact that he's even saying, okay, I'm going to go away and have a look and I'll come back with some evidence, that's better than most globers. So
it's true. That's true. Most spiral out and go scream into their pillow.
Yeah, he seemed like an alright kid. We'll see.
Yep. That was good. He's dipping his toe in, and that's all I ask. If you're going to talk about something, go look into it a little bit.
I mean, it's kind of funny to think that something is such an obvious foregone conclusion because I have to go and check why. but that's part of the process.
I guess he wasn't 1,000%.
Absolutely 1,000, 1,000,000% sure. I just have to give me a day or two just to find out why.
I don't know how to tell other people that it's a foregone truth. Therefore, I have to find out the correct words and the correct sequence to say in order to hypnotize others into thinking that my reality is actually a foregone truth. Because if you just had proof for it, it would just be provable.
Yeah, he's got to get the riddle right, he thinks.
Well, he's curious.
Well, that's what it is, right? They're just waiting. They're just trying to find the correct sequence of words in order to convince us that, oh yeah, there's the curve. Because you have no measurement, because then you just give us the measurement. But instead, what he's going to do is go find a correct sequence of words that make it sound all great. That's all they do.
He does sound sincere, but he does sound as if he's just going to reify until he's blue in the face.
Hold on, guys. Just very quickly, can I just jump in quickly? We've got Ave Christus Rex in the chat. Ave Christus Rex, I've just unmuted you if you want to say hi. Have you got a mic? Ave Christus Rex.
Wolfgang, what up, homie?
Yeah, what's up, Chocolate? How you doing? Good to hear you.
Chilling, brother. How you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I was just away to jump off actually, but then I saw Ave Christus Rex was in. All right, maybe he's not on his mic at the moment, so I'll put you back on mute. But Ave, if you want to join in the channel discussion, jump up to VC Check-in 1 or message a mod or silver or gold, and they'll get you unmuted. Sorry, guys, carry on. I'll catch you later.
Is this Chop guy new here? I've seen him before.
I've never seen him. Welcome, Chop.
Chop, chop.
He's the dog from Grand Theft Auto.
He's been in here a lot before, actually. I've seen him. He doesn't talk, though.
Well, if you finally want to have a conversation about the makeup of your world and how it may not be what you're told, we're here 24/7, live.
His profile pic makes it seem to me that he's flat inclined.
Yeah, that's okay. So Chop, if you're LARPing, that's an impressive PFP to have.
Yeah, there's that angle too.
I mean, not impressive, but it's more than no real Glober would put that as their PFP no matter what. I'll just put it that way.
Did you guys unmute him? He's not VC verified.
Is that a depiction of an elevation angle? Is that what that is?
I can't do anything with him. Yeah, it is. So at the very least, he's heard QE yell at people once.
Those things don't work on a globe out here. Do you hear that, Glad?
Yep, that's what I hear.
Angle on a curved surface.
Yeah, because you don't get the angle.
Cannot obtain an elevation angle to do successful navigation on a curved surface.
Yeah. Yep. Here, I got a GIF for that course. I always do. Not a GIF, just a meme. You know what? It doesn't matter. Check the live stream voice text right now. You'll see that that's a protractor used in geometry and trigonometry and all kinds of stuff. But the baseline of a protractor is flat. It's only half of a circle. And it can only work in this picture on a horizontal horizon, right? Funny that they call it horizontal and a horizon straight line. And see, it says 90 degrees there on the left side of the picture. That's called an angle, and that 90 degrees angle has to be specific dimensions. Straight up, straight down, perpendicular to a horizontal left to right straight line. It's the only way in reality that a 90-degree angle, which is necessary for sextant navigation, to be created. This can't happen on a ball. So the sextant, which is still probably the most used navigational tool in history, was built to work on a flat Earth only.
We got any other new people? Guess that's a no.
Affirmative. What was that music background?
Oh, did the conversation die? I was away for a bit.
Oh, you're back. How did it go? Tell us. Share.
Went as per usual. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, you went there.
Yeah. It was a lot of, people trying to drag the conversation into the weeds. other than the fact that the Earth measures flat. So a lot of trying to get it away from the surface of the Earth. I think we had a good 10-minute discussion on the basic geometric shape of a triangle. Yeah, that was fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear the enthusiasm in your voice.
The Globers tried to invoke the sextant.
Oh, really? They have gone that far now? Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And then the guy who invoked the sextant, somebody came in to help support him by trying to describe a triangle comprised of curved lines.
Right.
Yeah. That was a good distraction for a while from the main point. Discussing elementary shapes, yeah.
Were the anti-flat earthers in training?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I mean, if they evoke sextant, they're probably anti-flat earthers because they don't seem to understand the basic of it, even what it requires to measure with it.
Yeah, so the conversation kind of started with, measurement of the radius, right? The claimed radius value. And then there was an invoking of sticks and shadows. Then we had to discuss distances to celestial objects, how these were obtained. That's when he said the sextant. So that's when triangles became curvangles. And then when it was a religious server, so when the empirical evidence was pretty overwhelming, they try to shift it to religion, like, oh, this is only a belief based off religion. And then the person who tried to shift it to the religious topic then immediately turned it to, so you're trying to use the Bible to prove a question of science. And it's like, whoa. You're the one that brought it to religion. And then when I can show you how religion equates to it, but I'm not using religion to substantiate my claims, then you're claiming that I'm trying to use religion to substantiate my claims. Yeah. It's one of those things. So, but there was some people in there that I think were at least open. They were asking relevant questions. And then there was somebody who was trying to propose that a simple measurement is somehow a question of science, that we needed a peer-reviewed scientific paper about a measurement. That was a fun conversation.
Interesting. Did you manage to maybe invite some of them that were interested?
So Johanan, who was the one that took us over there, he dropped the invite link to everybody that was
all right
in there. So yeah, so maybe they'll pop over here, maybe not. But yeah, it was a lot of trying to get away from from the surface of the Earth as much as possible. Because, why determine what the surface of the Earth is by looking and measuring the surface of the Earth? Why would we do such a thing? But I think it went well. One gentleman had
good word. Napalm might have been a good ambassador.
What's that?
I said good work. way to be a good ambassador, going around to other servers and stuff. Good job.
Oh, yeah. No problem. I do that from time to time. But yeah, it was fun. Nothing too abnormal, I would say. Yeah.
Did you get the sense that anyone arguing for the globe had any sign of realizing that it was absurd? Sometimes you can hear it that they realize that they've kind of painted themselves into a corner, you know? Were there any inklings? Were there any inklings that someone said, well, what I just said just makes absolutely no sense?
A little bit of that, trying to justify with a circular argument about how the shadows give us the measurement of curvature, and then invoking that we use the angles to these objects to measure their distance and their size and all of this stuff. And as we continue down that line, we just get in this big circular argument, which I think they started to realize and shifted the discussion. Because I tried to just point out the assumptions, right?
Yeah, I think that's what's kind of happening to the people who are actually seeking the truth, who are involving themselves in these arguments, defending the globe. They're realizing that the mainstream arguments are a little wishy-washy at best. I think that's going to cause people, not that I care, but I think that's going to wake people. It's waking people up when they just hear the argument.
Yeah, I tried to really reinforce quite often that the linchpin of the whole discussion is radius value and how that's established, right? So rate of curvature. And we never got to how that was established without any assumptions, right? Because nobody has direct measurement or observation for the claim of the radius value unless they want to presuppose a ball and presuppose a distant sun with parallel light rays and then measure shadows based on these presuppositions to get the radius value or circumference of the ball. So I just kept driving that home. We have to first establish this R value because everything after that is built upon it. And yeah, sorry to report, there's no measurement for the claimed radius value in that other server.
Yeah, for some reason, what y'all were just talking about remind me of that. Anybody knows Stephen Wright? I've seen that meme. It says, "I used to think I thought I lived on a spinning ball zipping through space, blah blah blah," until I heard myself say it just now. So sometimes these people, when they're actually talking, if they just listen to what they're actually saying, it makes no sense, right?
Yeah, especially if Stephen Wright were saying it for all of them, it would really register. He's got that voice that kind of cuts through the cuts to the truth of the.
Yeah, the one gentleman tried to go to, I don't know, it was weird. I've never really seen this exact tactic. I mean, I've seen variations on it, but, the whole idea that, well, maybe the way that he stated it was he called it an American-centric idea that we couldn't get outside the bubble of this American centric idea, because if we were able to get outside this American centric idea, we would understand that various other countries that are our enemies are also exploring space and blah, 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 blah. Even trying to say, do you know about the conflict on the border of India and China or something along those lines? And kind of my rebuttal to that was, so you're talking about these various world governments. Are you in some sort of governmental position that makes you privy to all of the private conversations between these governmental agencies? Of course, he answered no. So then I basically said, okay, so then you're not necessarily privy to whether these countries are or are not enemies with one another. You're just taking somebody else's word for it as long as it's presented to you in news media. And I followed that up with the idea of propaganda, because it was brought up right before this came up. Some other person said that somebody who was posting in chat was just posting flat earth propaganda. So I tried to get him to define that. He wouldn't define it. This other gentleman came in, started talking about the governments. And then I said, okay, well, your buddy was just talking about propaganda. Can you define propaganda? And would you be able to determine whether you were or were not taking in governmental propaganda and formulating an opinion? So, yeah, interesting conversations.
We've been joined by Choo Choo with no roles if somebody wants to try to unmute him. Choo Choo!
Choo Choo, you're unmuted if you want to speak. Welcome to the server. Choo Choo, are you there? Earth to Choo Choo. All right. You should have control of your mic. If you want to unmute and say something, you can. Give you a little bit of time. If you're unable to do that or don't want to do that, we'll just go ahead and put you back on server mute. Going once, going twice. Sold to the server mute. So yeah, hey, I level up. Are you available to talk? What did you think about the conversation we had in the other server?
It was pretty good until that one guy who just started saying, "There's no peer review." Like, show me a peer-reviewed journal. He just kept chanting that. But yeah, aside from that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, so that guy was interesting. So I'm open for constructive criticism. Do you think the way I handled that was good or bad or could be improved upon in any way?
Yeah, I could. Well, I've done that a lot before, and yeah, you kind of. It's easy, like you kind of have to dumb it down a little bit for people who don't really know about this subject. So I like to just the less that they're talking, the better, because they're just going to say some stupid stuff, and then you're going to have to actually explain their claim to them, and it's actually not even going to be relevant. So basically, you just want to, like, I found that, breaking down space is like the best argument to start out with. Just going right to vacuum of space and then rotation. Because like it can get bogged down with like meaningless nonsense when you just let people who don't really know about the subject talk too much. But yeah. No, you did good though.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was a mod, and I didn't really have any way of shutting down his speech. I mean, he was just trying to rumpus all over everybody.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, like, because here people say like we're here to just present information, and people can do what they want with it. But the way I look at it, when you do shit like that, you kind of have to be like, you have to think of it more like debate and more like you're battling like basically indoctrination, and you are trying to convince them. That's the way I just think of it, just because it makes it a lot easier. And I've done that before. Yeah.
So when I countered his, wanting PhD or D peer-reviewed science, blah blah blah, when I countered that with, hey, you're kind of in a categorical error here, because what we're discussing is not a question of science, it's a question of measurement. Do you think he just couldn't comprehend that?
Yeah, they actually don't. Like, that guy's like still talking to me in the chat, and he like doesn't get it. Like, he thinks a measurement is like the scientific method. Yeah.
Yeah, and I even brought up the example of like a carpenter. When a carpenter goes to measure, make cuts, or construct any type of plans, does he need a peer-reviewed PhD peer-reviewed paper on how to cut a board?
Yeah,
at a specified
that was a good
measurement?
point. That was a really good point. But yeah, he just kind of didn't get it. Or he did, but he just was lying. Just what they do.
Yeah, I think we kind of called them on their dishonesty a couple times there.
Yeah.
In the end, he did appeal authority for it, because still he wanted that paper.
Yeah, he wants a peer-reviewed scientific paper on a measurement. Okay.
Where's the pre-review of the curve? Is that the one that he's citing?
No, there is no peer-reviewed scientific paper on the curvature of the Earth. But all the people in science would have to be lying, and all these PhDs would have to be incorrect. That was kind of the way it went.
Yeah, I know. Then it went to the whole thing about, now you're into that, and you quickly swayed it back to the surface, because say that can go to a tangent of who's in the conspiracy. Love that, how you swayed it back, because you don't want to go that route.
Yeah, he was trying to bring up conspiracy theory, try to tie it all into conspiracy theory. Yeah, I tried to wrap him back around. Yeah, he couldn't get off of that, though, unfortunately. I mean, I did swing it back around, but I don't know if he 100% got his brain off of it.
You pesky flat earthers always asking for measurements of Earth curvature. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, we have Clint saying he's suppressed. Yeah, that's the idea, Clint. That stops people from coming in and shouting profanities. But I can unmute you.
And I already did. That's why I was trying to burst in there. Sorry about that.
No problem. Clint, welcome. How are you doing, Clint?
Yeah, imagine complaining about being #suppressed and then getting an opportunity to just speak
Hello.
and then not taking it.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're just waiting on you to produce some Earth
Am I not
curvature
audible?
measurements.
Am I not audible? Wait, hold
No,
on.
we can hear
We
you.
can all hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us, Clint? We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the server. How's it going?
Oh my goodness. Pepcac.
He's suppressing himself. There you go. Now you're on deafen. Can you hear us, Clint?
Hello. Oh,
Yeah.
hey.
Hi, man.
Yeah.
I can. My friend got banned.
You bring your Earth curvature with you?
Huh?
Did you bring your
What
Earth
is a
curvature with you?
Dude, why did you guys ban my friends, dude? What kind of-
Wow.
Who's your
Are you just gonna concern troll, or are you going to have a conversation about the
honestly,
actual
not gonna
topic?
troll. What is the topic?
The
Check the
title
server
of the
title.
server.
Food and
Make a
I get
wild
it.
cast.
So, like, what are we actually talking about?
about food
Well,
and recipes.
did you check the server title yet?
Dude, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959. What do you think about that, Clint?
I would like to join this gang.
It's not a gang, but I did. That wasn't
we
what
a
I
gang
asked.
now?
What? Yeah, that's not what I asked, right? What do you think about the fact
Yeah.
that Earth is not a ball with the radius of
Yeah, no, it is
3959?
definitely not a ball.
Right.
I don't know who came up
Okay.
with that.
So, Clint, why would you say something like that?
I don't know, man. I don't think it's a ball.
Okay. Well, why would you? So you don't think? On what basis?
All I see is just flat,
Right.
land.
Flat land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it make that
Somebody
then
that
it,
uses their senses. Sorry,
right?
Roger.
Yeah, yeah. It's common
that
sense,
answer
right?
was just great. Holy shit!
Yeah, yeah.
It's so rare that we
I don't
actually
know,
get
man.
that as a.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Clint? I see curvature everywhere. All I see is curvature, curved surface
I
everywhere
don't.
I look.
I don't.
I see
You're
rotation. I see curvature all the time.
wrong. That would be wrong. You're
Right.
wrong.
Because when I was in the lobby like an hour ago, there was somebody saying, "Oh, it's common sense, common sense." Which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they go silent because they know Earth presents itself to everybody ever alive, right, as a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is how it presents itself, right? So that would be the base axiom. That is what we all experience. Then they give you TV, and then Earth is suddenly a ball with a radius of 3959. Curvature drop 8 inches per mile squared is what they tell you. But where can you actually experience this? How can you actually know that the Earth is a ball, as they tell you, right, on the TV? How would you figure something out? How would you then figure that out, Clint?
Figure what out? That the Earth is not a ball?
Not a ball, as they show you on TV.
You don't need to. It's a fucking propaganda. People are lying
Right.
to you.
So
been going on for ages.
So you just choose to believe something else then, right?
Yep.
Without,
I mean, does anyone question the
knowledge
of God?
There's not what so you went from a ball belief to a flat Earth belief.
Yeah, this guy's like really low energy troll right now.
Yeah, I know.
I
I'm
never
just
believed
hoping
it
a
to be a
seed.
ball.
I'm hoping to plant any kind of seed, right? So he maybe could think about when he spirals out and exits the conversation. He maybe thinks, well, how can I actually know Earth is a ball, right? Because we all know that you believe that you're on a spinning water ball, right? It's not we don't mind, right, that you have that belief. We're not here trying to convince you, But if you're really interested, right? So what if the Earth was really flat, Clint? Wouldn't you want to know?
What want to know what?
If the Earth is a ball or not? Wouldn't you really want to know?
No.
No.
You guys are stupid. This is
right.
What is this all about?
It's about the place where you live, man.
Okay. And so what do you even get from, like, you know, establishing the fact that it's maybe it could be flat? What do you get?
I got silver and gold.
You go what?
I got silver and gold.
You get the knowledge about the place where you live, right? Instead of believing TV, you actually get knowledge.
Okay, but what about the other planets then?
What
is it
planets?
just only Earth?
I mean, what do you see when you look up in the sky?
I'm sorry. What about the other flat things?
Other planets. You're assuming that the Earth is a planet to start with.
Right.
Who said that they are flat?
Is this guy in a VC? Hold on.
Are you just trolling?
I'm trolling very bad. I'm asking you who said that planets are flat.
Guys, there is somebody else in the VC that we could try.
Yeah, go.
Sure.
All right. Fozzarelli, Arthur Fozzarelli. Would you like to say hello?
Fozzarelli. What the fuck?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Let me just switch my mic to my headset mic. It sounds a lot better.
Cool.
Does it still sound like trash?
Is it better?
Oh no! There you go. Keep talking.
Yeah, it would have sounded like trash because my webcam has a built-in mic it uses sometimes.
Yeah, no, you're coming through great. Sounds good. What brings you to the server?
I was invited by a dude called I Level Up.
Okay.
I saw him debating a streamer on Twitch, and it stopped being a debate after about 5 or 10 minutes, and then it turned into, I think he was just kind of like educating. He's a really, really interesting guy. But he brought me in here a while ago. I'm a skeptic.
Good.
Everything, but I mean, I'm open to hearing good, like well-presented arguments. That's kind of
what was the name of that person?
He was talking about I Level Up being in somebody's Twitch chat.
I Level Up?
Not in the chat. They were doing a debate stream, and they were bringing yeah, I was next in line to go, but they ended the stream, so I never got to debate them. But anyway.
Cool.
Yeah, no.
Well, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, but I still, again, I'm on the fence, just like I am with most things. Not a huge fan of making huge decisions like that. I mean, it's not like a huge life choice, is it, to just decide that I think Earth is flat if I did decide to. But still.
Sure. Can you remember the last thing that you got pushed off of the fence, metaphorically speaking?
Well, the last time I decided.
Yeah, where you were like, "Oh, I'm a skeptic. I don't know. It could be this way. It could be this way." And like the last time you wound up going, "Oh no, that is a fact, irrefutably. I'm no longer on the fence on that thing." Can you remember the last time?
Yep.
That happened, and what was it, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I don't want to get into a discussion about this because it's very passionate for you guys as Americans. But it was 9/11. I used to believe it was
no, that's great. But we don't even need to know what the detail. I was just curious what the topically it was. So that's fine. Cool.
Actually, the most recent one.
All right, so that's what's really great about this is it's not a debate. It's not an emotional issue. It's not philosophical. Any of that. So it does look like there was some trolling messages that you might have had when you came in. Have you gotten those out of your system?
Oh, when I put in the VC?
The Earth isn't flat, but my derriere is.
I just like to say stupid shit. It's funny to me.
Okay. But did you get it out of your system pretty good?
Yeah, it's out of my system.
Cool. So again, this isn't a philosophical issue. It's a matter of measurement. Direct observation, direct measurement, not something that's really up for debate confusion, nothing esoteric about it at all. Do you understand why I'm saying that? Why that would be important?
I can take
Simply
a guess.
put, it's not a matter of opinion, right? So I have a bunch of 2x10s and 2x8s and 2x12s in my garage. They measure a certain length. It's not a matter of belief or opinion that I have those and that they measure a certain length. They are what they are, no matter what anybody thinks about it.
Who's
Does
this?
that make sense?
Oh yeah, is that Forrest?
Yeah, it is.
It's Craig from the Work Support Team at Working.
All right, so go ahead and mute yourself if you're having a separate conversation.
Are you in work at the moment, or have you finished?
Here, this is what I'll do. He's got a role. He can come back when he's ready.
That was interesting. I think we were hearing his coach. I really did.
Yeah, maybe.
Kept it on.
It was a good conversation. Hopefully, he'll be back. But
I want to hear
This
his
is
coach.
coach. Wait, you're
We have
considering Farther Earth? You're off the team.
I
Anyone
just
talk
didn't
to
want.
Zet?
I didn't want to.
So many trolls today. What's going on?
I didn't want to drop
Yeah.
the Eves guys. Anyway,
We got Zet in the house. If anyone's talked to him,
the one that says in there about me, this is a parody account.
that's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the one you were talking to before?
That was Clint, and
Clint,
I got very disinterested very quickly, and
I've been messaging Zet. I'm sorry, Zet. I meant to be messaging Clint. Never, no mind, don't mind me. Pretend I'm not here.
Here, you guys can knock yourselves out. I guess. Go have fun. Elijah, do you mean to be hot micing?
I think he hears.
Are you AFK, Elijah? Okay. Anyway, Zach and Zet, you guys feel free. Flip a coin. I'll unmute if one of you guys wants to.
Zach is VC verified.
I think
Oh,
Zach's
well.
the way to go. Zet's going to be a clown, I think.
Yeah, well, Zach is already VC verified, so there you go. Sorry about that. I didn't notice.
Oh.
Hi, Zach.
Say hello, Zach.
Zach H.
Zach.
ATFMA, Baja California.
Zach's in class right now, just listening in. He can't really voice chat.
Okie dokie. Going back to the okay. Back to the okay.
What you learning more from, Zach? This voice chat or class?
That's a good point. Tell him to. Well, he's listening. So type in the voice text. You have the ability to type in the voice text instead of the lobby.
I think I learned just as much sleeping through class as I did when I was awake.
Probably more or less chance of getting indoctrinated that way.
I know. Gee whiz. Uh-oh, this just in. Hold on. I think someone's trying to reach us here. Who is it now? Hold on. Connection's kind of difficult to understand. Probably impossible for you to understand because you don't even hear what I'm hearing. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Oh, it's Globe Earth Sniper. Oh, my gosh.
sorry about
We only
sorry
have
about
one shot
the
at this
answering
guy.
that call. I was
Okay, a little
expecting a
left.
call.
Okay, now
Yep,
factor in the spin.
hold on.
No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
All right. So it's a little cartoon that was made off of a live streamer known as Owen Benjamin that was making fun of the concept of the Coriolis effect and how it's never actually been applied to long distance snipers ever. They know about it, but they don't practically use it. It's kind of like an inserted Trojan horse of propaganda. I don't know what it is. It's nonsense. Hilarious. There you go. And I posted the video just so that you could see the context of what you were listening to. Foz.
Yeah, it's cool. I missed out on a few minutes of what was going on because what do you call it?
Out of respect for your personal life, I disconnected you from the VC so that.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I was expecting it to be something else. I thought because I had a fucking investigation from my work because of a gross misconduct allegation, and then it turned out it wasn't them. It wasn't them. It was just some bullshit fucking like sales call program thing. But it happened at this perfect other time where I thought it would be something from actually involving my job. But no, it's cool.
All right.
I'd quite like to just to continue our discussion. That was interesting. We were picking up some steam there.
Yeah, basically we see too far for Earth to be the globe that they said it was. Would you like more information as to why that is?
What do you mean by we see too far?
Yep. We can see too far across any A to B distance than would be possible if the Earth were the ball that they say that it is, with the claim that Earth is a ball with a 3,959 mile radius. And because of geometry, there would be a limitation, an edge to what we would be able to see because of geometry. We see orders of magnitude further than that claim. Therefore, that claim is invalid. And we return to the default, which is Earth is flat and we can only see as far as we can see based on the conditions that allow us to see what we can see.
On that premise, would you not be able to go up higher to a point that was a high enough elevation that you could see the entire Earth from one single point?
So can you, are you aware of different high altitude observations and what those distances are?
I believe. Well, currently, photos that we have from space do not support flat Earth theory.
Yep. So you use the word photo. Are you aware that they are not actually photos, but they are images? And that there is actually a distinction between those two words.
Yeah, I didn't feel it was that important of a distinction. Otherwise, I would have made it myself.
Big difference.
You don't think that it's an important distinction to make between a composite image of thousands of different pictures spliced together and wrapped around a ball in Photoshop and a photo?
Well, that's the thing. He probably didn't know all of those details. That's the whole.
A photo would imply a single frame, not a montage of images.
A photo implies less processing and less manipulation. A CGI composite implies more puzzle pieces that are put together in some sort of way to make the final image. The question is it put together in a deceptive way or not?
So anyway,
a photo would be better.
180,000 feet would be, as far as I'm aware, one of the highest altitude independently performed photography, which at that height is demonstrating a very flat and straight horizon. All of the other images are in question in the same way as any other time that you have a compulsive liar telling you a thing. You ask, I hear you saying the thing that you're saying, but because you've been proven as a liar so many other times, I need to validate your claim independently to make sure that you're not lying again like you always have. And that is why NASA claims are treated the way that they are, is because they are an unreliable narrator throughout history.
Yeah. Well, unreliable narrative when it comes to one aspect, I think, but like they haven't been present throughout history that much. They only really.
You mean like nearly 75 years?
Yeah.
Almost
around the 50s. Yeah. But obviously, because I think that.
So you're already aware of Operation Paperclip, then, yeah?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're not aware that the origins of NASA are literally connected to the Nazis?
No.
It's a declassified government document that you can read literally from the horse's mouth. The details associated with the origins of NASA.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether or not you perceive that as suspicious or not, that's your prerogative to make your own
it depends on what way in which that it is linked to the Nazis, right? Because I mean, even the way that we
secretly hiring a bunch of Nazis, pretending that they weren't, by scrubbing their history and identity and incorporating them into this government program.
Were they scientists?
Nazi scientists, yes.
Oh, that's fine then. Scientists are separate from politics, in my opinion.
Oh, so you may or may not be aware of some of the quote-unquote science that some of those individuals performed, specifically in regards to human experimentation and the necessity of the Nuremberg Code and the Nuremberg trials as a result of those scientists performing different human experiments.
I think at this point we're detracting a little bit from the main topic.
Maybe, but I'm only meaning to establish the plausibility to be skeptical of this agency, because even its origin.
I think being skeptical of everything is important to do anyway.
Sure.
You don't need to.
They're proven liars, is my point, and there's many.
We're on the same page.
Demonstrations.
By the way. We're on the same page. I've always been skeptical of anything. So
sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's already established. NASA.
Well, here's the cool thing. They claim that Earth is a ball. They claim that ball has a radius of 3,959 miles at the equator. They also give the polar radius, but that's actually besides the point and not helpful or relevant. But if you'd like to dive into that aspect of it, we could. But with that said, you can do geometry, determine where the edge of the ball, whereas the sagittal between point A and B would be blocking your observation of point B, depending on your elevation height. And with geometry, you can simply discern that the claim is invalid. It's as simple as that. And I know I just kind of repeated myself, but you didn't necessarily get it the first time, so that's why I was kind of rephrasing it in a different way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One question I'd like to ask is, how far do you think we should be able to see?
Okay, that's a great question. How much do you think we should be able to breathe? Like in one single breath of air, how much do you think we should be able to breathe?
Full lung capacity.
What is that?
Depending on the volume of oxygen your lungs contain. I don't know how to measure it, but let's just say you could probably inflate your lungs to about 60 psi, maybe something like that, if you really strain yourself.
I have no idea if that's accurate or not, but here's what I like your answer, and let me just kind of give a more kindergarten answer. We can breathe as much as we can breathe, right? Which is like just a truthism of It's kind of silly to say it, but we can see as far as we can see. So the question here's my point, and this is important. The question: how far do you think we should be able to see? Right? Is a question that involves an assumption that something is other than what it actually is. And I hope that's not overly convoluted, what I just said, because I mean it as literally as I possibly.
You're talking about we can see as far as until an obstruction appears.
Well, here's the thing. There are always obstructions. So in front of you, if you stick your hand out in front of your face, I ask this simple question to people. Between your eyes and your hand, let's say 6 inches, 10 inches, however far out in front of your face you're putting your hand, do you think that there are zero particulate matter particles or more than
zero visual obstructions?
Hold on. Listen. Are there zero particles of particulate matter between your eyes and your hand, or are there more than zero particles between your eyes and your hand?
I see that as a futile argument because a particle is invisible, so it's not worth being considered an obstruction when we're talking about vision.
Yeah, that's why you have to answer the question first, and then I can lead you to the next step.
I answered your question.
I'm going to help you understand why it's relevant.
Okay, go on.
So is it zero or greater than zero?
So greater than zero particles.
Is that your answer? Is it greater than zero? Yes?
Yes, it's greater than zero particles, correct.
Fantastic. Now, if you extend your hand, double the distance that it previously was, pretend you're Mr. Stretch from the Fantastic Four, okay? Is there equal particles than before, or a greater number than before?
A greater number.
Okay, and then double it again. Greater or equal?
A greater number.
And again. You get the point. So the point is, this is actually exponential. And though yes, one fragment of dust is imperceivable, 10,000 particles of dust might not be having no effect at all. 10 million particles might have an effect. 10 trillion particles might have an effect, and so on and so on. So there's not just particles, though, right? Particles are one factor. But then there's also the air itself, which, yes, is very, very, very see-through, but quite evidently, so far as I'm aware, we don't have any place that has a 0% humidity. Now, yes, there are places that are very, 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 very low. Antarctica is apparently one of the lowest. It's the most desert in the world, as far as I'm aware. But with that said, we have vapor, right? And then we have other factors such as temperature differentials, temperature gradients. Okay. So anyway, what I'm
way do
saying,
you
hold on.
suggest? Sorry, I
There's
do have a quick
all
question for
kinds
my
of
understanding.
factors. There's all kinds of factors involved in the limitation of what we can see over great distances, and this can be easily demonstrated with long distance observations.
So in what way does light behave differently in the presence of particles?
That's a fantastic question, but you would have to be more specific to get a more specific answer.
Okay. So the analogy you gave me.
Obstacles like physical quote unquote matter, but sometimes it passes through it, bounces off it, is absorbed by it. Those appear to be the four options: bending around it, passing through it, absorbed by it, reflected by it.
Yeah, there you go. That's a fine answer. Thanks, Lemon.
Okay, so
no problem.
We have over a great distance a very, very, very large volume of relatively unactive space, right? How is
I don't know what you're referring to right now.
Space
I'm just going with the analogy that you gave me.
May be doing that too.
Yeah.
Absorbing, reflecting, transmitting, absorbing light. Depends on what we think space is. I think of space as an ether, a substance. When we're talking about space between objects like you and me.
So by space, I'm just talking about like an abstract volume with no solid objects, just particles floating around in there. Are you suggesting with the analogy you gave me about, stretching my hand an impossible distance, just for the sake of like the hypothetical situation, are you suggesting that it's possible that if I were to beam some light from one end to the other, it might just not make it?
There seems to be evidence for that, specifically in regards to long-distance laser tests, where the light itself disperses so much that you cannot see the light itself over a great distance. That is correct. Dispersion. And there are other indicators of this. But yes, light from a long distance tends to disperse, but then there's other things that happen as well. There's also such a thing as, angular resolution and those sorts of things to take into consideration. But with that said, we don't have to talk about super, super crazy long distance observations with this geometry. We can work it down to easily manageable distances, such as off of a 12-inch observer height, what we would be able to see mathematically, according to a globe model, would be a 1.2 mile horizon. So when we make an observation across water, which is level, without question, water is level, there's a claim that this level means curved. Well, that 12-inch observation height should literally be showing a 1.2 mile horizon. Horizon being where the air appears to meet the surface, ground, water, whatever it may be. When we make observations that greatly demonstrate otherwise, no less than 10 orders of magnitude, then that initial claim is invalid, which is demonstrated in the infographic that I posted in the chat.
So how high would we need to go in order to see all of the Earth?
Well, you would need to know the actual total dimensions of Earth in order to answer that question.
Do you know that?
No, how could I?
Or maybe do you have any suggestions for what it might be?
Well, again, how could I know? So if you're talking about to see maybe to see North America and Asia at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. Or even North America and Oceania or Australia all at the same time, right? You could plausibly discern maybe the distance between those and then triangulate where you would need to be in order to do that. With that being said, 180,000 feet pales in comparison to accomplish with any possibility of making that observation. There's not a height that we have ever gained access to that would accomplish seeing both North America and Australia at the same time. We've never been able to go up that high. Not that I'm aware of. So Operation High Jump, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic. There's one more that's coming to mind. Was it Argus? Yeah, Project Argus would be another. Yeah, Project Argus would be the other one. So these are different.
Deep freeze.
Yep, deep freeze. High jump, deep freeze, Argus. These are all different government projects that were high altitude and or shooting rockets into the container that contains us. Quite a peculiar. Teak and Orange. Don't forget those, everyone. And Project Orion. So there's actually a lot of government projects. Let me go over the list one more time. Project Teak,
There's a couple.
Project Orange, Project Orion, Project Argus, Operation High Jump, Operation Oof, not Operation Oof, Deep Freeze, and Popeye's different. That's a different one.
Popeyes.
Operation Popeye. Popeye is different. Yeah, Fishbowl's on there. So anyway, that's a lot of government declassified government documents that you can go study and see. Oh gosh,
I'm actually.
The government has really.
I might
What's that?
as well look into it. I'm writing these down. I might as well look into it.
Yeah. Very peculiar. Orange and Teak are about the firmament. Argus is about the firmament. High Jump, Deep Freeze, Fishbowl, Dominic, those are all about high altitude.
Starfish Prime.
What's that?
Starfish Prime is one of the other ones within Dominic. Starfish Prime.
Okay. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, and again, I said Orion, but I'm going to say it again. Project Orion was a government project literally around the subject of escaping Earth.
Yeah. Well, I think isn't that not
peculiar
called,
language.
Yeah, is that not the terminology for how fast you have to get a rocket to leave Earth? It's
escape velocity. Yeah. But if you actually read it, it indicates more than escape velocity. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll keep. I have another very, very strong question. Right. For what reason do we need to believe Earth is a globe?
That's a great question. Why does everybody need to believe that it's a globe?
Yeah.
The people that are obviously propagating the message in every form of media and education and every detail, like ever. Like the globe is everywhere you look. It's in business logos. It's in every movie. It's in music. It's in TV shows. It's in books. Yeah. Why are they so obsessed with balls? Mm-hmm. It is a good question. And it has answers. And one of them is a historical answer when you look into the origins of sacred geometry. Sacred geometry. I don't know why that was a tongue twister. But the origins of sacred geometry is one of the answers. The mystery school religions of Babylon and the fascination with these types of sacred geometry is probably the most rudimentary and or rooted answers to that question. There are more modern answers and tertiary answers, but I would say that that's the root And then, of course, that might beg the question, well, why are people carrying down the teachings of the mystery school religions of Babylon through thousands and thousands of years, through all sorts of derivative clubs and cults? Why is that happening? Well, gosh, answer that yourself after you do more research. I might not be able to answer that one for you. But when you look into the literal hundreds of derivative clubs, cults, groups, movements, religions that involve the mystery school religions of Babylon, and you see that common denominator, you may draw your own conclusions quite simply.
Yeah, but I'm looking for a suggestion, something to sway me, because obviously there must be some kind of reason.
All right. So I am giving you those reasons, and when I literally tell you there are thousands of religions, thousands of cults, thousands of groups of people, okay, we're talking about all the things you've always heard rumors of and or direct information of, whether or not it's Freemasonry or Illuminati or Skull and Bones or the Jesuits or any other special, the Knights Templar, or any other special group of people, right? You hear about these different groups, the bloodlines, these different, genetically unique people, or whatever it is, these different things, they all have a common denominator. They are all a bit of a red herring, a little bit of a distraction. But when you look at the actual...
inaccurate maps hide land too. I mean, that and inaccurate maps hide a lot of land and people. I mean, that's a huge reason right there.
I mean, that's a plausible speculation, sure.
I mean, if he's speculating, why would they do it? I mean, inaccurate maps that hide land in areas that we can't explore is one pretty plausible scenario.
But here's the thing, because some guy was angry at his girlfriend could also be a reason, right? So I'm trying to talk about the most root cause, origin answer, the most overarching, biggest answer of all is because there is this common denominator of a group of people that all adhere to a very bally religion. Lots of balls.
Yeah. So it's part of that. So it's part. You think it's part of their religion, and it's somehow getting us to go along with it. What benefit do they have? I mean, I know. I think it was Meadow. It suggested that inaccurate maps hide a lot of land and people. I think that would probably come the closest to an answer to this question.
It also gives them the opportunity to introduce the concept of scarcity for resources or for whatever land. There's limitations now if it's a globe.
Right, I see. No, I see your point.
If you want to speculate.
And if you're someone who wants to control this place, wouldn't you lie to the inhabitants about what it is? Wouldn't you reserve the knowledge of what this place is to yourself?
I suppose so. If I was...
I think I would if I were playing their game.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah, depending on the type of game they're playing.
Well, if they want dominion over the Earth, they might as well hoard the knowledge of the Earth to themselves, I would think. No need for us useless eaters to have it.
Yeah, I suppose, that's a good enough reason. I hadn't actually considered that before. It's a good enough reason. So just so that we believe everything is rare so they can hike prices, that kind of thing.
And we can just stay within our quarters and, yeah.
Mm. But I suppose what way
draw a
would
circle around us and you just stay there, slave. Sorry, what's that?
How would you believe that we quantify information like that? Because it's a pretty bold claim. Because that,
it's speculation.
Opposed to me, Yeah,
I'm
the reason you propose
speculating as to the
suggest that
motive.
there's no limit to the resources that we need.
Right. It is a conversation of speculation for sure.
Yeah.
Like, we can't necessarily get inside of their heads. I'm just offering some possible motives that seem plausible to me. But, I mean, the bottom line is the Earth doesn't measure to be the thing that they claim that it is, so they have to be lying. I don't think they're just wrong either, so...
I think the reason is to hide the creator. Like, I think the whole heliocentric worldview is so that they can say, like, everything just happened by itself. And this whole, like, we're like a speck of dust, and the Earth just got created on its own. There's no, like, creator.
I mean, even if there was a creator, that's still the same thing. Believing in a creator is the same as believing in it happening by accident.
That's true.
Both of them are a huge fucking logical jump.
But that's not the way we treat things in a court of law. When we have a personal agent like a creator, we just ask them, hey, why'd you do it? That's not an accident. They just tell you the reason, and either you accept it or reject it. An accident would be more like there's nobody to ask or to account for this thing. It just banged into existence or just happened. It's just a ball wandering aimlessly through space as opposed to a flattened, domed, section covered by, a firmament or something that's much more obviously created. One hides the creator more than the other at the very least.
Yeah, in a court of law, we operate with the understanding that the thing being discussed happened within our frame of reference, as in a human witnessed it, a human did it, and somebody has some answers on it. Whereas what we're talking about right now is the origin of Earth. So obviously, court of law comparison, it's very accurate. In a court of law, we talk about
the person who's accused, and we try to get a confession out of them, because sometimes all the witnesses are dead, or at best you see witnesses after the fact, and you try to infer to some sort of cause and motivation, preferably with some sort of personal agent that you can ask for a clarification and a conviction.
That's pretty much what I said. And no, they don't actually try to get a confession. It doesn't have to be a confession in a court. It comes down to a unanimous decision. People try to establish facts with information.
I was disagreeing with you because you said somebody had to witness it. If, people weren't, say, created until after the Earth was created.
Yeah, I'm not talking, when I say witness, I'm not talking in legal terms witness. But what I'm saying is if it's in court, it happened, as in it happened within a human lifespan. We're talking about things that precede that right now. So the court of law comparison doesn't quite work with when we're talking about the origins of Earth. My point was
historical comparison. People aren't always around for a volcano erupting, but they infer that something happened based off of the conditions that are left, or the accounts from the people that were at least around it. At least, I mean, I guess a historical comparison would be better to see if it's created or not, as opposed to just trying to go into the past and guess that it just happened or something.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. We assess the conditions around things. Yeah, we do. But what I'm saying is ultimately, so believing in God is pretty much just as much of a logical jump as saying that we just happened by accident with the Big Bang Theory.
That's not quite the same, because the one witness who's there, the creator, whoever it is, would give their accounting, as opposed to humans trying to go into the past and guess by uniformitarian guesses. It's a different quality of account. One who says, I was the witness, I was there, and here's how it's done, versus men trying to go into the past and essentially make guesses and inferences.
Have you met this creator?
Not yet.
That's the thing. That's the thing, man. There's no evidence for that. If you've not met him and he's not told you personally, then you have no evidence. Just the same as anybody who believes fully in the science textbooks.
Well, all of the creation accounts from the past appear to have something in common. Flatland covered by some sort of solid sky covering, which in the Christian ethos would be known as the firmament. The odd man out is the Greek pagan ball, which appears to have no firmament, no pillars, be moving and wobbling through space, and be surrounded by black reaches of nothing as opposed to some form of water. And so why are we going with the Johnny come lately, the ball, which doesn't even match our senses to say that it's flat and motionless? Why are we going with that exactly? It doesn't make any sense.
Because they didn't have internet or technology.
Flattish sky covering on it or something like that. Flat land with a sky covering.
Yeah, they didn't have technology when they wrote those books.
Yeah, but did you say there's no evidence of a creator whatsoever?
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
So, in your summation, where does specified sequence functional complexity come from?
Where does what? A specified sequence of functional complexity.
Yeah, where does that come from?
A creator.
Correct. So you just shot yourself
why
in
did
the
you not?
foot.
Why did you not? Wait. Why did you not ask for my evidence?
What? What did you? What?
That is the evidence.
Why did you not
That's
ask for my evidence
self-evident.
about the argument?
Yeah.
It's self-evident.
What are you even talking about?
The irreducible complexity is the evidence.
You said there's no evidence for a creator. I said, where does this type of thing come from? You said a creator. Therefore, if that thing exists, then it's evident that a creator is present.
I was curious as to why.
Well, it's because that can't exist like on its own.
Yes, it requires a mind.
But it does. It does exist on its own.
No, it doesn't exist on its own.
Yeah.
But that's what it's doing.
Logically, we assume that there is some sort of volitional knowing creator when we have combinations of things that don't naturally come together. We assume that somebody created a car because metal does not come together with glass, wiring, and stuff like that in nature without a volitional creator making the car. If you have a flat land covered by some sort of curved sky, firmament covering, or whatever, we don't know of a natural gravity globe making process or whatever that would make that occur without some sort of volitional knowing intervention of some sort.
Exactly.
Like I said, one thing appears logically to be more likely to be created than the Greek pagan ball rocketing through space wildly and randomly. It's just, logic at that point.
Okay. Yeah, so speaking of logic, before we go on, okay, let's all focus on the incoherence of this guy's assertion. There's no evidence for a creator. Yet, in his own words, specified sequence functional complexity is evidence of a creator, because that's where it comes from. Then he says it just exists on its own. So I would like him to explain how in the world he's going to square that circle. Go for it.
Oh, yeah. So I said that to see how you responded to me saying that.
Ah, so you're disingenuous.
I was just trying to establish what you would accept as evidence, and if you would question my argument going forward.
Okay, how about the logic?
Okay, no, hold on, bro. You said there's zero evidence of a creator, and I presented you good evidence of a creator, period. So you're wrong.
I don't believe that is good evidence of a creator.
No, it's very good evidence.
I mean,
I
if
don't
I
care
say
whether you believe it or not.
Let's say, for example, if I tell you I'm 7 foot tall, and then you say, prove it, and I send you a picture of my door frame, which is 8 foot tall. Look. No, you just say, no, show me a picture of you being 7 foot tall. All right, so telling me that there's a creator and then saying that there are complex things, it's not self-evident.
Is that what I said? No, I didn't say that. I said 4 words in sequence that mean a specific thing.
Okay. But, I mean, to be completely honest...
Did I say complicated things, therefore creator? No, I didn't. No, you're not saying the same thing.
That is basically what you said. I mean, if I dress
No,
it
it
down,
isn't. It's not basically what I said. Not at all.
Well, if we introduce the word...
Wrong. The end. You're wrong. You're
basically
incorrect.
Means it implies a summarization. If you go on Google, type in dictionary, type in basically, it implies a summarization. I summarized what you said.
No, you didn't.
Because you gave me this mouthful. There's a thing called, you can make yourself sound smarter, but basically...
Oh, I can sound smarter by using accurate terminology?
Correct.
Oh, so accurate terminology is pompous now.
No, it's just that I'm not compelled to...
Okay, so you're wrong again. Thank you. Now, be quiet for a second and be informed. And I use that word informed specifically because what I just mentioned is known as information. Now, in order for information to be valid, it requires a knower of the content of the meaning to be transferred at both points. Both the communicator and the receiver must have that codex, let's say, to decode the information. That means they must be present simultaneously. So, again, information.
So the content.
Presence.
Let me just break down what you've said to me.
Go ahead.
Obviously, there must be.
Yeah, you break it up into little down pieces. Go for it.
Content of the meaning must be transferred at both ends. Is that what you said?
No, it must. Okay, in order for information to be transferred.
That's what you said. The content of
the meaning of the content. The meaning of the content must be known by both the sender and the receiver.
So the meaning of
it must exist simultaneously. Right. So far we have on the table information and meaning. Okay. Which every example that exists in principle and in functional application comes from only one source and one source alone. What is that source?
Perception.
What is a perception?
Rationalization.
What is a rationalization?
Observation.
Rationalization is observation. That's incorrect.
It comes from observation.
Nah, I mean, it can.
All right,
not
deduction.
necessarily. Okay, where's deduction? Where does deduction exist?
Where does it exist?
Yeah, where does deductions exist?
It's a mental process.
Yes, they exist in minds. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Right. Therefore, if we can show evidence of information inherent in the physical substrate of where we live, then that's axiomatic evidence of a mind being involved, period. That means creator by implication, and that means it's very good evidence of a creator. Now, whether you agree or not is irrelevant. You can disagree all you want. You can cry about it in your pillow at night.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, just keep going.
Like, should we assume that God is alive? Like, do we need to assume that God is alive also, if there is such a thing as a creator?
I mean, the main thing was we were talking about the reason to hide this stuff, a creator. And it looked like somebody was like, okay, what evidence do we have of a creator? And then it kind of went on a tangent. But basically, it's talking about the tendency to hide something like this that tends to more point toward more of a creator, because we don't know of a natural process that makes flat land of any sort and or covers it with some sort of, sky covering like a firmament or something, which points at least inferentially towards some sort of creator. That is all that would be hidden by this thing, but without going into too much, territory that's, out in
how about this for you, Foz? There's no known reason that my house has wood floors. Therefore, my house does not have wood floors. Good logic, bad logic.
I think, to be honest, it's, as a philosophical exercise, that's great logic, but to be not something you
actually it's it is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. So it's actually horrible logic. Learn about non sequiturs and you'll better understand. My point for coming up with that analogy for you, I guess I didn't realize, but maybe is now to teach you what a non sequitur is, but also to help you understand that Earth is what it is, regardless of anyone's motive to misdirect, misinform, deceive, or any other thing. It is what it is, regardless.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. It's going to be whatever it is, and the truth can be persuaded. The truth will be pervasive. But Oh, I had another point.
Or I'm sorry, Allah.
But like
creator of some
so
sort.
there's this need, this apparent need to want to know. So I mean, my question is like, can we just be okay? Like for example, with the limit, we're saying that there is. I mean, we could say that that the extension of the horizon is unlimited, or do we need to assume that there is, because there is limitation, for example, and can we assume that Earth is an object? That, I mean, are we going to assume that there is a limit? Because
well, you'd have to assume that there would be a limit. Otherwise, if it's limitless, that implies a process that never ended. Like if you had to wait to speak after I stop speaking and I just keep speaking limitlessly or infinitely, you would ironically never be able to get the opportunity to speak. So any sort of process that has a step like that that follows another, like, creation and then something else happens, like, some other event, would tend to imply a termination to the earth, or processes like making the earth, assuming it's created or whatever, to go on to another step or another process. Otherwise, it would never end and you'd have no process with one step following after another. Logically, one would assume, unless you want to logically assume something else. So one would assume that there would eventually be a termination or an end with things that happen in real life anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a termination at some point. That's without a doubt.
But isn't that an assumption?
I think that's a pretty logical assumption. Can you make another?
But is an assumption? I mean, like a logical, like is it a fact? Or I mean, like it's definitely not a fact.
Okay, so I'll tell you that it's close to being a fact, because with all things.
No. Wait. 1 second. I'm sorry. It cannot be closely to be a fact. Right. Is it a fact or not?
I'm going to ask a question, and then when you start answering it, I'm going to say,
listen. It's an assertion. It's an assertion that is not necessarily conclusive from those premises. So it is plausible, but it's not necessary.
That's why I was asking him for another plausible scenario, because if he can't put one up, well, then the only game in town, or the only plausible scenario on the table, appears to be that. Now, if Lainel wants to put another plausible scenario, by all means. But if he can't, then as far as I'm concerned, I think that the logic is pointing to something that's probably going to end and terminate, at least at some point.
If we consider every piece of physical matter to be a part of the same, logical reference, so that everything physically is everything and nothing ends.
You were going to say something earlier about every example we have is such. Can you please go on to that?
Oh, yeah. Most things that we can observe do have some type of end. Like, if we to just look at an object, like we just take a piece of wood and leave it outside for long enough, eventually the wood is gone. Most things you can look at, examples of life, they will just end at some kind. So just
entropy.
From that we can use that to observe, to just assert that Earth as we know, will end at some point. It's just that we haven't watched it happen yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So fair point. And so I want to focus on that logic for a second. What you just said is all known examples that we have access to are similar, right? Therefore, it's good evidence that pretty much everything follows this rule. Correct? Okay, stop right there. Apply that same thing to what you just said before, where I explained to you all examples of information come from minds. Therefore, the presence of information is good evidence of a creator. And try to be logically consistent, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the information was already present, but we only interpret it. It's the fact that we're communicating it to each other, and we're assigning the word information to the communication, but what's actually happening is mouth sounds. The information already existed. All right, there's already a number.
I'm talking about mouth sounds.
Well, yeah, because you're talking about information, but what we're doing is communicating. Information is already present. Whether if me and you died, right, the human race never existed, information about the height map of Earth would still exist, even if the human race weren't around to interpret it. So information, in communication, different things.
It does sound like you're trying to defeat the need for a mental mind and therefore a creator by just saying that this information just always exists. That basically something always exists with or without a creator. But if something always exists with or without a creator, then a creator could always exist.
Does it not?
Too. It doesn't quite defeat the problem. I mean, it appears to go either way. But, if we're going to use logic, with things tending to have an end and a termination and things not always coming in the same combination naturally, like a car or like flat land covered by some sort of dome, these things make people pretty comfortably infer some sort of creator. Could it be right? Could it be wrong? Who knows? But there doesn't appear to be a logical framework to encapsulate all the evidence, without some sort of attempt to account for this, in some sort of way with maybe like a creator or something.
Yeah, but let's be clear. We're not talking about land features necessarily as much as we're talking about information itself and its presence within.
Oh yeah, no,
creation.
I just used that as an example. Information still exists whether or not we're here to interpret it. That's all I'm saying, and that is true. That is 100% true. That's a fact.
Well, information has a bunch of different definitions. The definition that appears to be the best for this discussion is how is this house going to be formed? A blueprint of information is going to need to be communicated to the people that build the house, the atoms, the cells. There needs to be some sort of plan as to how this thing is going to be created. That sort of information doesn't just appear to pop into existence. How would it pop into existence? Where would it pop into existence? Would it pop into existence over here? Here? What time would it happen? What is the overarching plan and information that would unify all this stuff together into a certain form, like the house, like the blueprint, like the car? I mean, without a creator to help account for this stuff, it's the same as saying it just happens. That's not very satisfactory either. So, I mean, if we're going to try to defeat a creator by just saying it just always was, information-wise or whatever, it just stops, investigation and inquiry dead in its tracks. It's just very
but see
it applies.
The problem is.
Yeah.
What
the
about
blueprint itself is the communication of instructions. It's not necessarily information.
What? You think that communication of instructions isn't information? Are you kidding?
I'm talking about information as in a raw existence of something, as in just plain, simple, logical, no inferences, just plain and simple.
Just the existence of stuff isn't necessarily information.
I think
it's not informing anything.
I think
that's not what it is.
Information is boring as fuck.
What is the word? Listen. What does the word inform mean? Does it mean just sitting there doing nothing?
No, it means that you are pursuing it with your senses.
In fact, you know what? I'll Google that because I think it's.
Have you ever heard of Lowell?
Inform is going to have some kind of. There we go. Give someone. It's communicate. Information, communication.
Or at least for the purposes of this discussion, make sure that something exists in a pretty regular form. I mean, I exist on the land, in the air, or whatever. I don't exist at the bottom of the ocean. And as far as I can tell, there's no other people like me that do. I don't exist in a volcano. Something is quote unquote informing my existence to be a certain way, to be within certain parameters, and not just wildly pop in here, there, or everywhere. That would be loosely called information from a creator or something like that in this context. I mean, if the information was always there, then why isn't it everywhere? Why don't I exist at the bottom of the ocean? Why don't I exist in the air? Why don't I exist in this dimension? What is informing my existence other than a blueprint, a creator, and some sort of mind with mental information saying you're going to exist here, but not over here or something like that?
Yeah, but what I'm getting at here is function, right?
You can exist at the bottom.
That's why the word functional, listen, that's why the word functional is in those 4 words. I'm talking about a specific piece of information here, not just general information. I'm talking about information that does something. And we know that information, in order for it to work, in order for communication to be accomplished, the codex must be present at both the sending and reception point simultaneously. And we know that that style of codification only comes from minds. By example, So what could I possibly be talking about that is ever present in the creation that bears those hallmarks?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking anybody.
I'm lost. Like, what is the question? Like, because I think we're each expressing like different. I mean, we're all kind of sharing the same, but we don't know what the question is, do we? What is the question?
The question is that we've already established that the presence of communicable information for a functional sequence, right, that does something, requires a mind. Okay? That's what we know by our experience. So, where is that in creation that we can look at and say, wow, that's evidence of a creator because it's information, and that comes from minds. And that's evidence of a mind and intent. It's not a trick question. I mean, it should be, to be honest, I mean, it should be, everybody should know this.
Yeah, if you're interpreting information with your mind, that is evidence that you have a mind.
Here, just do this. It'll be really easy, Foz. Just demonstrate or provide an example of the violation of the law of causality.
Well,
really, no, this should be really easy, right? In order for his belief system to be justified, it's either justified in the violation of the law of causality or it isn't justified.
Can we relate this concept with consciousness and?
It actually boils down to the law of causality. If he can provide evidence of the violation of the law of causality, then he'll be perfectly fine. Otherwise, he needs to reject his axiom that there is a violation of the law of causality.
I'm a little bit lost. I'm sorry.
I never said that there was a violation of the law of causality.
You kind of did, didn't you? In a very direct way, when you insinuated and or directly stated that something could have just always existed.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be a violation of the law of causality. There you go.
Can I ask, like, do we agree that consciousness is? Do we agree that God is eternal, for example, or consciousness, or was consciousness created?
We're not talking. I'm talking about nature. Okay, I'm not talking about supernatural things.
But you cannot talk about nature without consciousness. So if you're talking about like an axiom, right?
But what if you're a materialist? What if you're a materialist and you don't believe in consciousness? And then can you do it?
Well, what if I'm not a materialist?
Okay, that's cool. But Gospel Bear is trying to get him to answer a question, so quit derailing, please.
If you're a materialist, then
you're not.
It doesn't.
Clearly didn't hear what I said, so.
Lionel, you're not understanding the
Can
point.
you provide that evidence?
The evidence of a violation of the law of causality.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because you would probably get a very particular scientific reward or a
universe itself would do that. Or, if in fact, you know what, the universe did just always exist.
You have
to defeat the law of causality by just saying it needs no cause and just always existed. We could do that with God too. So at that point, you're just missing a logic that goes away from a creator and just saying anything else will do.
Well, no, because we can observe the universe happening. So, like, we can't observe God.
How universe get us information? Give us information.
This is just Foz. This is a little frustrating because I feel like you're not trying very hard.
Do you want me to try more hard?
Yeah, I want you to do a little bit more try hard. Hashtag try hard, like they do in the video games, try hard mode. Mm-hmm. You understand the logical fallacy that you're committing when you try and say that the universe is the demonstration, like the circular reasoning that the universe is your answer for the violation of the law of causality.
No, but you said you wanted me to try and provide an example. So
precisely.
That was my attempt.
Okay, so the answer is there isn't any
not evidence that I have.
There isn't any example that is possible.
Well,
that's correct. Yeah.
we have a universe where things tend to have causes and effects. One thing tends to exist before another before something else happens. So how could that come from an eternal universe where there are no causes and no effects, or that's something that just always existed with no cause and no effect? That's a somewhat contradictory.
I mean, as far as it's observable, it is just kind of just here.
Okay,
and the only suggestions are so basically impossible to quantify.
Why is the baby born after the parents, as their cause or part of their cause, stood and to bring about the baby first? Why doesn't the baby just pop into existence or just always exist? Why do we see causes and effects in some sort of sequence where something has to exist before something else happens, at least on some level? Why would that come from a universe that always exists in the first place? Why would it be necessary at all?
Well, we observed it happening in that order. The order that you said about babies just kind of being born after the parents. So we've observed that, but we haven't observed the universe for long enough. So it did just. In fact, you know what? I'm completely right on this. I'm completely fucking right on this because the universe, as far as it's observable, the best theories are just ideas. All right, as far as it's observable,
this is akin to you saying that your mother always existed because you weren't there to see her be born.
Yeah, that's not reasonable. Most of the time we see causes.
But I've observed that.
Go back to some sort of creator to end the infinite regression, though. And
you watched your mom be born?
No. But I observed information.
What?
Such as growing up, becoming educated, understanding about how humans are born.
Do you know what the law of causality is? Do you understand the nature of cause and effect, and it's every effect
I do.
is necessitated by a cause? And you're making the claim that not all effects have a cause without any example ever to demonstrate that there can be an effect without a cause?
That's not what I'm saying.
You are
saying. No, I'm not. I'm saying that the cause and effect of the universe, I have no suggestions for, and I don't need them because there's absolutely no way I can
listen. The universe is the effect. You're claiming that there wasn't a cause. Without any evidence for any other
observable
effect.
Cause. There's no observable cause to base that off of.
Except for the law of causality and everything.
Which the law of causality, it's a very strong wording for something which is just.
Well, let's
an idea.
Maybe you don't know how that came about.
Nope.
But let's break this down a bit more, because I think what he's trying to do is say we can break the law of causality by invoking something that just always existed without a cause. But you need the law of causality, assuming that not everything always exists. As far as I can tell by my memory, I didn't always exist. I didn't have hands to form myself, a mind to form myself. I just did not exist based off of my memory. So another cause is necessary to bring me about. Anything that begins to exist essentially needs a cause. So if there are things that began to exist, they're going to need causes. So the way that you're trying to defeat it is just basically by saying what? Everything just always exists? I mean, I don't know. At that point, I would go with a creator that's
what I believe. I believe everything does just always exist.
As opposed to a mindless universe that just always existed. That's not as appealing.
Yeah. Well, the problem with what you're doing is that you're introducing a new step which there's no evidence for to explain something which there's already no evidence for. So you're you're basically convoluting your own argument by saying.
So you're saying there's no evidence that children come from their mothers and their mothers didn't always exist? There's no evidence for that?
No, that's not what I said. I'll repeat exactly what I said. I said what you're doing is convoluting your own argument by introducing another concept in which there's no evidence for. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about my mother.
Oh, kind of like you, where there's no evidence for an eternal universe?
Yeah, there's no evidence for that.
Right, but yet you say it is the case.
What I'm saying is that in specifically the example that we're discussing, right? Talking about the universe, we don't know what the cause is. We don't. There's no evidence.
You don't even know if it exists. You don't even know if it exists. You're just told it does. Can you go to perform? How? How do you prove it? Prove it exists without saying something else.
Fred, we're not talking about space. We're talking about existence in regards to creation. That's the topic.
Well, he said universe. He said universe.
Yeah, don't get caught up on that. Yeah, we're not talking about space, though. We're talking about universe in a colloquial meaning in regards to all things that exist, not the space thing.
We've been here for about half an hour. Let's do a conversational update for the people that just got in. We were talking about how something like a flat Earth appears to point to a creator. The other side was kind of talking about a defeater for a creator, saying it may or may not be created. And we got to these threads here where we're talking about, I guess, defeaters for creation by saying that something just always was. It doesn't need a cause. Everything just always existed, to try to defeat this idea that, one, I guess, cosmology or whatever points to creation more than the other. And that's where we're at now, half an hour to an hour later. But basically, if we're
in the middle of that, hold on, friend. In the middle of that, he made the positive claim that there is no evidence for a creator at all.
Well, the thing is, the essence of these arguments that are highly empirical is one thing. By saying we do or do not have evidence for it, that's fine. But if you're taking a negative position, that's a bit of a faith-based position, because what is the essence of faith? The evidence of things unseen. And if you're taking a negative position like this does not exist, that's inherently a faith-based position anyway, because you have nothing to present. And so if we're going to try to use these arguments to get rid of faith with empiricism, they ironically go back to faith anyway, because you're not going to have anything to present to say there is no this, there is no that. That would basically be you stepping out on faith and saying, I'm going to step out on faith and this doesn't exist without evidence to present.
Yeah, and he admitted he has no evidence to present for his assertions whatsoever. Yet somehow he's correct.
But we have evidence. And that's what I'm trying to get.
I didn't say there was no
evidence. We have evidence, though, dude. For what we believe in, we have evidence. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah,
you obviously don't know what we believe.
In my decision.
Yeah, you did. You did. I remember hearing you say that. You agreed to that. When he said you have no evidence, you said yeah.
Could you please calm down when you're talking to me?
Yeah. Don't get concerned, troll, dude. Don't start that. Just defend your position.
I don't like how you speak to me. I just don't like how you speak to me.
Defend your position with facts. Defend your position with facts. That's all.
Okay, but going forward, I'd just like to establish that I've been trying to be as respectful as possible, and you've not been respectful of me.
Pause. Microphone does not reflect attitude. Just chill, okay?
Yeah, don't
just take the information for what it is.
Yeah, it's not personal. Just relax. You'll be fine.
Okay, but I mean,
this could be a little contentious. Let's just look at the two sides. One side is saying that not everything always existed, therefore it's going to need causes. Going back ad infinitum to some sort of uncaused cause like a creator. You appear to be trying to defeat that with this segment of argumentation by saying things just always existed. Okay, we're just going to have to go from there and compare the two sides.
Yeah. So yeah, things just always existed. And there's no evidence that is wrong.
Yeah, can you give me an example of that, please? Of something always having existed, please. Evidence of that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm just talking about the state of matter.
Right.
So things, which is a logical box that we put things in. I'm talking about
now you're getting into things you don't even understand. The state of matter. How do you understand this field of study? Is this what you grew up in? Is this what you got your certificates in? The state of matter. You're going to explain to us the state of matter. Is that what you're going to do right now?
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to explain the state of matter. I think that's a concept that we all understand. Also, you don't know who I am, so to say you're talking about things you don't understand is a
state your position. Who are you? What you know, what kind of information you have to provide. Don't just say things flippantly without knowing what it's about. The state of matter, dude, that's a deep subject. So explain your position on how you know what the state of matter is and how you can prove it to us.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do before you interjected. I was going to talk about my point.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you'd allow me to continue. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, matter can't be created, can't be destroyed. So it just always existed.
The prove that? I mean, as far as we can tell, we weren't there to see that. It's just kind of like something that we declare for ease of calculation and, to be able to go forward in faith and do our science. But did we see all matter and all energy to corroborate that? Even that's a bit of a faith-based statement too. And this goes back to the thing we were talking about with processes that have to end from before, when I gave you that example about half an hour to an hour ago of me speaking eternally and you not being able to speak until I'm done speaking. Well, then if I speak eternally with an unending process, you would never get to speak at all, which means that things that always exist eternally contradict processes that are a bit sequential, with one step happening after another step terminates or at least dies down and ends so that something else can happen. That defeats any sort of process at all that has sequential steps. And what is life filled with? Processes that appear to go one after the other. I eat my food, that process ends. I digest my food, that process ends. And then that's assimilated into my tissues as a process. So this idea that things that can always eternally exist and always eternally subsist is contradicted by processes that tend to have steps and a termination and an end. That's a bit contradictory, because not all steps in a process are eternal. They're sequential, they end. So with that contradiction, how can we invoke a universe of natural processes that just always exists? I mean, why would anything move or progress at all? That's a little contradictory.
Does this guy know about the second law of thermodynamics? I just wonder.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, when you talk about steps in sequence and processes, those are again, like I said, I think for the ease of like mathematical theory calculations, those are just introduced to help to organize things into a box to help us interpret them. But when it comes down to processes stepping and ending, none of those things actually exist. They're not real. Matter is just matter. It interacts with each other.
What are you talking about, dude?
Allow me to explain. He said, "What am I talking about?" You should listen before asking that question. So what I'm saying is,
no,
everything that
was my cue. That was my cue to say something else, right? As a counterpoint, not your cue to say the same thing.
How can you counterpoint something I haven't finished? So is your cue to just say? So basically, what you're saying is you're looking down on me, but you haven't finished saying. Listen to what I'm saying, which I'm.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Well, we don't mean to
feel free to read between the lines. You just said that processes just happen. There's like no purpose to it. So he just explained to you a functional sequence, right? Did he explain to you a functional sequence that functions in that sequence for a specific reason to a specific result that serves a purpose?
Okay,
yes or no?
You're talking about sequences and results. Those things are, again, interpretations. A sequence and a result.
Holy moly, bro.
There's no such thing that exists, which is a sequence. A sequence is an interpretation.
Okay. You're wrong. You're incorrect. You're incorrect. He just gave you an example of one, which is mouth, right, gets filled with food. Food then goes to stomach. Stomach then does its thing, and then it sends it out the poo hole.
So that
is a sequence.
So if anyone ever asks me what a sequence is, I'll tell them that digestion is the sequence. This is the sequence. No, it's not a real thing. A sequence is not a real thing. Okay, goodness, it's an interpretation. It's a logical exercise. What I'm saying.
How that what existed all the time came in the first place in existence?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer that, but what I need to do is
matter always existed.
You try to let him stay on one point, please. He's talking about sequences at the moment, right? He just denied. Hold on, friend. He just denied that putting a food in your mouth, then the food going to your stomach, then the food coming out your butt is a sequence. He just denied that.
I did not
face value.
I did not deny that. It is a sequence.
You just said it's not a sequence, and now you're saying it is a sequence. You can't even stay coherent, bro.
I didn't. If you're recording this conversation, I'd like you to go back and listen to it, because I said a sequence is not a real thing. A sequence doesn't exist. However, it's a logical exercise. It's a method of interpretation. not a real thing.
There's some ontology, though, to
So-
the sequence and some necessity. And so when we talk about the sequence in that way, we're just trying to accurately encapsulate what occurs and what appears to be
Mhm.
necessary. I can't put the food directly in my stomach. It's too big. It may not be digested properly. And if I put one step of the process before the other, it becomes unintelligible. You're kind of saying that these are what? That these don't have a real essence or something like that? That what? It's
Kind of,
Maya,
yeah.
an illusion and just some abstraction that we put with our mind onto the thing, but there's no real essence there. I don't know
have
if
not
that's
been able to.
correct.
I have so far been unable to continue the point. So what I'm talking about, right? This is just a supporting platform for my overall point as a whole. Okay, so understanding that our methods of interpretation are just logical exercises, not things that actually exist. So this whole we need a sequence, we need a cause, we need an effect, we need all of these things, otherwise all this shit is real or whatever it is you're trying to apply. What I'm trying to say,
Yeah, you need to put the
is that
food in your mouth. So you're
matter
already wrong.
Always existed, and it doesn't
But how
stop.
do you know that? You
And-
arrived at that
hang on.
using your logic. You undermine your own
Hang on.
position by saying that this is
Hang on.
arbitrary logic that isn't based in reality.
No,
But then
just a
at the
second.
other side of your mouth, you use logic or something to say that
No.
matter always existed. That's self-contradictory. I mean, it looks like our logic is at least somewhat related to reality. Otherwise, what sort of statements are we making?
Yeah. So matter, like I'm trying to say, is it's not grouped into all these logical boxes we put in. Everything is just one non-stop behavior. Non-stop. When you think about
one non-stop sequence,
And when that started in the first place?
When did it start in the first place?
Yeah,
dude, he's literally denying precedent causality. That's what he's doing. Just like
it never started.
He denied.
I have
It never began.
Does entropy did that or some supernatural thing?
No, not entropy. Neither. It technically never began. It just is.
It just is. That
Yes.
mean that oceans was there.
No,
full
it's
of
just
water.
always present. It's always present. It didn't end, it
Listen,
didn't begin.
the oceans full of water was there all the time in existence, and they never was created to be in existence. They was in existence. That you are saying.
Correct, yeah. Everything exists in the present
Right.
only.
That's hilariously ridiculous.
Only to you because it defies maths, but I'm making a philosophical argument that maths doesn't actually exist. Interpretation isn't
Philosophical.
real.
Now philosophical. I will tell you.
I think you believe that interpretation
I
itself
don't believe
is real.
I don't believe. I will tell you what I believe.
crap.
I believe this. Everything existed before with water, ocean, But before
So you
that,
agree with me?
yeah. But it was fire before that water inside.
Yeah. Anyway,
was fire.
if I can just make my argument into a
Listen
sentence.
to me very carefully. It was
Okay.
fire, and then something happened. I don't know what. I think double existing force happened, and then from fire we got water. But nobody knows that. I know that because I believe in that.
Well, Fozbaz, we were talking about the illogic of some of these things always existing because we have processes that appear to have a termination and an end. You could call them illusions, Maya, whatever, if you wish. But, we're trying to use logic to arrive at some sort of necessary conclusion to know something at the very least. I mean, unless you reach back into the past infinitely or whatever to know this thing, it's kind of a faith-based declaration too. I mean, unless you know everything or experience everything, for you to reach back into the past and say it just always existed without an account from, say, a personal thing like, a creator, you're just kind of begging the question. Unless you experienced it, you're just declaring it off of faith as well.
Right. What he's
Unless I
doing
have an account
is,
from a creator.
well, what you're doing, my friend, whether you realize it or not, is you're dodging the law of causality by denying the necessity of causality for processes, by denying sequences as an actual physical event and calling it a convention of the mind. So you're retreating into your mind space of subjectivity.
100% what I was trying to say. Interpretation.
I know that's what you were trying to say. It's nonsense, dude.
It's not nonsense. Not when we talk about
It
trying
is
to understand the
nonsense.
universe. Not when we talk about trying to understand the universe.
Yeah,
We're talking about things that are not observable.
how could it be anything at all if all of this stuff isn't anything anyway? How could it be or not be nonsense in the first place based on your axioms? How could you validate anything you are claiming when you reject the notion of all of the natural laws, such as the law of non-contradiction, the law of causality, the laws of thermodynamics? You reject all of these quite apparently throughout this conversation. How could you make any assertion at all on the basis of your rejection of every natural law that exists?
Because I think it's stupid.
Well, what is stupid? On what basis do you have a foundation for meaning of any word ever without the acceptance of necessary laws of nature?
Hang on a second. I'm just going to answer your question of what I think stupid is.
No, the other question is more relevant.
Oh, okay, go on. What was that?
You have no foundation for or axiom for meaning in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, communication itself is irrelevant.
Relatively, yes, I agree. What I was trying to say ultimately was earlier was a supporting point for the fact that somebody asked me a question. I remember exactly, but somebody asked me a question. And I was trying to suggest why everything just is, and that for that I was just trying to explain that interpretation isn't real. It's just a convenient method for us to communicate.
Well, Fozbaz, I would agree with you that there are some conventions, but some conventions are backed by facts and what we appear to see in reality anyway, convention or not, versus others. We see things appear to have a beginning, a middle, an end, a termination, which implies some level of temporality, some level of causation, in that there's a step that happens first necessarily before something else can proceed or progress. That's what we appear to see. We don't just see, if we see at all, anything that just always exists. We see a temporal universe with processes and sequences that have some sort of necessity to follow one another. Could that just be an arbitrary illusion? Maybe, but that's what we appear to see.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
We got to stop this nonsense. Listen, we got to stop this nonsense, okay? We need concrete examples, not philosophical ideations, okay? So check this out, Holmes, and I need a direct, straight answer. Is the fact that my truck requires gasoline to function a convention? Or is it a mechanical necessity for the function of the truck?
I don't know
Which
if that's
one?
a trick question or not, dude, because you could have a diesel truck or an electric truck.
Okay.
I don't know.
Good grief. So you're clearly disingenuous,
it
son.
could be,
So
it
I
could
want
be
you to hold on. It's only a trick question to you because you're tricking yourself.
No,
and that's what I wanted to point out, dude. You are deluding yourself.
It could be a trick question. People do that sometimes.
No, we're asking you a necessary question so that you can make some sort of logical necessary inference.
Okay, so you're not going to trick me. You're not going to trick me to pull a ha-ha.
You have to pedal your bike with your feet and legs to get it to move.
I'm disabled.
Bruh. Okay, cool. Do you have to breathe oxygen to keep living? I mean, we could just go on and on with all these necessary contingent sequences that must be accomplished. They're not conventions.
I'm sorry about
the fact that they must be in precedent order.
It might have been a trick question.
Hey, Fozbaz, hold on a second. Chill, Fozbaz. This all began prior to you now denying, logic and bicycle mechanics, but this all began with you asking, why would they lie? So now that you're in this territory of just saying nonsense, can you concede that maybe there's a reason?
What do you mean? Well, am I the reason?
Well, the unwillingness to acknowledge certain otherwise necessary inferences. Like
that was insightful.
with a model that acknowledges it as little as possible, like a random, ball rocketing through black reaches of space, as opposed to saying something that's more obviously created and leads to a logic of a creator much more clearly, like flatland covered by a dome. You're kind of an example of that, because all of your logic is an attempt at illogic, or getting away from necessary logic by saying anything else other than the necessary inferences.
Well, hold on.
What you're presenting is kind of a form of illogic.
You're correct, Lemon. Lemon. Hold on, my friend. Hey, chill for a second. I need to talk to Lemon, not you. Okay, Lemon, there's an old axiom of communication called never respond to rhetoric with dialectic. Okay, you're not even having a conversation. Okay, the correct answer to the other question, which is why would they lie? In this man's paradigm, the only coherent answer that can be presented to him is irrelevant. Lying is just a convention.
I concur.
All right.
I concur. Lying is a convention. I also
so you've got your answer.
Then you admit that your question is incoherent and pointless.
Which question?
Wow. You said physically, correct? You mentioned some type of disability. You just physical, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, try not to give indications otherwise. You're the one that asked the original question.
The original question of?
The why would they lie question that we've been talking about for the past few minutes. As in almost an hour, actually. Probably more than an hour at this point.
Okay. All right, I just thought we were supposed to be precise. Somebody told me earlier we're supposed to be precise. I don't know who it was, but he said we have to be precise. So
there were
a lot of questions that we asked.
Did we ever touch the shape of the Earth in that hour?
Yeah, before that, we certainly did. He understood, allegedly understood that that Earth cannot be the ball that they say it is.
Yeah, he specifically asked, what are the incentives for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, but I mean, didn't you kind of wonder that question when you first heard
it?
Didn't that question cross your mind when you first heard of it?
Well,
why would they lie?
In the context, I already knew why they would lie. In the context in which he asked it and what's followed afterwards, I didn't have that question in the way that he has it.
Right, yeah.
And I knew that the world was full of liars decades prior to realizing the Earth was flat.
Well, Fosbaz, the only thing I want you to see is how undermining some of this rhetoric that you're talking about is, which points away from necessity or any sort of logic at all. I mean, asking why would they lie is the same way as asking what necessary reason would make them have to cover up or basically deceive people to avoid, a certain otherwise necessary inference that people would logically deduce. And so that's why we're talking about the logic based off of the speculation that would be necessary based off of the logic. But it just seems like you're trying to get away from the logic, at least on the creator side of it, by just saying anything else other than the necessary inferences presented. So at that point, that becomes highly illogical and anti-logic if we're not following necessary inferences to an otherwise, quote unquote, necessary logical conclusion. That undermines reason itself if everything just exists with no necessity, no cause, no effect, no necessary inference at all.
Are you a lawyer?
Let's be clear. We don't need a myopic reason.
It just feels like I'm reading the iTunes terms and conditions based off the necessary inferences that are based off of the otherwise necessary assumptions made by the.
It's called logic.
Just say something.
Yeah, he is saying something. Your inability to comprehend logical sequences is just a convention.
In my fucking mind to try and understand you.
Hey, you need to calm down, man, because you're acting really tough and stuff. But like, I wasn't here for earlier, but you understand that I'm talking, man. So you're,
tough.
We're just acknowledging the facts of the world. Okay, they lied about the Earth, man. Right? If you want to figure out why they lied or what they hid, I get you. That's the first thing I thought was it was hard to comprehend exactly what flat Earth means when I first heard it, because I didn't understand like how that fits into conspiracies and the reason they lie and stuff. But I mean, it just takes a couple seconds of thinking about it. And he said that they've been talking to you about it for a while, so you understand that that's independent of if they lied or not, right?
Correct. Yeah, I do.
Right.
I do.
They're hiding land, man. That they don't let you privately explore the center or the outside. And so what we know is there is land that we cannot go to, that they do not allow us to go to. And so,
well, you can go to if you want.
No, you can't actually. So you can only go where you're approved to go. They have to approve your travel before you go and your path, and they do not approve going over Antarctica. So,
yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Oh wait, no, they don't approve it, but you can just do it.
Well, they actually intercept you. People have tried to do it, and you get intercepted.
Yeah, you're really close to contracting Antarcticades, so you better be careful with your.
Anyway, guys, I've got to answer another phone call. I'll see you around at some point in the future. Sorry we got off on the wrong foot. It was a good conversation. I learned a lot, but I've got to jump. Sorry to be abrupt.
Yep. While you're gone,
yeah, I'll see you guys.
Hold on. While you're gone, do some homework of possible reasons why people would lie.
Well,
and come back with some good answers.
I wrote down a lot of notes from this conversation. One of the most ones I'm looking forward to is Operation High Jump, Deep Freeze, Popeyes, Fishbowl, all that stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna jump. Peace.
Delicious.
So his first question when he comes back will be, if you can't show me the edge, where is the color blue?
Well, the thing is, we're talking about logic, necessary inference, which implies a process of thinking that is going to eventually end and terminate in some sort of conclusion. If he's trying to avoid the logic, that is illogical. If he's avoiding otherwise necessary inferences by saying, well, you can't know that, or we're going to suggest something else that we don't have to follow, or we can follow instead. I mean, he can do that, but he needs to also show how that's logical, which I'm not quite seeing.
Dude, he admitted it. Everything that's tangible, verifiable, and sequential is only a convention of the mind, and therefore it can't be trusted as being actual reality. So nothing, I want to make this clear, nothing can be presented to him as evidence of anything under that logical framework.
Yeah. And the thing is, it just seems like a key to mysticism. No more logic, no more trying to use the mind to rationally order these steps and these processes, thinking wise or otherwise, into a coherent narrative. It's just mysticism. This is what I feel, or something like that, or this is what I experience, without actually trying to interpret it in a rational process that's logical, sequential, that makes sense, or anything.
By the way, his paradigm does fit a flat Earth, because if it's just axiomatically always is as it is, and it just always was as it is, then that fits any shape or permutation of the Earth's surface properties whatsoever. His claim will just be, well, that's the way it's always been. It just is. So if he decides to believe in flat Earth, it'll be the same claim. He'll believe in a creatorless flat Earth that somehow sentient minds exist within, and I mean, that'll be his answer. It'll be the same answer either way.
If he really evaluated what he was talking about, he needs to ask himself, why is it that certain things are different than other things? Why aren't all things the same way? Why aren't I round? Why aren't I flat? Why aren't I a seal? We need to have some sort of satisfactory answer other than things are just the way that they are naturally. I mean, that's just very unsatisfactory. And, I don't know, the range of explanations that are offered appear to be question mark, wait for scientism to make a declaration, or just wait for this gnosis to be passed down from these ascendant masters in these scientific fields or something. It's just very unappealing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he literally said that eating, by putting things into your digestive system, digesting them, using the nutrients, and then discarding the waste, isn't a process or a sequence. It's merely a convention. So, I mean, at that point, what kind of rational conversation could possibly be had?
It's so tough. It's so tough. Some of these stuff, maybe they are conventions in a way, but they're conventions that appear to reflect reality pretty well. Can we know everything without being the creator ourselves or the universe ourselves? As far as I can tell, no.
Yes, but the point is that that sequence is not decided by convention. It is a sequence that's necessary for the function to happen. You can't skip any of the steps. Otherwise, you don't get the function. Nobody just came up one day and decided, let's just decide how we eat and process nutrients and discard waste. Let's make a societal convention in our minds and then it will function. That's not how it happened.
At the very least, we came to a reality, quote unquote, and we tried to submit to it and humbly just acknowledge all of its steps so that we could tell somebody else an accurate rendition of what occurred as much as possible. So there was some sort of ontology or some sort of reality in place before we, quote unquote, declared it by convention at the very least.
But that's not the point. The point is we never declared it by convention. We just recognized it. The only convention would be the tokens we use to describe it. But anyway, let's be clear. This whole point, we were skirting around the absolute lock solid evidence of a creator in ourselves, which is information, which he couldn't get, that we were talking about DNA, right? The DNA information is what informs those processes of things we just talked about, being metabolism, eating, all of that. And since we know that only comes from minds, and that the coding, decoding must exist simultaneously, that means that our sequence functionality was designed, created, implemented, interfered with, whatever, by a direct agent.
And this stuff has such far-reaching implications. You know, we said everything has a cause, which goes back to a creator. He tried to defeat it by saying everything just always was. Well, that has huge implications because now we have a bunch of processes that potentially don't end. That includes thinking and rational thought, which is nothing but a mental process to say, I'm going to look through this information and eventually stop and come to a conclusion. Now that can't even end. You're just in this mystical, eternal state with no thinking processes. This is huge implications when you go down that road. I mean, at that point, why would they lie? Like you say, is irrelevant. All of these questions are irrelevant. All that's left is just this weird mystical trance. I mean, this is just crazy.
Hey, Lemon, this is the future of the synthesis, where everything is purely subjective experience. There's no concrete reality outside yourself. Right. It's all just mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
So you either accept the Borg or face the consequences.
There was no time from before the Borg existed.
That's what they say.
Well, like he said, he was in the debate that Napalm was talking about before he arrived, seemed to be interested enough in the arguments being made, and then came here and went to La La Land.
Yeah, that's just crazy. It just seemed like an attempt to get away from any sort of creator, which is fine, but you still need some logic. It's like anti-logic to just resist the logic. You know what I mean? Without a logical reason to do so.
Yeah,
rejection of all natural laws.
Yeah, I will not go with the God, but I will not go with the Big Bang also. I will not go with anything. I will only say this exists all the time.
Yeah. It's just wow. So no need for cause and effect because things always exist. Okay, cool story.
And what is that everything exists? What that mean everything in the first place? Because now it's not the same like before. What is in the first place everything?
Well, I mean, things don't always exist in their form, even if you're going to go with eternal atoms or whatever you think just always existed. I didn't exist in this form. Like, 100 years ago, I wasn't even a blip on the radar. So how did I exist? Was I a bunch of disconnected atoms with a disconnected consciousness? I mean, that's kind of hard to believe. If I could exist in that form, why would I take on this form at all? It still invites other uncomfortable questions. It just kicks the can down the road. You still need some sort of creator or some sort of thing that puts you in a certain, a form with a cause. Otherwise, why am I in this form at all?
Well, anybody that thinks that this realm that we live in, it functions the way it does, it supports all this variety of life, and everything supports one another. I mean, how when stuff decays and it makes the fertile topsoil, and how everything, it just is a process that works so perfectly that it screams design so strongly that if people can't see that when the entire system, the entire realm is functioning as a perfect, almost like a perfect living entity of some sort, it just screams creation. And how all of this stuff, and I'm talking about every living animal and all the special things that each animal can do, humans and the plants and all the special, attributes that all of these plants have for medicine, for the human body. I mean, how does that happen? I mean, you've got, we're all of a sudden we just exist, and then plants just exist that are curing their medicine for mankind. And I mean, the whole thing screams creation so heavily it's ridiculous. I mean,
well, creation implies things put together in a certain way that they don't
yes.
deviate from. It even implies regulation, because a car is created and it needs to be regulated in a certain form. You can't use it to drive around buckets and buckets of water without destroying the upholstery and the seats. You have to regulate your use of this created thing, otherwise it's going to be destroyed. And so creation comes with all of this intellectual implications and baggage,
yes.
regulation, keeping things in a certain form with a reason and a way to keep it that way without things just going out of hand and stuff like that. Without creation, what makes anything? Why is it this way versus another way? What keeps it in this form? Are we just going to bottom out without a creator and say, oh, it just is? I mean, I don't know. That's just so unsatisfactory.
That's just ridiculous, I think, because the whole realm screams creation from top to bottom. Everything, it's like, how do you find all these things supporting one another and benefiting one another? When a tree dies, it decays in the ground so that another one can grow. And I mean, it's almost like, well, it is like, not almost, it is exactly like someone purposefully done all of these things and made sure that all these functions of the life that exists on this planet had a purpose, not only for life but for death as well. There's a purpose in everything that happens, and it just moves to the next step, and it's just like this perfectly oiled wheel that just constantly turns and takes care of itself. And just, I mean, everything just supports something supports you support that, everything. It's all this big support system for everything that lives and exists here is part of the support system for everything else. It's just, it's too perfect. Too perfect.
I think of it as just a tactic to avoid an otherwise necessary inference. I think people are just avoiding what would otherwise be obvious, or just saying, turn off your mind and go into a mystic state where all there is just uninterpreted, quote unquote, experience. I just think of it as a tactic, but I don't take it seriously as an intellectual position. An intellectual position where you're like, okay, these are the conditions that we can discover. This is the logical sequence of thought that we can follow to come to this conclusion by using our minds. Now, I just think it's a tactic to just stop thought itself, to say that everything just is.
To escape the God, to move to another mystic, yeah. But
yeah.
For me, it's I don't know. They think that I don't know. They are maybe because of religion. They are how to say rejecting the God, but it's not the point of the God. It's the point of creation.
Yeah. I guess there's a bit of a contradiction in that, we're kind of trying to get away from that baggage of religion on one hand, but it seems to point to some sort of quote unquote creator blank on the other. People are tugged in two different directions, even with that. So it's kind of hard to know which logic, I guess, to follow, because one is kind of taking you away from a creator, but the evidence appears to be pointing to some sort of regulator, some sort of thing to put these processes in place in a certain way that they don't always naturally, follow without a mind or some sort of creator or something.
Yeah, it's somehow like it is supernatural, but it's not creator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you a really good example of the reasoning where this goes. So, for example, Richard Dawkins, right? Famous atheist, being interviewed by Ben Stein in the movie Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. Ben Stein got him to admit that the evidence for intelligent design is strong. And he said, but that would mean that an alien species who clearly evolved over natural processes then came here to design us intelligently to where we look intelligently designed. And he just kicks the can down the road one step and completely ignores, and now he has to explain the same process that he used to think happened with us on the aliens he's claiming did it.
And the thing that we have to ask ourselves, is this resisting logic, or is this logic that comes from actual evidence, both or neither? It does feel like in the West, we are resisting the logic that would otherwise be available from what was in the West, Christianity, the Bible, or something like that. We're saying we're not going to go there, but we're going to go with aliens. We're not going to go there, but we'll go somewhere else. That's kind of like resisting or resistive logic in a way. It's not really presenting evidence of a proposition. It's trying to get away from another proposition in a way. So the nature of the logic is totally different. At that point, you'll just accept anything, aliens or whatever, even if it's actually sort of kicking the can down the road or illogical in and of itself. I mean, are we accepting aliens because we actually saw them? Because we actually have evidence of them, or just as an alternative, any alternative away from, the otherwise logical Christian scriptures or whatever? Are we just resisting, other logic that we don't want to accept, or are we actually presenting something here?
I think it was like, in my opinion, sorry for if I interrupt, like, he was pretty honest. I mean, he knows his limit, and he admits it. He just doesn't know. Like,
but he was also honestly illogical. And that the conversation was centered around trying to help him back to the realm of logic, back to the realm of natural law, which he was rejecting. And you can be an honest idiot, but that doesn't mean that we're going to get anywhere in a conversation. And I'm not calling him an idiot, right. But for anyway, when you're making those sorts of axiomatic errors, it's just not a helpful aspect to the conversation.
He seemed honest until he realized the implications of where the logic led.
My question is like, is it okay not to know?
But
is that valid? Is it valid not to know?
If you don't know, you say I don't know something. You cannot say everything existed always. That means that you know that something existed always.
There is a point. There's a point in that, because if you say, for example, right? I mean, objectively speaking, over the concept of existence, we can assume that existence exists. Now, existence, the concept of creating existence contradicts itself, man. That's what I don't understand. Can somebody explain me that?
I'll explain it to you. Okay.
How do you create
existence? Hold on. Your position is incoherent. Let me tell you why. Okay. You assume that existence means to be. What existence actually means is to come out of. So nothing can exist. Hold on, friend.
All right. Okay.
You asked a question. I'm going to answer the question. If you then want to ask questions to clarify, then you can ask. Okay. What existence means, the word itself.
But it's not what I meant.
Not modern.
Sorry.
Let him finish.
All right. Anyway.
It's not what I meant. It's not what I meant. I said existence. Does existence exist?
Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
I mean,
Hey,
bro.
Finish there, my man.
Holmes.
But
you okay now?
Oh boy.
Just calm down.
All
Let him finish.
All right. So what existence means, existere, to come out of. In order to come out of, there must be something to come out of, a precedent, right? That is grounded being. So everything that exists must come from being. Okay, that's the philosophical argument. And yes, it uses higher level definitions for the word existence and being. That's true, not our colloquial definitions. So yes, in order for things to exist, they must have come out of something. All right, go ahead.
That's a contradiction in itself.
No, that's logic.
How do you? So, what type of logic is that?
How
The
can,
law of causality.
How can something exist without something to make in existence?
How do you make existence?
Yeah, how something can exist if you don't make to exist?
Exist. Period.
What exists?
You cannot create or make existence because existence exists.
Okay, no. Tell me what exists.
Wow. Existence.
Wow. Existence. And what is existence?
Existence is existence. I mean, like it's an axiom. You cannot break that apart.
Dude, this existence, okay, is designed. So that means that in order to have this existence, you had to have something prior to.
No, because you're breaking an axiom.
No, we're not, dude. Listen, did I not parse for you the difference between being and existence?
I'm talking. I'm sorry.
Did I or did I not?
What?
Okay, being, essential pure being versus existence. They're two separate things.
Right. Correct. Yeah, I agree.
Right. So existence comes from being, not the other way around. So existence is a subset of being that comes out of being. So existence is simply existence and requires nothing. It's a false assertion. It requires being in the first instance. Otherwise, the word existence has no meaning.
Exactly.
To come out of something. Okay, hold on. In order to come out of something, the precedent that you came out of must first be.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand perfectly what you're saying. Now, now we're talking about two axioms. Now we're talking about existence. I understand that existence cannot exist alone because you need an observer. You need consciousness, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So now you've just proven eternal consciousness.
Why? What do you
realize it or not?
Existence itself is dependent upon it, bro.
These are the two basic concepts that we're talking about. So consciousness. Well, I'm actually trying to explain something, and I should be asking questions.
Well, I got you, bro. I understand you fully. Okay, check this out. It's very simple. Existence requires precedent conscious beings. Period.
Right.
Okay, so we agree. We then agree that this existence required a conscious being as the precedent cause. Therefore, if that's true, you've proved the precedent cause of what we experience as existence is a conscious being. So good on you. You just proved a creator for this existence.
I'm talking about consciousness, not a creator. I'm talking about consciousness, right? We're not talking about a creator.
Who gave you consciousness? Who gave you consciousness?
Do you know who gave me consciousness?
No, I'm asking.
Yes, I do. A precedent being that's entropically greater, that possesses all the qualities which you need, right? Because that's logical entropy.
Which is material? Which is material? Which
non-material.
It needs to be out.
Non-material.
So somebody
material.
Okay. So consciousness was created?
Your consciousness was created.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
My consciousness was created.
That's correct.
Be honest. No, I mean, like, seriously. I mean, if you don't know, I mean, it's okay. I don't know a lot of things. Are you telling me that my consciousness was created?
No, I know one thing. Entropy didn't make it for sure.
I'm not. I'm just saying. Is it okay to accept that things are just the way they are?
I think he's.
Why does it need to be a factory? Why do you need a factory? Why do you need?
You're being super illogical. To just ignore the inevitable design is ignorance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry for being ignorant then.
It's okay, but I'm just saying.
I'm sorry.
If you can't pretend to acknowledge the design. The point is that the consciousness exists outside of the immaterial, thus necessitated prior to.
Oh, it's sad, but
to have the material existence requires
you should be dead. You get put up to the water.
Dude, someone's got to.
Hot Mike and God Rockin'.
Hot Mike.
Yeah, so you understand what he's trying to explain to you, that consciousness exists outside of the material existence?
Yes, I understand.
Used a different verb. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a very simple logical axiom, man.
Yes, I agree with that. I don't contradict that. Now, where does like the creation of consciousness takes place, and like what about that?
Information is an informer, and the code that we live under is a coder. There's no randomness and accident of things that happen here.
You're talking about a coder? What do you mean?
Man, you need to think in two things: how this world was made, and the narrative. It was made from nothing. You know.
No. Please don't tell me that. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
That was his point. It doesn't make sense. You asked.
Doesn't make sense.
You asked.
Now, what has sense? He explained to you what is. He explained to you what is that you need for existence being. Is that not enough sense?
All right, but look, we got to give him a benefit. Hold on, friend. We got to help you out, okay? We got to help everybody out that's confusing you, because you're asking questions, and then rather than people answering your questions, they're asking you a different question from before. So someone needs to answer his question. Yes, you asked.
Yeah. All right.
What does it mean, a coder? What does a coder mean, right? So someone needs to answer that question, wouldn't you think?
Yes.
Well, DNA in particular appears to be a code that we have deciphered and can, write similarly to this code that appears to have come from an intelligent, some sort of creator. So the code of DNA appears to be a code that came from a coder. It appears to have a logical sequence that is pretty interpretable, pretty reproducible, and fairly knowable, like some sort of code or information from some sort of sender, coder, creator, basically.
Informer.
Yeah.
Yes, and we typically refer to coders. Listen, just 1 second real quick. We typically refer to coders, like let's say they code a game or they code a software, right? They might be called the creator of the software.
Right.
And what does that mean? Like, what do you mean with that?
That we need
You're
creative.
asking what sort of inference we can draw from it, what sort of actions we're supposed to do now that we know it, or what can we go on, to do after we know this stuff?
No, he's asking what does that mean? Like, what's the value of that? You don't understand what he's saying? So if you had someone that codes a video game or software, they would be the creator of said video game or software, right? You agree?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so there is an intrinsic order and design within creation that requires a coder, i.e. a creator.
It makes someone infer that there's logically a creator if we see this informed code that's very reproducible, very easy to interpret, very easy to understand, at least on some level, and somewhat easy to reproduce, at least on some genetic level anyway. That makes us very comfortable inferring there's some sort of coder or creator that does exist.
And do you have another option?
Yeah, like because I think that like the conflict, like I think that there's like a potential for conflict because like some people think like the ultimate truth is a creator, and other people think that the ultimate truth are just axioms, and axioms coexist with each other. No axiom creates another axiom; they're interconnected.
That's non sequitur. An axiom is a byproduct of creation. So that's a non sequitur.
Isn't that the same as saying that we just make the truth with our own axioms?
Well,
we make the truth and make our own axioms then?
It's called what is it called? Oh, it's called the precursor fallacy. You're putting the cart before the horse. Axioms come from minds, which only again proves the preordinate mind. So again, you've proven the necessity of a mind. We've proven the necessity of a creator. So we can put those two together. We have a mind-based creator. It seems pretty self-evident.
Yeah, it reduces back to a mental, knowledgeable creator to make these axioms that the world works by in the first place. Unless you're saying what? These axioms just come from something else other than a mind?
Yes, and by the way, these non-mental axioms have the power to create physical reality without any causal necessity or will to do so. That's incoherent on its face. It's not rational in any way, shape, or form. Since it's irrational, and the other position that we just mentioned is rational and experiential, that one should be the one that one would prefer to say is the better of the two options.
So like there's a very interesting perspective. So there's this concept, okay, that there are four basic axioms, and they're the following. 4 basic ones, okay? And they coexist with each other, they don't contradict each other, they depend on each other, and they're the following. So you have existence, that you can call it matter if you want, existence exists, and then you have existence. You need an observer. You have consciousness. Okay? And then you have, and they coexist with each other. Okay? They coexist with each other. And then you have causality. And then you have identity, because identity is another axiom. I mean, like, for example, A is A. Existence exists. Existence is exists and exists. Consciousness, it's another axiom, the observer. You have the identity and you have causality. I'm trying to understand this model, which I find interesting. I don't know what you guys
Well, you just kind of skated right past what AI just told you, which is that axioms come from a mind. It's a construct, like I told you, it's a byproduct of creation. So again, this comes full circle back to the need for conscious being.
Can consciousness exist without matter?
It exists outside of matter. So why would one ever say it couldn't exist without matter?
Consciousness implies freely entered into sensation and activity. I am conscious if I choose to acknowledge, the phone call from the phone ringing at the other end of the room, or if I choose to ignore it consciously. That's undermined by you saying that matter is necessary for consciousness, because that makes consciousness this necessary thing that simply happens. There's no freedom. There's no freely entered into conscious volitional process to show that you're dealing with a conscious feeling, sensing agent. You just have a machine. You no longer have a conscious entity. So it's contradictory to say something like matter is necessary for consciousness unless there is some freedom between the two, where you can freely choose to acknowledge and be conscious of something, or freely choose to ignore it and, act like you're not conscious of it and do something else. So you have a bit of a contradictory premise there. If you're saying that matter, which we think of as this necessary machine, is necessary for a freely volitional consciousness of any sort.
Car. Nope.
I mean, I'm saying that they coexist. I don't know, like, I don't know. Like, I'm saying that they coexist. No one creates the other. No one creates the other. That's my point.
Okay, let's really boil it down and make it simple. Okay, simple and concise. Let's keep. Okay, so does consciousness exist outside of matter?
Outside of matter, they're two separate things. They're two different things.
So
they're not necessarily linked. That implies that one can exist without the other.
Yeah, they depend on they. I mean, my standpoint is that they. Can you ask the question one more time so I can understand the question better?
It was it's a yes or no, really simple question. It's
okay.
Does consciousness exist outside of matter?
By outside, what do you mean? Can I ask you what do you mean exactly by outside?
Not integrated with, outside, on its own, independent of.
Okay, independent. I don't know. I think that they coexist.
Okay, so they exist separately.
Coexist. They depend on one another.
But they
one cannot. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
So they are separate, though.
You can say that they're separate. I mean, they are different, but they coexist with one another.
Well, they're fundamentally opposite in a way, right? Like one is matter, one is not.
They're different. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Okay, so physical existence, the material world, if you say that nothing exists outside of it, you can't simultaneously say consciousness exists outside of it, and then vaguely claiming that matter is dependent.
I say that they coexist. Sorry, I say that they coexist.
Okay, I hear you, man. Right, but so
you are in your body and you have a consciousness. Are they separate?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm glad we got.
If you say so, so they're separate. Okay, but they're connected. They coexist.
Your material body has a brain that is physical and material, right? And it interprets in a physical way, and we have a physical body. We utilize our physical body in tangent with consciousness. It is not limited to our physical body, because consciousness itself cannot be. It's even if it stays within it, it isn't, and isn't intrinsically dependent upon it. For example, if your body dies, you think that the consciousness just ceases to exist?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have an answer for that.
Well,
that's the point that I wanted to raise now.
I haven't died. I am alive. Okay, I haven't died. I cannot. How can I answer that question?
Well, I'm asking
At
you.
that split,
Good.
sorry, bud. Just quick. At that split second, the moment that you pass away, everything physical is identical the moment prior when you were alive, and the moment after, all the physicality is still there, but the consciousness is now absent.
Is that a statement or a question?
Dude, here's the thing, right?
That was the
Good.
separation of the physicality and the metaphysical. So what Whitsitt was saying is that when you pass away, then there's this, something's left, but the physical still remains. So it cannot be attached. They cannot be mutually dependent. Consciousness cannot come from the physical because the physical still remains. So why is the consciousness left?
I think. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot answer
Your
that.
body stays there physically, but since the consciousness leaves the body, but the body is there physically, they have separated. Correct?
But yeah, like this is the problem is this. We don't like thinking of the body dying and the consciousness disappearing, but we don't really know what happens with consciousness, and that is a fact.
Well, I'm starting to understand what logical foundation do you have that consciousness would just cease to exist once something dies, but the matter doesn't cease to exist.
That's a good question. I don't reach that far to answer that question. Like, what is, like, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, the only logical avenue is that the consciousness and the material body separate and the consciousness continues to exist, as does the material body.
What? So you're saying that consciousness continues, but the body doesn't? I'm sorry.
Well, the body does. When you die, you don't disappear.
Okay.
Okay, so they just
what's
separate.
the point? So what is the point that we're trying to make?
That consciousness continues to exist outside of the confinement of matter.
This is why I said Elon Musk is probably salivating over this conversation right now.
It's a very good point. It's a really good point, and I don't know how to answer it. But at the same time, I don't know.
No, it's simple.
It's just one question. How? Okay, so does that debunk the axiom of existence and consciousness, or like what conclusion do we reach with?
It's the only way that those axioms can exist.
Yeah, this is very simple.
What if?
It's like saying a vehicle drives on gasoline. Then I drain all the gasoline from the tank and the vehicle continues to drive. Is it logical to then assert that only gasoline can drive the vehicle? Or if you remove the gasoline and you see the vehicle stops, then you can see that there's a relationship between those two things. With the human body, there is none, because the physicality is exactly the same prior to death and after death, but yet the person is no longer. So there's definitely a detachment, that it's not just the physicality causing the consciousness. And what you're now going back to is consciousness a byproduct of physicality? So if I put enough atoms together, does consciousness develop? You're asserting yes. We're saying no, it's separate of the matter.
But the fact that my body dies, and my body dies, my consciousness goes away, for example. So, but in another perspective, like life goes on, and consciousness, there's still consciousness. I'm trying to understand this.
Exactly. Okay, so when the body dies,
there's still existence, there's still bodies, and there's still consciousness in existence.
When the body dies, doesn't the body
I am
lose
limited.
20 pounds
I am
of weight?
limited.
How many pounds of weight does the body lose when they die? Does anybody know? It's like so many pounds. It's just gone all of a sudden. So does that mean that the spiritual existence somehow has some sort of matter to it, or?
No. I remember hearing something about 7 grams.
21 grams. It's 21 grams.
Okay,
21
and
grams?
yeah, but that doesn't mean it has matter, because what is weight? And everything
Right,
has to
well,
do with charge.
I'm just asking. I'm just trying to get my mind
Yeah, yeah.
around.
So everything has to do with charge, and so when the consciousness leaves, or that energy leaves, then your quote unquote weight changes.
Not only that, you some things happen when you die, by the way.
Or
Yeah, the claim. You're right, Rookie. But
or your
the claim.
electrostatic potential changes, and your electrostatic potential, due to the separation of that non-physical intelligence inside you, could change you to be a slightly different resonance, thereby registering a slightly different weight on the scale.
It is definitely physically possible. Yes.
Yeah,
What I meant was, like, when your lungs collapse, when you die, your lungs collapse, that all the air comes out, and then it changes the density of your body a little bit. So it could change the weight of it, right? Slightly. That's all I'm saying. Is it could be something like that, not actually something to do
I
with
have no idea.
whatever
I don't even
leaves.
know the legitimacy. Gospel, you know the legitimacy of that claim?
Yeah, well, I happen to work in the death industry, so I've done a little bit of reading, but yeah, I mean, air inside of you only changes your buoyancy in water. I'm not aware of how it would be more plausible that you would weigh more if you're going to talk about air, because sucking in air, it doesn't make logical sense to me that sucking in air on ground would increase your weight or increase your density. It only stands to reason that sucking in air would decrease your weight and or density, or average density. So no, I don't think that's. I thought you were going with the bowel evacuation that can take place.
Well, that too, but I was just figuring that there's also other gases
claim,
that are in your body that would escape too. You know what I mean?
Let me just put it this way.
And I think people talk about that being "quote unquote" the weight.
I shouldn't have went there. I'm sorry.
Are you saying
I wasn't done saying what I was saying, Meadowlark, for the love? I think it's very plausible.
I shouldn't have went there. I apologize.
There's an electric explanation. I think that's a very plausible. Maybe it's provable. Maybe it isn't. I bet there's probably experimentation that could demonstrate this. But it's really kind of beside the point anyway.
Well, I thought we were talking about consciousness or some sort of non-physical dimension to some of this other stuff. The bowels and the air and stuff like that would be on the physical side. I thought that he was talking about the 0.5 gram difference that we see upon death that could lead to some sort of non-physical soul consciousness, whatever the hell you want to call it, leaving the body. So based off of the drift of the conversation, I thought we were talking about the physical versus the non-physical components of consciousness, matter, or whatever the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, that is what I was getting at.
Yeah, but consciousness can. Okay, this is the thing, bro. Consciousness can have an effect in the physical world without itself being matter.
Yeah. Right. Well, the government sure has looked into that. Look up Operation Mannequin.
Yeah. Oh, that's a new one.
Look up Operation Stargate. Those are the two associated with distant viewing, psychic powers, all that good stuff.
Some sort of non-physical thing leaving the body and having conscious experiences of viewing, sensing, even experiencing and moving around without the physical body left behind, while the conscious viewer, non-physical, I guess you could say soul, spirit, consciousness, whatever, travels outside of the physical body.
So this would be interesting, but I would never want to promote this because I don't necessarily promote doing this. But when people astral project, I happen to know that's not fake. So it would be interesting to see if there was any slight fluctuation in weight when that happened, and then to compare it. I'm looking at these different studies, and it says like the patients, would have an immediate loss of weight at the moment of death. But then their weight dropped again a few minutes later in a couple of the patients. So I don't know, man. It's
Operation Stargate.
Yeah, that Duncan McDougall, the physicist who did those experiments, I've just posted it in the live stream. He also found that certain individuals lost no mass at all. And then he was really confused. And then later on, I think our understanding of an NPC, these people who are just soulless, brainless, have no logic or rationality, perhaps when they depart, they don't leave any physical.
Well, now we're getting crazy, right? We got to be careful there because we don't want to just. I mean, if we test a lot and we don't get the same result all the time, we need to try to figure out maybe what. I don't know. That I like your speculation, but I'm just saying you can see how it works.
Yeah, he also did animals. He did dogs and cats, and none of them lost any grammage.
Okay,
but with human bodies,
please don't tell me how he came to that conclusion.
So he had this highly sensitive measuring table, and in the last couple of hours or so of someone's life, they would get placed on this table, and then as they departed, they could, without needing to move the body or create any other variables, they could just discern the difference in the mass on this highly sensitive table. And then later on, he started to encounter people who lost no mass and humans that did lose mass. And then it almost drove him crazy because he couldn't figure out why.
Okay, how are they measuring mass?
Just weight. Sorry, I shouldn't have used mass. Weight.
Okay. See, because that's when like even if you talk about modern methodology to quote unquote measure mass, it's like mass spectrometry, right? Which is it literally is just measuring charge. So, what's the difference in charge and mass and weight? And that's why I'm kind of saying that there is definitely a scientific argument that would happen. And so if it happens immediately, that's very interesting. And if there are other physical things that can result in it that maybe happen later, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But the fact that it seems to be around the same amount, is that correct? It seems to be around that same amount.
Yeah, it was repeatable at the 21 grams or 20.9. But roughly speaking, they rounded it up to 20. But I've just been thinking about this density relationship that we exist in. And I've often thought, I wonder if the soul, if it's had a good life, is less dense and goes up. And if it's had a bad life, it's like more dense and wants to go down and can penetrate the ground, go down to hell. That if there's a density relationship on the soul, then just what you said, as we described the weight changing, and you said, but there's an electrostatic potential. It just suddenly made my brain think about that thing that Zachary Zabala demonstrated, where you change the polarity and you get an upward or a downward movement, that potentially it is soul related and where potentially the soul could end up.
Yeah, I think this is potentially some serious gravy. I think that the soul it goes back to the creator, and we have like a resting area. I don't know. So I would like to know though see what would be really interesting, and just a humane way of doing this though. It's like someone is going to die, but like different. So knowing where they are spiritually, for example, stuff like that, what they think spiritually, etc., and then measuring the difference. And then you want to see, you would want to do men and women separately, but you would want to see what and I guess they did both, and they're supposedly around the same number. So the real meat here would be the actual numbers, Like if they're all like really close to 21, that'd be crazy. If it's like an average of all the way down to 17 and up to 24, then we're talking.
Project Stargate did 25,449 trials. Guys, government, they have a big budget. Sometimes you can just read a lot of stuff they've already done.
Okay, and so they talk about the weight?
They don't talk about the weight, no. What
are we talking about the weight?
I've found yet.
Sorry for interrupting, guys. Why are we talking about the weight?
We're talking about some sort of physical indicator that implies that some sort of non-physical thing like consciousness or whatever exists, like the weight before and after death.
Okay, we're saying that consciousness, spirit, is separate from existence, matter, meaning that they are two different things, matter and spirit. Why are we assuming that spirit have to have weight? I don't understand.
No, we're just looking at the phenomena that when people die, they instantly seem to weigh less.
And why would that matter? Like, what does that mean?
Well, maybe you haven't been listening, but there is a physically demonstrable explanation for that we are speculating about, which is charge can alter weight. And if you are to lose the spark, if you will, that is your consciousness, it could physically alter what you call weight.
Yeah.
Basically, we're saying if this thing exists, it should have weight. Therefore, if consciousness is what makes you alive, you're going to weigh differently upon death. That's the general thesis, guess that we're talking about right now in this speculation. Do you have some other indicator that we could use to say this exists or not, other than weight?
Yeah, like to me, for example, consciousness it interacts with it somehow, but it doesn't necessarily have to have any kind of weight at all. Because if it wouldn't be a pure concept, like it wouldn't be conscious. Why can consciousness be consciousness? Why do we have to put matter into it? Why do we have to put something into it?
Some way to figure out that it exists. If not weight, is there a way that we could, discover to figure out whether this exists or not beyond philosophy, an abstraction or anything like that? Can we weigh something, see something, discover something? Is there anything like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It kind of contradicts itself. When we're talking about spirit, we're talking about spirit. What is spirit?
The thing
it's not matter.
Your body upon death, I guess. I don't know.
It's awareness. It's not. Otherwise we could just say that spirit is matter.
But the thing is, people have conscious awareness even when they're vegetables in a hospital or something. They say, I could feel the person, touching my hand when I was in a coma or something like that, or I was hovering above my body conscious without this physical matter attached to it. So it appears to be this conscious thing that is apart from the material thing.
If you want to believe me or not, but I once hovered over my body, and the only way I can describe this feeling is as when you're a little child, you had two magnets with the same pole, and you tried to put these two magnets together, and you had this weird feeling between them because, they don't attract each other, they just don't want to come together. Like, everyone knows that weird feeling when we play around with magnets. And that's how I felt like when I was hovering above my body and seeing the side of my face lying in my bed. And that's how actually Yahusha showed me that once you leave this fleshly suit, you feel the exact same way as if you're still in that suit. And trust me, I won't lie, and I know that I'm not lying. This is why I'm so serious about it, guys. Like, if you leave this body, you will feel the exact same way, and it is very important to know where you're going after that. Very important.
It does look like we have a non-physical component that appears to survive upon death with NDEs and stuff like that. I think we call it consciousness, spirit, or whatever. But I think of consciousness as something that, you can be awake and be conscious and asleep and be unconscious. I think of consciousness as an activity like running. It's an activity that you can enter into freely or choose not to enter into to be conscious. You can ignore things. You could assimilate data, ignore data. That is the essence of conscious, a freely entered into activity that is not necessary. It's not this machine that is dictated by matter. I think there is a free component that is beyond whatever we call matter, that is free to operate consciously, whatever the hell that is, spirit or whatever.
The most craziest thing was actually because when I was in this state of hovering above me and being outside of my body, I mean, that was the first time actually experiencing this. The weirdest thing was when I looked around my room, there was one distinctive thing that I can always remember perfectly. The sun was shining through the roof, through the whole house. It was shining through the walls of my room, and I still know the exact position where it was, and it was directly shining at me. And I thought, okay, because I remembered this right after I came back into my body. I mean, there's more to the story. I'm not gonna waste time and go in all the details. I thought, okay, if this was not a dream and was really me being, there, but in a state of being outside of this fleshly suit, the only proof would be that the sun is at the exact same position as it was, 10 seconds ago when I was still hovering above me. So I went outside directly. I have a door right here next to me that goes directly outside to the terrace, and I looked outside and it was exact same position as when it was shining through the wall. So I knew that the experience that I had was not something that I, dreamed of or made up in my mind. It was literally, up to this date, such a crazy experience. And that was also at the time where I personally did not know God. So that's why also, the first seconds or the first 10 seconds or 20 seconds, I thought, oh man, I'm dead now, I was like, actually it feels pretty nice, why not? There was nothing, it was peaceful. For the first 10 seconds, it was actually peaceful. There was nothing that I was scared about. But then suddenly after these 10 seconds of thinking that I'm dead, I suddenly realized, wait, I'm way too young to die. I don't want to die. There's way too much that I need to do now, still and stuff. And, I was not at peace with the Most High and so forth. That I tried to get back into my body, which, I mean, worked, because otherwise I wouldn't be talking right now. It's a scary thing, really, if you're going to die without peace, without knowing where you go. And I don't wish that upon to any of my worst enemies, and the Lord is my witness to all of what I'm saying right now. So, I'm just saying, you can believe me. You can believe me or not, but I know this is 100% true. What happened to me, I know that he showed me this.
Your experience matches the experience of occultists who astral project, near-death experience people who, come in and out of their body, remote viewers. I mean, at the very least, to account for these events accurately, we need some sort of category of something spiritual, non-physical, that is accompanied with the physical body that can, attach and or separate from each other upon these experiences.
As far as I know, there are already experiments which have been done where people who were outside of their body, there was someone in the room changing objects within the room, and after they were back inside their body, they could tell exactly what things have changed without them actually be able to see it with their physical body. So yeah, there is actually proof of this. And if people
so when I hear consciousness or whatever we were talking about earlier, I think of the spirit or the soul or something that is having conscious experiences, aka the body could be unconscious of something that's going on consciously in the spiritual dimension and vice versa. You have, I guess, at least two things that can have different levels of experience. I could, prick you with a pin and, your body may not feel it while your spirit is hovering in the floaty place conscious of something else. So I think of something having conscious experiences, and the spirit either being conscious and or the body being conscious of something in that regard.
Yeah, I just know 100% that when I die and leave this flesh, I will exactly feel like I would still have a flesh suit on. Like my whole character, the whole being that I am right now, is still there, with the body or without it, doesn't matter. And that's the thing that I wish people would think about. But I mean, I can't make people force them to believe what I'm saying, But the Lord is my witness. I'm not lying at all.
Well, thank goodness you're still here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
I'd like to ask the other person who was talking about consciousness, what would you define as consciousness? I would define consciousness as an activity like running that you can freely enter into or choose to ignore and not enter into. An activity, I guess, of a mind or a sentient being of some sort, I guess. What would you call consciousness? What's his name?
Leonel.
Leonel.
Leonel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm listening.
Do you have a definition for consciousness beyond that?
A definition?
What is it? What do we expect to find? What do we expect it to do? What is it? Is it a substance? Does it have a shape? Is it located here? Is it located there? What is it?
No, I don't.
It's electric.
Electric.
Wiki.
But I do know, for example, I don't know if this contributes to your question. But anyways, no, I don't have much to say about that. No. I mean, it's what allows you to. It's individual. It's limited because everybody's an individual. It's what enables you to perceive existence. It's life. That's what makes life. So I believe that consciousness depends in consciousness without matter. I don't know. I just don't understand the concept of just consciousness believing without matter. So, for example, even in the testimony of the previous person who experienced some sort of like secondary body, if we could say, or the body of consciousness. I can't really conceptualize how consciousness can have, and I don't mean to contradict, but I don't understand how consciousness can actually have shape, form, color, or any kind of weight.
Okay. So have you ever seen a magnetic field? Like, do you think a magnetic field is matter?
A magnet of what? A magnet?
Like a magnet? Yeah, like a magnetic field. Like not the magnet itself, but you can take a picture of the field of magnetism.
Yeah.
Ever seen? Okay. So
No. I mean, it's like it's a difficult one because I mean, we are human. I mean, it's very difficult to be like to not put. How can it not have a shape? How can it not have a color? You wanna give to it. How can it just? What is it? It's awareness. I don't know. I mean, even when I say awareness, I am putting some sort of something into it.
Well, when you say consciousness having a shape or not having a shape, it's the same to me based off of the definition I go with as saying running has a color, running has a shape. Running is something else that's something, an activity that something else does. Consciousness, quote unquote, is an abstraction to cover a range of activities entered into or not entered into by another being, a spirit or a body. The way that I cover that is by thinking of it in a different way. I think of everything being dancing particles, more or less. This dance of particles is so good and so well choreographed. My particles can dance right through your particles if I'm at the right frequency. It's the same with the spirit, the body, dimensions, and stuff like that. That way, you could have several things existing on top of each other, but never really interacting with each other in a sort of dimensional dance. So your spirit appears to be able to interact with different things because of the way it's vibrating frequency wise or whatever with its particles, and or the body is existing on a different plane where it can touch other things that it's in sync with, while the spirit may or may not be connected to that. That's how I reconcile it. This dance of particles that dance in and out of each other and may be in sync enough to contact each other, but may not be in sync. And you can pass right through each other without even knowing the spirit and or the body is there. That's the way that I reconcile it anyway.
You see the picture in you see the picture in voice text there, bro. So you see the box is the magnet, and we have LED lights around it effectively, and then we see the field coming from the magnet, right? You see the lines coming from the box. The other guy earlier, what's up, man? I'm trying to. You see the lines coming from the box?
Let me take a look at it. 1 second. Yeah.
Right. So those lines come from the box. That's the magnetic field. Okay.
This is a magnetic field. This is a magnet, and that is the magnetic field.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you were to reach out and grab those lines coming from the box, think you could grab matter of some kind?
Let's see if I one more time. It's a one. Ask the question one more. Ask me a question one more time, please.
Could you go grab one of those lines? Could you grab
with my
it?
hand?
Could you touch it like it's
This is a magnet. We're not talking about consciousness, are we? What is this? A magnet?
Okay. Yeah, man.
Giving you an analogy.
Yeah, like the magnet, you can physically touch the magnet, that box right there, but can you touch the lines coming from the box?
Can I touch it? I don't know.
No. And if you
I don't know.
Okay, now if you just turn on normal lights, you won't even see this anymore, right? You'll just see the box. So you got two flat pieces of glass effectively with LED lights, and it helps you see the magnetic field. If you take away those two sheets of glass and the lights, you just have normal light in your room on, you'll just see the box sitting there, just the magnet, right?
We're talking about a physical object here, right?
That's right.
What is the what is the can you tell me what the point is? I don't what do you mean?
That magnetic field is not matter, is it?
Well, it has to be.
The field itself has to be matter.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about the energy of the magnet?
Yeah, the field, not the magnet itself, but the field that's produced. The field encompassing the magnet.
Okay, if we're trying to make if we're trying to still differentiate between awareness and matter, and let me tell you, this is 100.
If you'll follow me, I can actually help you out here. You're gonna have to calm down.
I understand. I dig it, but I'm still.
Well, here's how
I
you
cannot.
make a magnet. Let me explain it to you. So before this was made a magnet, it wasn't a magnet. Okay, and so if you had to put it under these lights, you would have saw nothing there, right? Now, guess what you have to do? You have to add or introduce electric current, and then it becomes a coherent magnet. Okay? Then you can see this field. Same thing with our body. The consciousness, the electric current, had to be added. Okay? You get it? It can sustain its field within our body or magnet, but it exists without it, outside of it. The body does nothing more than harness it, like the magnet. And if I reach out and try to grab the magnetic field lines right there, I cannot grab it. It is not matter. In fact, I can't even see it with the naked eye.
If it's matter, it's not matter that you can grab like the physical magnet in the center. So how do we talk about this matter that exists that we appear to not be able to grab or interact with? That would be the same thing with consciousness, spirit, or whatever we call it. There appears to be this stuff that exists, but may not be in a physical form we can grab, touch, or interact with, directly.
Yeah, like you can look at the magnet like our brain. We had to add the electric current, that consciousness that came from outside of us was put into us, right? And then we can harness it. But, like we introduced it to the magnet. Like it existed outside of the magnet. The magnet's just able to keep it going perpetual, to harness it.
And we have
like
to
our
have
body.
some, and we have to have some
maybe consciousness. Yeah, I mean, you're saying like maybe you're saying like it has to be put it into the body. Now the body is created, right? Like the body is created with the combination of two cells, or so like conceived. Thank you. So like, and I'm saying that awareness is just awareness. It's nothing. It's not matter. So like, who knows? Maybe awareness it doesn't belong to it. It's not something that you can locate it. Like it's limited. I'm really like I really cannot really talk about, like, as you can see, I don't know. But I suppose that, okay, how is the consciousness put it into the body? Like how is it, like,
I don't know.
Well, just like with the
I
magnet,
mean,
just like with the magnet, we have to.
belongs to another reality.
Just like the magnet, right? We have to. It's just incoherent metal until we come over there as an intelligent being and introduce an electric current to it to turn it into a magnet. That same thing, that requirement of input, exists with our bodies.
According to QE, he says that physical is defined as having one of the following things: chemical formula, structure, charge, matter, momentum, spin, or those electrical things. I just blew a fuse on what MEV, because I can't remember what that stands for.
Kilojoules. Basically millivolts.
Okay. And then kilocals and kilojoules. Yeah. So anyway, different types of energy, different types of matter. If it has any of those things, therefore it is physical. Therefore, as far as I understand, any form of a magnetic field will classify as physical.
Yeah, I mean, Huey and I have talked about this a lot, like the required differentiation between physical and material, because they are not synonymous. As you can see within that definition there, matter is just one type of thing that can be classified as physical. So
I thought the word physical kept on getting used, where you're just only using the word material, and I just was spacing.
Yeah, I mean, if I was saying physical, I mean, see, it just requires definition. Like, I may accidentally interchange them at times, but see, with QE's definition right here, physical means any interaction within the physical world. So, I mean, that doesn't actually mean that the causal agent is physical. But, like, for intents and purposes, yeah, to be more specific, I try to normally say material, but I may not have said that.
Okay.
So, I mean, and also one could say, well, that's not actually physical just because it has a, because there's some type of effect in the physical world, right? Because I feel like you can talk to the creator, and the creator's not, limited to the physical world. He just can interact with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's again, like, they need to find physical world, and we typically define that as the material world. So I don't know. It's kind of tricky, but even if I just for convenience sake with QE, I was like, well, we definitely can agree that there is a differentiation between matter and physical, like material and physical, like
or
physical.
matter and energy.
Sure, yeah.
And that's why we have these different categories, because the matter doesn't appear to be sufficient to generate these fields per se. I mean, the form of the matter is also necessary. And the thing that forms things into certain physical forms, with or without the physical stuff being present, is what we would deem energy or something supernatural to help order the matter. Because you have the same car, whether it's in its whole form and or whether you put it in a junkyard or in a blender. But if the car is, totaled and put into like a cube or in a blender, it is no longer in a form that allows the car to perform those same functions that it did before. The same matter is there, but the form is no longer sufficient. So to deal with some sort of non-physical dimension that somehow orders the matter, whether there's a physical hand to order it, cause these fields, or whatever, we tend to have a higher category of something supernatural, energetic, and or non-physical to organize this stuff into a necessary form.
Yeah, like just because something is perceived with the eyes does not mean, or however it is observed, does not mean that it is a substantive matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, it depends on what you're talking about. Like, because we see things based on matter, basically, within the confinement of matter, like even light. But it's like, then you get into, well, okay, so is light matter, or does our material world have a certain way of perceiving the phenomena that is light, that has an effect in the material world?
Well,
So I
it
don't
leads
know. It's
to
kind of
a
deep.
sort of infinite regression, Mr. Whitsitt, if we're talking about physical forming everything. Like if my hand was formed by another physical hand, formed by another physical hand, formed by another physical hand, where does it end? What formed all of those hands? Something non-physical has to stop it and either be a hand that always existed, a non-physical hand that is capable of making physical hands, or something that stops that infinite regression of physicality. Something supernatural then would need to be there to govern the natural hand that I have right now. Otherwise, it would never end philosophically with this infinite regression of what made this physical, what made this physical. It has to bottom out somewhere with something that breaks the laws and or is supernatural.
Yeah, of course. And so, like, the truth is, it's metaphysical. It's like you can watch people sleep and you can measure their brain activity, the electric impulses and exchanges in their brain. But that's just a physical effect of something that's metaphysical, which is the consciousness, right? So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, humans are they think they're smarter than they are, And so everything we can see in the physical world, we're like, oh, but we don't understand.
Hey, Austin, question for you. Would you consider ether physical or metaphysical or a boundary line or none of the above?
That's very interesting, man. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. Some people look at the ether being an entire spectrum, and the matter itself is just a spectrum within the ether. So then to differentiate would be kind of difficult, and just unless different spectrums, which I kind of think is maybe the case. I have no idea. Outside of that, I would say it's just like what I'm explaining. I would call it metaphysical in the sense that it's in no way limited to matter, but now they use the word physical to encompass much more than just matter. So we have to define terms. I personally disagree with the current agreed on definition of the terms, but whatever. I mean,
I think
All right,
it
so
has infinite potential, but what were you saying?
I was just going to have a follow up to that, and your example of somebody, say, like having a dream, right? And that's in a metaphysical state, right? That would be consciousness, but there is a manifestation of the physical within the brain wave activity, right? So do you feel that there is some sort of bridge between the physical and metaphysical? If so, is that bridge even explainable, or is it something that's without comprehension?
I personally think the bridge is a spectrum of vibration, and so it's like just like if you had a chart, like a spectrum going all the way up, like the material world would just be down at the bottom in a certain vibration. So yeah, I would say the bridge is kind of intrinsic in a way. That's me speculating though, because I can't turn ether into matter or anything. I'm just speculating that I don't think there's some definitive line. I think that you can go back and forth through the two, and that's what all evidence shows. Whether that be supernatural experiences, all these different things. Obviously, the metaphysical can interact with the material world. So I would say, yeah, it's kind of maybe intrinsically built in and based on vibration. I think matter is just a certain vibration.
Well, I think of ether as this infinite potential. It can become physical, or it could just stay as non-physical-ish ether. This ether, the substance of space that we swim through like fishies whenever we move or raise our arm or whatever, around, swimming in and around solid matter, has the potential to become infinite and locked into a physical form under the right conditions and vibration. It's like putting salt on a Chladni plate. I guess the salt would roughly be the ether. At first, it's everywhere and you don't really have a form, but you put out a vibration on this Chladni sound plate, and all of a sudden it takes form. If that sound is powerful enough, that salt is going to get pushed tighter and tighter and tighter together. And as it's pushed inward, it's going to push back on the ether and start to make a form in and out like an accordion. This vibration pushing the salt together, and this counter vibration like the salt pushing back out against space. And eventually it will be locked into form with a powerful enough vibration or voice, like the voice of God or something. And it'll keep this form probably for a couple years before it starts to dissipate and go back into the ether. That's what I think of anyway. This infinite potential where it could become physical under the right vibratory conditions, or just kind of stay around there in the floaty place.
So it can be spoken into existence, right?
With a powerful enough voice, yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it just seems to be really the only. Well, it's like many steps forward with viability, and there doesn't really seem to be any competing postulations.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody wrote that down somewhere in a book.
Yeah, and it's almost like that very principle has been known across the entire world for many, many years, that everything is vibration. So I think that they would be baffled that we don't know stuff like that. Because then everything starts to make sense, and when you have these like joyous emotions, or you're showing love, or you're dancing or singing, and these vibrations in your body begin to rise, you begin to physically feel different. You can physically feel different, right? It's like everything comes down to vibration. Like, I can feel your vibe is not just some like new age hippie saying. It's a very, 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 very real thing. I can feel people's vibes. I can tell when people are lying. I look at the eyes as confirmation. You can feel it. So, I think these are pretty big truths that maybe we should acknowledge or try to. I mean, what are you doing when you demonstrate star in a jar? Like, I guess you could say you have a bubble, right? But like how, like the implosion to the new like physical phenomena is caused by sound.
It's like speaking light into existence.
Yes. So a certain vibration made it happen. So like there's probably this incredibly huge spectrum of vibration, and it's very intricate. And I would guess as you continue to go up, like the differences are potentially exponential, meaning that if you get higher and higher above this material vibration, the more you go up, the more it changes. Per amount up, if that makes sense. So that's kind of deep, but that makes sense to me. And if you just think about how big the spectrum could be, now you apply it to everything. It's like, oh, well, what is infrared? What is a ferrocell? What are we doing when we manipulate and we can see with night goggles? What are we doing? We're isolating a different spectrum of the vibration. That's what it is. Our eyes can only see a certain vibration.
Public service announcement. Sorry for this interruption. Just a public service announcement. If you are not already aware, because maybe you live under a rock, maybe you don't, I won't insult you. Public service announcement. If you are in a server, and if you are not 100% aware of all of the content within of that Discord server, then you are at risk of losing your Discord account. Yes, that's a drastically well, it's not an overstatement. It's a reality. The fact of the matter is, to what extent are you willing to trust the server that you're in? How has that server exemplified itself as providing some assurance that they are cohering with the terms of service and community guidelines that Discord has set forth, so on and so on. In simple terms, limit the servers that you're in to the ones that you know you can trust. If that is 0, so be it. If that is 1, so be it. Whatever the case, recognize that the more servers you're in, the greater risk you're putting your account at. It should be straightforward and simple for everybody to realize that. It isn't, apparently. So I just wanted to make this little announcement because yet another handful of servers have been disappeared, and maybe some accounts along with it. But this is what you need to do if you have any personal care or value in your Discord account.
Yeah, can I comment on that, please, a little bit? I just got a warning.
Yeah, you and a bunch of other people.
Okay, but I tried finding the server so I could delete my presence there. I can't find it.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Okay, so I don't need to worry about doing that then now.
Correct. You're one of the lucky ones. People that hold moderator.
I never participated on that server. I just
I
became
know. Or I don't know, but I understand. Let me point out, there's a hierarchy. Sorry, Godrock. There's a hierarchy that Discord utilizes. Admins get the worst treatment. Moderators get the second worst. In regards to permissions in a server, the greater the permissions you have, the higher accountability Discord imposes on you, regardless of your activity in that server, based on your status in that server. So keep that in mind as well. It is relevant to how they make their decisions.
And back up your information because their nebulous terms of service are made to take down at a whim any site that is deemed inappropriate wrongthink. So as always, back it up and back up the backup just in case these servers get a little fashy.
They should just change their terms of service to, well, we're pretty gay now.
Oh, what's it?
But for real, I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's the only reason people would even ever came here.
They came there for free speech, but as always, tyranny always follows freedom, wanting its sweet fruits for itself.
If anyone wants to learn euphemism methods and skills, just hang out a while. I'll teach you everything I know. I'm not going to say I'm a master of euphemisms, but I've got some skills. I've got some Napoleon Dynamite level euphemism skills. I'll tell you what. Yeah.
Bold
like
claims.
some Liger level euphemism skills.
El Grande.
Yeah.
You've been waiting a long time for that, huh?
No, I just made that up on the spot, bro. But no, I like Napoleon. That's a weird movie. Nacho Libre and Napoleon Dynamite, those movies. I'll tell you what.
Jumped in with the little voice though.
Huh?
Who jumped in with the voice?
With the voice or the boys?
The voice.
VOICE, the voice.
Oh, what? Test all things?
I don't know. Anyway,
the voice
of
truth.
You guys remember the scene where he grabs a steak and throws it at Napoleon on the bike? So his older brother is like sitting there hanging out with the one dude. He's eating a steak, and he grabs it. He's like, "Yeah, I used to play football." Blah blah blah. And he grabs the steak off his plate and just chucks it, and it hits Napoleon Dynamite in the face while he's riding on the bike with Pedro riding on the back of the bike.
Yeah, the steak. Yeah, I thought you said stick.
No, yeah, the steak.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know. The movie's
Just like
so ridiculous.
But his face after he gets hit with the steak is pretty hilarious. So I don't know. I've just kind of stopped watching everything because I have to admit that they cast these spells that make you like be entertained with the garbage.
Wait, what's the spell in that?
Well, just in general, like just entertainment where it's like you just get enveloped in it and then you don't realize like, oh wow, this didn't do anything productive for me of value.
Oh yeah, it's complete silliness. Yeah, I'm not arguing that it's non-silly.
I want to. I think I already have a good name for a stream. I don't guess anyone's gonna like steal my idea, So I'm gonna do a stream called Heavy Conscience, and try to talk about the whole weight thing when you die type idea. You know what I'm saying? Heavy Conscious. Hey, so you've read a decent amount of those. You said Operation Mannequin and Stargate, which I've heard of Stargate.
Yeah. I thought there was another one. You're talking about, Mannequin's an important one. I was posting links and information for Stargate earlier. Kempster and LaCroix aren't really related to people, but interesting concepts because it involves invisibility. Rainbow is another one that is like in the realm of invisibility and time travel. Did I say Gusto? Or did I just say Rainbow?
Oh yeah, I didn't hear Gusto.
Anyway, Rainbow and Gusto are both also that. But yeah, as far as people go, Mannequin's really important. Yeah, obviously, the good old-fashioned MK Ultra. But MK Ultra is, when you keep on looking into the government projects, read the declassified documents, what you start to realize is, like, the Manhattan Project is the Manhattan Project. They may have had iterations, but in general, it's pretty much the Manhattan Project. MK Ultra has so many iterations. It stands to reason that I don't know what it stands to reason. You can read these documents. I just saw one in a Stargate document where they referenced the 119th iteration of MK Ultra. But it is my personal opinion that MAPS is MK Ultra. MAPS, the organization that is associated with Joe Rogan, multidisciplinary
propaganda.
Well, MAPS. I'm gonna hold on. Multidisciplinary.
Assertive propaganda.
No. It's about drugs.
Psychedelic study.
Yeah, Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. Thank you. So it is my personal opinion, based on everything that I've seen and read on this, founded in 1986, by the way, that Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies is MK Ultra, and if it isn't, it still is de facto, as in it still operates under the exact same tenets, and pragmatically, it's still MK Ultra, even if it isn't. If it has departed government funding, they're still accomplishing the exact same goals that MK Ultra set out to do. So one way or another,
that's how you would do it, right? Like,
I want to go.
That's many years after. That's like 3 decades later. Like, you would integrate it into some private, or seemingly private, or even like, not non-profit, whatever organization to further the study and implement it. And then of course Joe Rogan fits in perfectly with, freaking 15 to 20 years after. Well, I guess he would be a 20, so a decent amount of time after, 20, 25 to 30, because he's been on the air for over 10, the world's biggest podcast for over 10. So, yeah, I mean, that seems hyperlogical, honestly. It's kind of like how when they started Mockingbird and then compare it to now. Compare Mockingbird now to when it started, it's all over the place now.
Well, with my MK Ultra, and all of this stuff that's pushed, in these, trauma-based cultures, it's like it's some sort of way to basically break the mind. And as we know, a divided house cannot stand. So, what happens? Some demon from hell is going to have to take over and possess you to take all of these shattered pieces of the mind and integrate them into some sort of whole, or you're going to need another personality. That's why I think people like, Rogan and others push altered states of consciousness that, help us dissociate or fracture the mind, opening us up ultimately toward demonic possession of some sort.
Perfect
All of
segue.
this mysticism is, of a piece.
Perfect segue to who I know you know of her. I believe it was Kathy O'Brien that that said, because that's what it is basically, disassociate. You just disassociate from the real you in this weird way when you're under trauma. And I believe it was her who said that she was used to start many basically new age propaganda companies to push and normalize the new world order.
You check
So that's
out
how they do it.
Just in, when you're, being raped to death or, abused or, sodomized by, Ronald Reagan Sr., like she said she was, or whatever, you just check out mentally and something else takes over for your body.
Right. And so that's kind of, it all ties in where they would use people like that to go start a seemingly private company that's a front company for the CIA to push this onto other people and to try to cast basically mass hypnosis, if you will, spells on the masses, quote unquote.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say I'm not really a big fan of Joe Rogan, but I think you're misrepresenting him. I've heard him say this many times, and I actually entirely agree with him. So when he speaks about mushrooms, take for instance, he says that he thinks it would be better if every major household name politician took mushrooms before they were allowed to become a major household name politician. And the reason why, and I agree with him on this, is that not just mushrooms, but LSD and maybe a few other psychedelic drugs that fall into this category, they temporarily, partially suspend your ego, which is kind of a funny thing because I think Joe Rogan maybe has a little bit of an overactive ego, so maybe he needs to check that himself or something. But otherwise he'd probably be a flat earther. But the thing is having your ego temporarily suspended is actually kind of a good thing for some people. Because I'm just saying, you kind of take a longer, harder look at some of the details of your life and maybe rethink some things that maybe you didn't think all the way through. So I'm just saying, that's kind of what he says, not this demonic possession thing. And I kind of agree with him on that.
What do you think would be more palatable? Hold on. Which would be more palatable? Taking a bite of actual poop, or taking a piece of poop and shoving it inside of a big piece of cotton candy and then putting that in your mouth? So just
that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What you just said has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
It does. It's basically new age poop with candy on top of it. That's how it relates. It's new age poop.
The point I'm trying to make is just because he conveys a general truthism doesn't mean that the base premise is valid.
I mean,
yeah, but you haven't validated your base premise yet, though.
Well, but the thing is, when you say ego, what do you mean? A fully integrated consciousness that hasn't been destroyed or fractured by trauma or drug use? If you're talking about an ego in that way, I'm going to keep my ego because I need to be in control of my faculties as opposed to some other entity. So if we're talking about breaking the ego, aka the fully integrated consciousness that I'm capable of controlling and directing myself without a demon from hell, I'm going to have to disagree with you.
And to that point, Lemon, I would point out that no, Lemon, that is not at all what I'm talking about. When I say reducing your ego, I am not referring to what you just described. I want to be clear on that.
So the issue here is about methodology. So I agree with the premise that we should know what the people's true colors, as the expression goes. That point and that premise is a fine idea. We ought to know people's true colors before we're accepting them, that sort of thing. That's fantastic. The issue is the methodology that's being promoted in order to do so. And I could come up with other analogies. That I was just picking a really crass one with the poop and the cotton candy. I'm calling the methodology of astral projection and psychotropics and MK Ultra associated methods the poop analogically. And the cotton candy represents the good concept of showing people's true colors. So it's blending those two that I have a problem with.
Yeah, I don't think the words true colors is a good way to apply to this. Like telling someone the earth is flat and measuring their reaction, that's a good way to find someone's true colors. But what I'm talking about, psychedelic drugs, it's not, I mean, true colors, it's close. Like, I don't blame you for saying that, but that's not the term I would use for this. Like, again, it's just simply exploring your own mind and reducing your ego in a way where you can take a look at yourself from a third-person perspective that some people don't really have the ability to do otherwise. And I'm just saying, like, people react differently to these things. So all I'm saying is don't push things onto people. I wouldn't push any of this stuff onto people, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to take away their right to do these things.
Ron, can you define ego in the Eastern sense?
Do you think LSD is going to do that, though? Come on.
Well, it's not a thing. I mean,
I don't think we should promote
really research these things.
Methodologies, but that's just my personal opinion.
Just keep in mind, everybody, freedom leads to prosperity. Just remember that.
Can I be heard?
Interesting theory.
Hang on, we were born to
yes, Hank, we can hear you. We can hear you, Hank. Yes.
Okay, Orion, can you please define what you mean by ego? No, it's okay, bro. We're all trying to get in a word. I just want to know what he meant by ego so that we can clarify, because I kind of feel like we're talking past each other. What is the Eastern definition of ego, please, and thank you.
Well, here, I'll just give you an example. Like, I think it would be much easier for someone to be critical of themselves and the choices they make throughout their lives, every aspect of their life, to be critical of themselves in every aspect of their life in a way that they are not able to be critical of themselves when they're not on these psychedelic drugs.
But we need to define what an ego is. And I gave the definition of an ego as a fully integrated consciousness that isn't in broken pieces, that has to be integrated by another more powerful entity, aka a demon from hell, as an ego. Do you have a definition that, I don't know, is different than that?
Or rather proof for the preconceived notion that people are inherently lacking the ability to be integral as a person, or rather, besides using the word integral, having integrity. So the notion that people are inherently incapable of having integrity. Do you have any proof for this?
No, and I'm not going to claim to. I mean, it's purely subjective. I mean, it's all in your head. It's all in their heads. It's all in my head. It's all in anybody's head. So it's not like this is, it's not like you can pour me a cup of ego or pour me a cup of thought or anything like that. Uh-huh. I mean, or pour me a cup of critical thinking of yourself. It's not like you can do that. So no, I'm not going to claim any of these things. But I mean, all I can say is, people react differently to different substances, So just keep that in mind. So keep in mind, wait, hold on. I should point out something else. So when you guys are talking about demons or whatever, all I can say is no, these things are not for everyone. And one thing that might make someone more, uppity and just more in tune with nature or whatever, and in a relaxed state of mind and be friendly and laughing about, that same substance that does that to that individual might turn someone else into a Satan worshiper for 6 hours until they sober up. So I'm just saying, I don't think it's necessarily a black and white thing that applies to everyone equally. I'm just saying everybody reacts differently to these things, and you should keep that in mind.
That's
Well,
why the
based off of
government has
the
spent a lot of
definition
money
that
on it.
you well, the thing that I guess you're generally saying is getting rid of this false self, this douchey, false self that is not willing to look into different things and open one's mind. But I guess my counter question to that is what exactly is being broken with the ego? Is the mind shattering into so many pieces, even with some of these practices that we're becoming insane, crazy, or demonized? So some people may be able to go on these trips and be perfectly fine. Some people go down that route and never recover. And so that's why I'm asking what exactly is being shattered when we shatter the ego with these practices.
I don't know what the answer to that question would be. All I can say is, let the chips fall where they may.
Spaghetti on the wall.
I just want to point out that, if you don't mind, let me just real fast. I just want to point out that, I've heard in the past that, the fluoride in the water calcifies the pineal gland. And then you start telling people, like, hey, your pineal gland has been calcified. Here's how to uncleanse it if you were to be curious and want to do such a thing. And they're like, the third eye, the Kundalini, that's Satan's. Like, wait a minute, didn't God create the pineal gland? And if God created it, wouldn't he want it to be in its natural state, not turned into a fucking rock? Sorry for my language. But yeah, just because the U.S. government is doing all these studies on, psychedelics and stuff, I mean, does that mean that we shouldn't eat mushrooms because the government once looked at a mushroom and said, wow, if these guys do this, they might become so open-minded, they might defy, the authority that doesn't really exist, and that would be a huge problem. So maybe we should regulate all these natural growing herbs and stuff so that people don't think for themselves and question authority and open their mind up, to new ways of thinking outside of the box that we put them in for 13 years in public school.
I think you're right about that, Larry. But I guess when you open up your third eye, what are you opening it up to? That's a good question. When you open up your house and leave it unlocked in a dangerous neighborhood like this world full of demons from hell, what exactly are you opening your third mind to? And I think at that point, some level of integrated consciousness, I guess in the Western sense, the positive parts of the ego may be necessary to guard us from opening up ourselves to any and everything which may come into the house and take over potentially. But I have heard of the ego as this negative thing, this false idea of self as opposed to the true self. But I guess the question yet again is what is the true self without an integrated consciousness of some sort?
Yeah, and this
I gotta point out, you don't have physical evidence for the demons either, although I'm not going to claim they don't exist. In fact, I would guess that they do exist, but just like how you had me point out that I can't pour a cup of ego or answer your question, I just want to point out you have no evidence to back yours either, physically. Anyway.
The question is reversible, though. You don't have any evidence of this ego either. These are concepts to try to get at some sort of truth, whether we can see the physical evidence or not. And we have the testimony of people saying some demon from hell terrorized me. I was delivered from demons. I could see these demons on a cultic practice or in some sort of altered state of some sort. So all we have is the testimony of people and whether we accept or reject it at that point.
Yeah, and the similar stories with Bigfoot. There's lots of people here in Oregon, but as long as we don't have a flesh and blood Bigfoot to poke at our fingers at, he objectively doesn't exist. And I wasn't trying to be rude when I said it. I was just trying to, clarify that.
Because they've been trying to do this since the 60s, basically shatter people's minds with drugs and make them much more docile and easier to control with a much less integrated consciousness, it appears. Some people have been okay. Some people have gone insane. Some people are just fine. So it looks like this the same old stuff from even back in the 60s, just repackaged with Joe Rogan and new proponents of it. It's the same old stuff.
Well, hold on. I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that he's being directed by someone else to do that or doing that on his own?
MAPS. MAPS. There are documentaries that expose all of the connections between MAPS and the Bohemian Grove and Joe Rogan's association, that he's basically on their payroll. What was his name? Matthew North? Is that the kid's name that was suicided, that exposed all of this stuff? Is that his name?
I'll look into it. This is a new one for me, Matthew North. I'll look into it.
he was a young kid. He was like 19, 20 years old. He did hours and hours and hours of documentaries and exposés on this whole thing. He showed up, the whole arms cut off, whatever. Not really, but he did get suicided. Well, how do you know that for sure? Look into it and make up your own determination as to what you think happened, in regards to causing his death. But his, there you go. Matthew. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Can
Cool.
I?
So if someone mentioned drugs, yeah, you go ahead, bro. You actually don't wait longer than me.
No, you're in the conversation. Go ahead, Hank.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So yeah, someone said the government using drugs. Like when I think of drugs, I'm thinking about like all the dirty witchcraft things that the pharmaceutical companies may or may not have done. I don't really think about the peyote, right? I'm not really thinking about, stuff that grows natural. So, you guys all know, right? My philosophy when it comes to drugs is number one, know your dose, understand what you're doing. Don't take any ignorant drugs, right? That would be bad. Number two, right after you've done the research, don't take anything pills, powder, right? If it's man-made, it's not okay. You probably should stay away from it. I can't think of, any time that I would want to do like man-made drugs. And I suffer from chronic headaches. Like once a month, I get like the worst migraine, and I have no idea why. And maybe it's because of accidents that I've been in. But I think that when it comes to like natural herbs and stuff, they were created by somebody who knew what they were doing. And all the natural fungus, I think we're way too ignorant when it comes to fungus and mushrooms and all this stuff. We look at it like it's all bad, but only some of them are poisonous, right? So why don't we treat fungus like we treat berries? Only some of them are poisonous, right? So when it comes to the little blackberries that grow wild all over the place, I know that I can eat them. But when it comes to the red berries that grow on the trees, I know to leave those alone, right? Because I've been educated since I was 5. Or that's about back where my memory goes. Probably before that, right? My parents said, "Don't eat the red berries. The black ones are okay." So ever since I was a child, right, my parents knew better, right? So I think it all comes down to like education. If the government is allowed to explore all these things, I think people should be allowed to explore all these things. Now, am I advocating for crystal meth? No. But do I think that it should be treated like a criminal act if someone smokes meth? No, that sounds like a health problem. That sounds like they're self-medicating.
Between using it for medicinal purposes, Mr. Larry, and using it for, frankly, spiritual practices. Basically, opening up the mind, and I would even say the soul, proof or no proof, to other entities that come in and take over the house. So at that point, we're talking about a spiritual practice as opposed to a medicinal one.
What is sugar? Do you think sugar like takes over your mind and has mind control elements? Like, oh, I got to have more sugar, right? But nobody questions drinking a 7-Up.
I don't see anything on sugar. I don't see any other entities on sugar. It's not to that state. But people are using these also with a spiritual dimension. And at that point, we're talking about a whole different ball game.
From my own personal experience, I'd say sugar does do that to you, just by my own personal experience. Like dropping sugar out of my diet, I feel like, to put it in IQ points, which is not a good way to put it, I'd say I'm at least 20 IQ points smarter than I was, before I dropped sugar about 7 years ago or something like that. I feel like in my early 20s and when I was a teenager, I was much more stupid just because I had a lot more carbs and sugar in my diet. And the moment that I actually went on the full ketogenic diet for medical reasons, the first time, my hands were literally shaking like a heroin addict as I had the sugar leave my bloodstream and stay out of my bloodstream for the first 48 hours. I was shaking like a heroin addict. That's what sugar does to you.
So I'm talking about like highly processed. I'm sorry, bro. You go ahead.
God did put these things here for us, Larry, for medicinal purposes, yes. But when we use them for ceremonial, spiritual practices, at that point, that's when we're getting into very dangerous territory when anything can enter your house and potentially take over.
Well, don't you pray before you eat your food and drink your soda every night? Isn't that ceremonial, man-made drugs? Because sugar is a drug, whether you want to believe it or not. It's a very powerful drug. In fact, your pancreas can only process, 7 or 8 grams of sugar. You know, the refined sugar that we all know, the white stuff, right? So people are drinking like 35 grams in a cup or 12 ounces or whatever, right? So isn't that like, a spiritual thing where everybody gets together and they pray and they get all messed up on carbs and sugar and stuff?
Well, perhaps my faith isn't big enough, because if I'm eating poison or doing a poisonous practice, I'm just not going to do it, prayer or not unless I absolutely have to. I'm going to stay away from certain things that are going to be, poisonous, and possibly opening up your house spiritually to some of these, mind altering, consciousness altering, ego shattering or whatever drugs may be a bit of an issue.
You know what they
And
used
by
to
the
do?
way, there's a term for that, Larry. There's a term for that. It's called grain brain, just so you know.
Okay, thanks. So back in the day, if they caught you with coffee, they would sew you in an animal skin and they would toss you into the ocean. Back when coffee was illegal. And I challenge you guys to look at what they used to do to people who got caught with coffee, now the #1 most popular drink all over the world. Right? What they used to do to people who got some beans and roasted them and ground them up and boiled it and filtered it and drank it. That's the kind of stuff, and it was horrible. Like the stuff that they did to these people, like for drinking coffee. So I'm all for people not using what as birth control, but I kind of don't want the state to get involved either, right? But who's going to advocate for the the living soul, right? So somebody has to step in, and because we have created a vacuum because of our immorality. So by and large, this vacuum, what does nature do to vacuums? It destroys it. So who's come in to fill the vacuum because we lost our morals? The state, right? So it's the same thing with, you should be able to be free and put whatever you want to in your body. Like that dude that was drinking water that he had radioactive element. You guys have all seen the stuff. Do you think he should be put in jail for that? Should he be put in a dungeon, torture cuffs and everything, right? Because he drank some well-known poison, radioactive material, right? What do you guys think?
I don't know. The line is kind of hard to deal with. Some of these laws are just, draconian, because it doesn't look like, at least initially, that somebody is harmed. But, I heard, a counter to some of this libertarian, ethos that says, let people do with their bodies what they want. Okay. But you still start erecting laws, decency laws, to say that even though you're not hurting anybody, you can't go through the town naked. You start erecting decency laws to say, hey, these are the guidelines of behavior we're going to, enforce. Even though you're not hurting anybody, by the same metric, this is indecent. You're not going to be allowed to do this. And so you're still going to have some level of law, whether it's proper enforcement, improper enforcement, fair or unfair. Somebody is going to, come up against some sort of law of decency or something that says, hey, you're using this substance. It's making you whacked out on drugs and possibly, hurt or kill people. No. So eventually it's going to happen one way or another with either with gentle decency laws saying, hey, don't do this, or harder enforcement all the way up to something capital and a death penalty.
Well, you say libertarian, but I think the whole idea of freedom of choice and free agency is a lot older than this libertarian idea. I think it comes from the Bible. So, while I wouldn't want to tell somebody what to do, I would hope that they wouldn't try to tell me what to do unless I created a victim, right? Then that's different, right? If I create a victim, then hey, you got me, right? Whatever I need to do to make this right and to set the balance at 0, I'm going to do that, right? But if I haven't caused a balance, no harm, injury, or loss, I don't want nobody telling me what I can or can't do. I don't know why, but I would like to keep my free agency, and I don't want to just freely, willy-nilly give it away because someone has, a monopoly on force. So, yeah, I think this is way older than the whole libertarian thing.
Because I think Made by Jim Bob said on one of his YouTube streams, he was talking about his criticism of this libertarian ethos that says, hey, as long as you're not harming anybody, it should be permissible. But there are things that are permissible that don't harm people, like, streaking through the town, that people are like, we really shouldn't do this. We're going to set up a guideline, aka a law, to help even curtail that, even though nobody's being harmed, at least physically or immediately. So I think in a way, even with that ethos of saying, hey, I'm not harming anybody, leave me alone, we're still going to come up against other people saying, hey, this is or isn't decent. Are we going to be able to get together on this or not with some sort of general guideline in a society anyway? But I thought that was interesting as a criticism.
Yeah, but we all know there's different rules between public and private. You can't do in your bathroom what you do in the street. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, this example of, nudists in the town square or something, right? Like, sure, in our culture, we're so used to covering up, that would be considered indecent to a lot of people, but it's not like Hank said, it's not harming anybody. There's plenty of places around the world where nobody thinks it's awkward at all. Nobody thinks twice about it. People are naked all the time in some cultures, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. So yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know if it comes from our religion or whatever, like if it's basically comes from Christianity, or if it comes somehow it's gotten into culture where you have to cover up in our culture. Like, but yeah, no, I'm with that whole idea of liberty. Like, if somebody wants to be nude, there really probably shouldn't be anything against it. If a private company says, "Hey, if you want to wear, I'll only serve you if you're, no shirt, no shoes, no service." If they want to say that, fine. That's their policy. So that stuff just kind of works itself out.
I mean, I don't think anybody's harmed per se. I think the only thing is, well, even with nudity and stuff like that, nobody appears to be harmed. And some of it, I guess, is from Christianity, where we covered over our sin with, clothes and stuff like that, possibly, or something to that effect. I guess getting rid of that law might make people forget about that stuff and, possibly throw out, some of that tradition. But I don't know.
Yeah, and keep in mind also, like, most people are going to still wear clothes anyway. You either want to be protected from the sun or protected from the cold wind and rain, right? Like, snow. Most environments aren't great nudist environments.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find the video, but Jim Bob was very insightful about that. I'm like, I never really thought about it that way. That, decency laws would still be enacted saying, okay, we're not going to throw you in jail necessarily, but don't do this. Otherwise it leads to disruption or disorder, or it just makes people, go crazy, eventually, or the immediate effect isn't felt, but eventually there's going to be some sort of negative impact. And so we're just going to keep from going there by putting these laws in place. One way or another, libertarian or not, you're going to get that similar cycle.
Just remember, for the most part, at least, there's no reason to be afraid of freedom. It's like how there's no reason to be afraid of the truth. The earth is flat.
Is it okay to be naked and afraid, though? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to point out that it has to do with common law, right? So in common law here in Texas, it's normal to see a man have a gun. But in the UK, it's different, right? So different people have their own different set of morals and laws. So I just want to point that out. Different cultures are really important.
Has anyone tried to talk to Biggie? No rolls.
Where's my globe proof at?
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
I can almost hear you. You're roboting pretty hard.
Oh, okay. Maybe that'll improve. Yeah, so if you guys can hear me, I just wanted to backtrack just a little bit in the conversation, back to when Lemon was talking about opening up the door, right, for maybe spiritual entities or demons or whatever you would like to call adversarial spirits, and just kind of give an example of where this idea and possible truth may be hidden or given to us in plain sight in the movies in the form of vampires, immortal beings, beings that cannot die, right? That cannot enter your home unless you allow them to, even if your door is open, right? So they must ask. So having discernment as to who you're allowing in your house would be crucial. And I would say that the idea of vampires and this known law within the vampire world that you can't enter someone else's house without being asked to do so or allowed to do so, I think is a kind of a truth hidden in plain sight in the movie.
Those were good points, Napalm, and you have a rare bad mic. Just letting you know.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in my vehicle.
You're like my bad mic brethren. I'm in my vehicle too, so both have bad mics. Thank you.
So I'm coming through in Dave quality today, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's pretty much the size of it.
You are correct, sir.
Then I'll do my Dave duty and say, anybody in here believe that they're on a spinning ball?
Well, that's what I thought. And then I tried to prove it to myself, and now, well, here I am.
Yep. We all got pretty much the same story, don't we? Best way to become a flat earther is try to prove the globe.
I really did
That's
try.
why I tell people to go measure the water.
Gave the globe a fair shake, and it all ended here.
We still got Biggie in here if somebody wants to try to unmute him. Could be Biggie Smalls back from the dead.
VC check-in 1. If you go and check in, you verified so we can get you back down here. Just either way. In fact, a lot of people fail. And for the ones that do, there's a bit of bias involved. Specifically anchor bias, confirmation bias. These sort of things, we all have it, right? Some of us have it more than others. Obviously, when it comes to the flat earth, only 2 people in the history of the server that I know of thought the earth was flat. One was an American from Canada. So they're the only ones with anchor bias. The rest of us, we don't have anchor bias when it comes to the flat earth. Well, we may have sunk cost bias now.
All we have is this time to observe and learn from what we see and feel. Obviously.
Experience.
Yeah, obviously they don't want that, even if, because actually God made it so, We're supposed to be observers, to govern and learn. And they cannot allow us to do that. How would we fall?
Yeah, that's why you got to have a license, right? You got to have a license so you can do something that would otherwise be illegal. So the license pretty much gives you the permission to commit a crime.
Illegal to exist.
Yeah, I feel you.
Are you kidding me? This whole governing system is filled with retards. Even if you're smart enough to make your way through it, you will encounter such idiotic people in high positions, which I don't know how to say. It's really not their place to be there, literally.
Yeah, they're legal idiots, compartmentalized legal idiots who are running the show. And they commit fraud and all these other crimes all day long. In fact, I would tell you guys this. If you actually learned their code and trick them into crossing the line and breaking the code, right? At that point, you become a protected class. It's called victim, right? So if they arrest the victim that they just committed a crime in front of, that's a conspiracy. And according to our own code, right? A conspiracy to, violate someone's rights, because that's when two people. I'm not arresting him. He's the judge, right? I can't arrest him. Oh, okay. Then you go through the line of chain of command. Each step up, up and up and up and up, and nobody wants to arrest the guy before him because he didn't arrest the judge, because he didn't arrest the bailiff, because he didn't arrest the deputy, because he didn't arrest the sheriff. Well, then if you get arrested, that's going to look fucking real weird. That's my opinion.
Yeah. It's funny, I saw some news in my country recently. A policewoman, she had a high position, she was a chief something officer, and some other big policeman had something with her, and she was like onto this guy to do his job, and he gave him some orders. She was the superior, and this one was like ignoring her, and then this woman got pissed off, and she started beating in the police institution. The other colleagues of that guy, they called the police. But they were all policemen in the police institution, and they're calling the police to stop them fighting. It was hilarious, And when I see them that they show us such things on TV, it literally means that these people there are just making a show. That's all their job that they have to do. They are making a show for the TV media to entertain the people,
Yeah, the world's a stage.
Yeah. And in a police institution, I would not have zero tolerance for any kind of misconduct. It's the pride of the country wearing that uniform. So you put to shame the whole nation by doing those things. So the punishments for these people should have been 10 times more severe than civilian, ordinary people. Any misconduct. Because these people are the so-called highly trained, highly educated.
It's not like you're going to win in court, right? When you catch the judge committing a crime, right? But the fact that you're fighting back, right? Because I think, we've been told to be humble and meek and bow down to authority, but it's a lot harder to pick on someone who fights back. So I've never been a bully, I don't think. I really don't think I have. But if I were a bully, right, and I were to start stealing from people, in the streets, I probably wouldn't pick the people coming out of the gym.
Well, I can't do rob people, with violence and stealing, stuff like that. No. I did steal, but yeah, nobody saw me. You know. But that's a whole different level. Robbery, stealing with violence and stuff. Oh, we are lucky because our crimes are very small and very easy to deal with and to pay. But those in the high positions, they will be hunted like wild beasts. You know. I really see this digital investigation coming. It's slowly emerging, and everyone, finds you got like a decade or 2 decades ago. They pop up now again, they surface. And it's the internet that's doing all this stuff. It brings back all these unsolved cases where these big companies, they stole and robbed in papers, legally. They thought, oh, I'm making big money, I'm getting rich, I'm backed up with the papers and nobody knows what I do. That's very foolish.
Then before I took that phone call, we could barely get a word in edgewise. I come back from the phone call, and where did everybody go?
Oh, it was just me here.
I'm still here with a bad mic, and I'm out in the country. If I can't hear me.
I can hear you.
10-3. 10-3, good buddy.
We got electric here. We want to try to talk to him. Hey, electric.
Somebody say my name?
Yeah, hello.
What shape
Hi, how's it going?
Not bad. How are you?
Hanging out. Enjoying this beautiful day.
So what's the shape of the Earth, electric?
Well, Maybe it's like an egg.
Egg-shaped Earth, huh?
Maybe like a stationary plane inside of an egg.
What if I told you that the Earth fills the container that you put it in?
Say what?
I know that sounds crazy, right? But when I said Earth, you automatically went to a specific model of the Earth. But I was talking about the dirt that gets in between your toes when you go outside and at the beach, right? That stuff, sand, dirt, clay, that's what Earth really is, right?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
The stuff that earthworms live in.
Yeah, that's the physical stuff.
Right. So if I were to take a jar of dirt, the Earth would fill the container and be the shape of the container that you put it in, right?
Yes.
So this whole idea of the blue egg floating through space, have you ever witnessed that firsthand? Do you have any firsthand knowledge, primary knowledge of that?
Well, I'm not a telescope.
Obviously.
So even if you were a telescope somehow, would the telescope be able to see the spherosity of the Earth? Spherosity? I'm not sure what the word.
Wait, I don't know. Wait, are you saying you think I'm a globe earther? Because I'm not.
Oh,
you're not.
I don't believe in the heliocentric model.
Well, yeah.
Well, carry on then.
I believe that the stationary plane inside of the egg is like a cosmic egg, and the layers that we let's say that we're being born into this world through this egg, the layers outside of it where we are is like the shells, like the thermosphere, water, and we're all being magnetized towards the center.
I can't really explain what I think of this shit. It's not complicated, actually. It's just kind of like a drain. I think it's like a drain in an egg.
Well, those are wild speculation. Where did you get them from?
Research.
Who did you research?
Well, it's more like you just research where these models of our solar system really come from, and then you just have to see what people believed in before that. There's geocentric models, heliocentric models, and then if you go
how old is the heliocentric model?
I think Copernicus made it around 600 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me.
So it's not that very old.
Yeah, I said 500 years. That's not that old.
Yeah, it's new, very new.
Yeah, I honestly believe this was made at the same time that they made religion. They made us believe in two religions, science and religion.
478 years ago, I think. Let me just check. Hang on, I've got it written down on the board here. Sorry, hang on a sec. 179 years and counting. Okay? There you go.
Yeah.
Copernicus, that is.
Welcome, Jim.
9. Welcome. Yeah, I've been listening. I was there all the time listening. So
yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Welcome to you too, sir. Carry on. I'm just listening at the moment.
Yeah, and a funny thing about Copernicus, he didn't want the heliocentric model being attributed to his name while he was still alive.
He wasn't ready to release it, you see, because he hadn't finalized anything, proven anything, and he was not ready.
Wait a minute.
No, definitely not.
Are you saying that
he passed on?
Are you saying that he wasn't ready to debate?
Basically, Copernicus was just a caveman on drugs.
In those times,
he was on drugs.
In those times,
that was Isaac Newton.
in Copernicus times, the church used to burn alive a lot of people who were coming with heliocentric ideas.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's what we're
Hey,
told.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know if you guys are interested at all, but we've got Brenda in debate channel who wants to be VC verified.
Why would Brenda be in the debate channel and be VC verified? Right?
Brenda.
Yeah, please bring her in. Bring her in, Brenda.
I'm looking for her. I don't see her.
It's not the Brenda that's
is
with
it
the wrong
our
gender,
Brenda?
Not my Brenda, that's for sure.
Dog bones or clocks, Brenda?
You mean the male Brenda?
I don't see Brenda.
Even CBR's got a crush on Brenda. He told me that, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
Do you guys believe in what is the name of that? Do you guys
Her
believe in
donut
that?
recipe.
What?
Brenda's donut recipe.
I'm gonna go see what that's all about real quick.
Man, I was there, live. I was presented when that phrase.
Oh, something's gone down the wrong hole there, eh? Help! That was me yesterday. I did that yesterday. Took a drink and it went down the wrong hole. Help! Eyes popping out of my head. you know, when you accidentally breathe in your water, you're supposed to drink it, but you breathe it in. Oh, help!
I'm breathing in the ethereal water that's in my marijuana.
Ah, very good.
That's how I hide.
We used to put whiskey in there, not water. Yeah, man. Whiskey.
You put whiskey in water?
Whiskey, mate. Try that. Yeah, we had it in a bong. In the bong, right, with a double barrel, 2 barrels, right, 2 bowls. We used to call it the turbo, right? 2 bowls on the go, whiskey at the bottom, and then you take it through, and it's bubbling at the bottom there. You shotgun it, bang, and then you blow yourself up.
You guys might want to start recording this. Brenda, yes, our Brenda is about to come down and chat with us.
I believe Brenda's here.
Uh-oh.
So if we could treat our very special guest
I'm on mute.
With a little bit of respect, see if we can have a meaningful conversation.
Welcome back, Brenda. Good to see you.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you guys ever heard of
Guten Tag.
Yeah, you guys ever hear of this mountain called Rupes Nigra, I think? No?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have this deja vu.
Yeah, I'm trying to find more information about this mountain.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that, the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
I am not hypnotized.
Dude said he's a...
Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, how do you know that it isn't caused by, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? and we all know that it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah,
what if it's unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right?
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp? Or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary, because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can say, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Divergent
they are driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
no, it isn't.
Diverge.
It's driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know it very well.
Some are.
You don't know your globe proofsy very well,
guys,
do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
There is it. Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
but
he's chasing the if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
No, I'm saying how.
That is an answer. He said
He asked they do to start them, and you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
He asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Yeah. Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
Okay,
no, you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. You said to start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the rotation...
Well, he's lying.
What are you saying is happening causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force. Right?
Oh, it's an effect. It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis a pseudo force? Gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
No, it should be. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this energy.
Why would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation orbit.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. As always, as soon as you ask, can you hear me now, people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says, in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
Well, but is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear that was an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man? You don't have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being.
I have a quick question for the audience.
When you hear it,
dude, I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't even like using Google, but the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached
so not
to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with.
So
not
like
that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay. One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and instead
Nobel Prize. When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel Prizes.
Oh, you'll do that.
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
When are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to do so.
You refuted a major conservation physics.
Look, listen.
Why don't you measure some Earth curvature and go get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
pendulum what? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
When you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight, metal, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, you glue together two opposing magnets, and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right, and they will swing in that way, and they will not deflect. How do you explain that? How do you explain this?
I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't.
So you would not use the.
No, you are not around metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be affected.
Strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
Aren't all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
when you hold the magnet in your hand. When you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field.